Chapter 31. Now we begin Chapter 31. Isabel came back to Florence, but only after several months, an interval sufficiently replete with incident. It is not, however, during this interval that we are closely concerned with her. Our attention is engaged again on a certain day in the late springtime, shortly after her return to Palazzo Crescentini, and a year from the date of the incidents just narrated. She was alone on this occasion, in one of the smaller of the numerous rooms devoted by Mrs. Touchette to social uses, and there was that in her expression and attitude which would have suggested that she was expecting a visitor. The tall window was open, and though its green shutters were partly drawn, the bright air of the garden had come in through a broad interstice and filled the room with warmth and perfume. Our young woman stood near it for some time, her hands clasped behind her. She gazed abroad with the vagueness of unrest. Grave she found herself, and positively more weighted, as by the experience of the lapse of the year she had spent in seeing the world. She had ranged, she would have said, through space and surveyed much of mankind, and was therefore now, in her own eyes, a very different person from the frivolous young woman from Albany, who had begun to take the measure of Europe on the lawn at Gardencourt a couple of years before. She flattered herself. She had harvested wisdom and learned a great deal more of life than this light-minded creature had even suspected. If her thoughts just now had inclined themselves to retrospect, they would have evoked a multitude of interesting pictures. There would be, for instance, the conciliatory Lily, our heroine's sister, and Edmund Ludlow's wife, who had come out from New York to spend 5 months with her relative. She had left her husband behind her, but had brought her children, to whom Isabel now played with equal munificence and tenderness the part of maiden aunt. Mr. Ludlow, toward the last, had been able to snatch a few weeks from his forensic triumphs, and crossing the ocean with extreme rapidity, had spent a month with the two ladies in Paris before taking his wife home. The little Ludlows had not yet, even from the American point of view, reached the proper tourist age, so that while her sister was with her, Isabel had confined her movements to a narrow circle. Lily and the babies had joined her in Switzerland in the month of July, and they had spent a summer of fine weather in an alpine valley. They had afterwards reached the French capital, which was worshipped by Lily, but thought of as noisily vacant by Isabel, who in these days made use of her memory of Rome. Mrs. Ludlow sacrificed, as I say, to Paris, yet had doubts and wonderments not allayed at that altar. After her husband had joined her, she found further chagrin in his failure to throw himself into these speculations. They all had Isabel for subject, but Edmund Ludlow declined to be surprised or distressed or mystified or elated at anything his sister-in-law might have done or have failed to do. Mrs. Ludlow's mental motions were sufficiently various. At one moment she thought it would be so natural for that young woman to come home and take a house in New York. At another, she couldn't conceal her surprise at the girl's not marrying some member of one of the great aristocracies. She had taken more satisfaction in Isabel's accession of fortune than if the money had been left to herself. It had seemed to her to offer just the proper setting for her sister's slightly meager, but scarce the less eminent figure. Isabel had developed less, however, than Lily had thought likely. Intellectually, doubtless, she had made immense strides, but she appeared to have achieved few of those social conquests of which Mrs. Ludlow had expected to admire the trophies. Lily could only pronounce her sister's career a strange anticlimax. This impression was confirmed by the fact that Isabel's silence about Mr. Osmond, for instance, was in direct proportion to the frequency with which he occupied her thoughts. Our young lady's courage, however, might have been taken as reaching its height after her relations had gone home. She could imagine braver things than spending the winter in Paris, and her close correspondence with Madame Merle did much to stimulate such flights. She had never had a keener sense of freedom, of the absolute boldness and wantonness of liberty, than when she turned away from the platform at the Euston station on one of the last days of November, after the departure of the train that was to convey poor Lily, her husband, and her children to their ship at Liverpool. The world lay before her, She could do whatever she chose. There was a deep thrill in it all, but for the present her choice was tolerably discreet. She chose simply to walk back from Euston Square to her hotel. The early dusk of a November afternoon had already closed in. Isabel performed the journey with a positive enjoyment of its dangers and lost her way almost on purpose in order to get more sensations. She was so fond of the spectacle of human life that she enjoyed even the aspect of gathering dusk in the London streets. That evening, at her hotel, she wrote to Madame Merle that she should start in a day or two for Rome. She made her way down to Rome without touching at Florence, having gone first to Venice and then proceeded southward by Ancona. She accomplished this journey without other assistance than that of her servant, for her natural protectors were not now on the ground. Ralph Touchette was spending the winter at Corfu, and Miss Stackpole, in the September previous, had been recalled to America by a telegram from the interviewer. Isabel had written to her aunt shortly after Ralph came to Rome, letting her know of his critical condition and suggesting that she should lose no time in returning to Europe. Mrs. Touchette had telegraphed an acknowledgment of this admonition, and the only further news Isabel received from her was the second telegram. Isabel, on her side, had not been a fortnight in Rome before she proposed to Madame Merle that they should make a little pilgrimage to the east. Madame Merle remarked that her friend was restless, but she added that she herself had always been consumed with the desire to visit Athens and Constantinople. The two ladies accordingly embarked on this expedition and spent 3 months in Greece, in Turkey, in Egypt. Isabel found much to interest her in these countries. Isabel traveled rapidly and recklessly. She was like a thirsty person draining cup after cup. It was on Isabel's invitation she had come, and she imparted all due dignity to the girl's uncountenanced state. The situation, however, had no hardships, and people who met this reserved though striking pair on their travels would not have been able to tell you which was patroness and which client. At the end of an intimacy of 3 months, Isabel felt she knew her better. Her character had revealed itself. Isabel had once or twice had a positive scare, since it so affected her to have to exclaim of her friend, "Heaven forgive her, she doesn't understand me." Absurd as it may seem, this discovery operated as a shock, left her with a vague dismay in which there was even an element of foreboding. The dismay, of course, subsided, in the light of some sudden proof of Madame Merle's remarkable intelligence, but it stood for a high watermark in the ebb and flow of confidence. However that might be, the girl had in these days 1,000 uses for her sense of the romantic, which was more active than it had ever been. She came back by the last of March from Egypt and Greece, and made another stay in Rome. A few days after her arrival, Gilbert Osmond descended from Florence, and remained 3 weeks, during which the fact of her being with his old friend Madame Merle, in whose house she had gone to lodge, made it virtually inevitable that he should see her every day. When the last of April came, she wrote to Mrs. Touchette that she should now rejoice to accept an invitation given long before, and went to pay a visit at Palazzo Crescentini. She found her aunt alone. Her cousin was still at Corfu. Ralph, however, was expected in Florence from day to day, and Isabel, who had not seen him for upwards of a year, was prepared to give him the most affectionate welcome. Chapter 32. Now we begin Chapter 32. It was not of him, nevertheless, that she was thinking while she stood at the window near which we found her a while ago. She was not turned to the past, but to the immediate, impending hour. She had reason to expect a scene, and she was not fond of scenes. She was not asking herself what she should say to her visitor. This question had already been answered. What he would say to her, that was the interesting issue. She had put away her mourning, and she walked in no small shimmering splendor. She only felt older, ever so much. She was not at any rate left indefinitely to her apprehensions, for a servant at last stood before her with a card on his tray. "Let the gentleman come in," she said, and continued to gaze out of the window after the footman had retired. It was only when she had heard the door close behind the person who presently entered that she looked round. Caspar Goodwood stood there, and received a moment, from head to foot, the bright, dry gaze with which she rather withheld than offered a greeting. Straight, strong, and hard, there was nothing in his appearance that spoke positively either of youth or of age. His jaw showed the same voluntary cast as in earlier days, but a crisis like the present had in it, of course, something grim. He had the air of a man who had traveled hard. He said nothing at first, as if he had been out of breath. This gave Isabel time to make a reflection. Poor fellow, what great things he is capable of, and what a pity he should waste so dreadfully his splendid force. It gave her time to do more, to say at the end of a minute, "I can't tell you how I hoped you wouldn't come." "I have no doubt of that." And he looked about him for a seat. Not only had he come, but he meant to settle. "You must be very tired," said Isabel, seating herself, and generously, as she thought, to give him his opportunity. "No, I am not at all tired. Did you ever know me to be tired?" "Never. I wish I had. When did you arrive?" "Last night, very late, in a kind of snail train they call the express. These Italian trains go at about the rate of an American funeral." "That is in keeping. You must have felt as if you were coming to bury me." And she forced a smile of encouragement to an easy view of their situation. She had reasoned the matter well out, making it perfectly clear that she broke no faith and falsified no contract. But for all this, she was afraid of her visitor. He looked at her with his stiff insistence, an insistence in which there was such a want of tact, especially when the dull, dark beam in his eye rested on her as a physical weight. "No, I didn't feel that. I couldn't think of you as dead. I wish I could," he candidly declared. "I thank you immensely. I would rather think of you as dead than as married to another man." "That is very selfish of you," she returned with the ardor of a real conviction. "If you are not happy yourself, others have yet a right to be." "Very likely it is selfish, but I don't in the least mind your saying so. I don't mind anything you can say now. I don't feel it. The cruelest things you could think of would be mere pinpricks. After what you have done, I shall never feel anything. I mean anything but that I shall feel all my life." Mr. Goodwood made these detached assertions with dry deliberateness, in his hard, slow American tone. The tone made Isabel angry rather than touched her, but her anger perhaps was fortunate inasmuch as it gave her a further reason for controlling herself. It was under the pressure of this control that she became, after a little, irrelevant. "When did you leave New York?" He threw up his head as if calculating. 17 days ago. "You must have traveled fast in spite of your slow trains." "I came as fast as I could. I would have come 5 days ago if I had been able." "It wouldn't have made any difference, Mr. Goodwood," she coldly smiled. "Not to you, no, but to me. You gain nothing that I see. That is for me to judge. Of course, to me it seems that you only torment yourself." And then, to change the subject, she asked him if he had seen Henrietta Stackpole. He looked as if he had not come from Boston to Florence to talk of Henrietta Stackpole, but he answered, distinctly enough, that this young lady had been with him just before he left America. "She came to see you?" Isabel then demanded. "Yes, she was in Boston, and she called at my office. It was the day I had got your letter." "Did you tell her?" Isabel asked with a certain anxiety. "Oh, no," said Caspar Goodwood simply. "I didn't want to do that. She will hear it quick enough. She hears everything." "I shall write to her, and then she will write to me and scold me," Isabel declared, trying to smile again. Caspar, however, remained sternly grave. "I guess she will come right out," he said. "On purpose to scold me?" "I don't know. She seemed to think she had not seen Europe thoroughly." "I am glad you tell me that," Isabel said. "I must prepare for her." Mr. Goodwood fixed his eyes for a moment on the floor, then at last raising them, "Does she know Mr. Osmond?" he inquired. "A little, and she doesn't like him. But of course I don't marry to please Henrietta," she added. "When will your marriage take place?" he asked presently. "I can only say it will be soon. I have told no one but yourself and one other person, an old friend of Mr. Osmond's." "Is it a marriage your friends won't like?" he demanded. "I really haven't an idea. As I say, I don't marry for my friends." He went on, making no exclamation, no comment, only asking questions, doing it quite without delicacy. Who and what then is Mr. Gilbert Osmond? Who and what? Nobody and nothing, but a very good and very honorable man. He is not in business, said Isabel. He is not rich. He is not known for anything in particular. She disliked Mr. Goodwood's questions, but she said to herself that she owed it to him to satisfy him as far as possible. The satisfaction poor Caspar exhibited was, however, small. He sat very upright, gazing at her. Where does he come from? Where does he belong? She had never been so little pleased with the way he said belong. He comes from nowhere. He has spent most of his life in Italy. You said in your letter he was American. Hasn't he a native place? Yes, but he has forgotten it. He left it as a small boy. Has he never gone back? Why should he go back? Isabel asked, flushing all defensively. He has no profession. He might have gone back for his pleasure. Doesn't he like the United States? He doesn't know them. Then he is very quiet and very simple. He contents himself with Italy. With Italy and with you, said Mr. Goodwood with gloomy plainness. What has he ever done? He added abruptly. That I should marry him? Nothing at all, Isabel replied, while her patience helped itself by turning a little to hardness. If he had done great things, would you forgive me any better? Give me up, Mr. Goodwood. I am marrying a perfect nonentity. Don't try to take an interest in him. You can't. I can't appreciate him, that is what you mean. And you don't mean in the least that he is a perfect nonentity. You think he is grand, you think he is great, though no one else thinks so. Isabel's color deepened. Why do you always come back to what others think? I can't discuss Mr. Osmond with you. Of course not, said Caspar reasonably, and he sat there with his air of stiff helplessness, as if not only this were true, but there were nothing else that they might discuss. You see how little you gain, she accordingly broke out, how little comfort or satisfaction I can give you. I didn't expect you to give me much. I don't understand then why you came. I came because I wanted to see you once more, even just as you are. I appreciate that, but if you had waited a while, sooner or later we should have been sure to meet, and our meeting would have been pleasanter for each of us than this. Waited till after you are married? That is just what I didn't want to do. You will be different then. Not very. I shall still be a great friend of yours. You will see. That will make it all the worse, said Mr. Goodwood grimly. Ah, you are unaccommodating. I can't promise to dislike you in order to help you to resign yourself. I shouldn't care if you did. Isabel got up with a movement of repressed impatience and walked to the window, where she remained a moment looking out. When she turned round, her visitor was still motionless in his place. She came toward him again and stopped, resting her hand on the back of the chair she had just quitted. Do you mean you came simply to look at me? That is better for you, perhaps, than for me. I wish to hear the sound of your voice, he said. You have heard it, and you see it says nothing very sweet. It gives me pleasure all the same. And with this he got up. She had felt pain and displeasure on receiving early that day the news he was in Florence, and by her leave would come within an hour to see her. She had been vexed and distressed, though she had sent back word by his messenger that he might come when he would. She had not been better pleased when she saw him. His being there at all was so full of heavy implications. It implied rights, reproaches, remonstrance, rebuke, the expectation of making her change her purpose. These things, however, if implied, had not been expressed, and now our young lady, strangely enough, began to resent her visitor's remarkable self-control. There was a dumb misery about him that irritated her. There was a manly staying of his hand that made her heart beat faster. She felt her agitation rising, and she said to herself that she was angry in the way a woman is angry when she has been in the wrong. She was not in the wrong. She had fortunately not that bitterness to swallow, but, all the same, she wished he would denounce her a little. I will go home. I will go tomorrow. I will leave you alone, he brought out at last. Only, he heavily said, I hate to lose sight of you. Never fear, I shall do no harm. You will marry someone else, as sure as I sit here, Caspar Goodwood declared. Do you think that a generous charge? Why not? Plenty of men will try to make you. I told you just now that I don't wish to marry, and that I almost certainly never shall. I know you did, and I like your almost certainly. I put no faith in what you say. Thank you very much. Do you accuse me of lying to shake you off? You say very delicate things. Why should I not say that? You have given me no pledge of anything at all. No, that is all that would be wanting. You may perhaps even believe you are safe from wishing to be, but you are not, the young man went on as if preparing himself for the worst. Very well then, we will put it that I am not safe. Have it as you please. I don't know, however, said Caspar Goodwood, that my keeping you in sight would prevent it. Don't you indeed? I am after all very much afraid of you. Do you think I am so very easily pleased? She asked suddenly, changing her tone. No, I don't. I shall try to console myself with that. But there are a certain number of very dazzling men in the world, no doubt, and if there were only one, it would be enough. The most dazzling of all will make straight for you. You will be sure to take no one who isn't dazzling. If you mean by dazzling brilliantly clever, Isabel said, and I can't imagine what else you mean, I don't need the aid of a clever man to teach me how to live. I can find it out for myself. Find out how to live alone. I wish that when you have, you would teach me. She looked at him a moment, then with a quick smile, "Oh, you ought to marry," she said. He might be pardoned if for an instant this exclamation seemed to him to sound the infernal note, and it is not on record that her motive for discharging such a shaft had been of the clearest. He oughtn't to stride about lean and hungry, however. She certainly felt that for him. "God forgive you," he murmured between his teeth as he turned away. Her accent had put her slightly in the wrong, and after a moment she felt the need to right herself. The easiest way to do it was to place him where she had been. "You do me great injustice. You say what you don't know," she broke out. "I shouldn't be an easy victim. I have proved it." "Oh, to me perfectly. I have proved it to others as well." And she paused a moment. "I refused a proposal of marriage last week, what they call, no doubt, a dazzling one." "I am very glad to hear it," said the young man gravely. "It was a proposal many girls would have accepted. It had everything to recommend it. I was offered a great position and a great fortune by a person whom I like extremely." Caspar watched her with intense interest. "Is he an Englishman?" "He is an English nobleman," said Isabel. Her visitor received this announcement at first in silence, but at last said, "I am glad he is disappointed." "Well then, as you have companions in misfortune, make the best of it." "I don't call him a companion," said Caspar grimly. "Why not, since I declined his offer absolutely? That doesn't make him my companion. Besides, he is an Englishman." "And pray isn't an Englishman a human being?" Isabel asked. "Oh, those people? They are not of my humanity, and I don't care what becomes of them." "You are very angry," said the girl. "We have discussed this matter quite enough." "Oh yes, I'm very angry. I plead guilty to that." She turned away from him, walked to the open window, and stood a moment looking into the dusky void of the street, where a turbid gaslight alone represented social animation. For some time neither of these young persons spoke. Caspar lingered near the chimney-piece with eyes gloomily attached. She had virtually requested him to go, he knew that, but at the risk of making himself odious, he kept his ground. She was too nursed a need to be easily renounced, and he had crossed the sea all to wring from her some scrap of a vow. Presently she left the window and stood again before him. "You do me very little justice, after my telling you what I told you just now. I am sorry I told you, since it matters so little to you." "Ah!" cried the young man. "If you were thinking of me when you did it!" And then he paused with the fear that she might contradict so happy a thought. "I was thinking of you a little," said Isabel. "A little? I don't understand. If the knowledge of what I feel for you had any weight with you at all, calling it a little is a poor account of it." Isabel shook her head as if to carry off a blunder. "I have refused a most kind, noble gentleman. Make the most of that." "I thank you then," said Caspar Goodwood gravely. "I thank you immensely. And now you had better go home." May I not see you again? He asked. I think it is better not. You will be sure to talk of this, and you see it leads to nothing. I promise you not to say a word that will annoy you. Isabel reflected and then answered, I return in a day or two to my uncle's, and I can't propose to you to come there. It would be too inconsistent. Caspar Goodwood, on his side, considered. You must do me justice, too. I received an invitation to your uncle's more than a week ago, and I declined it. She betrayed surprise. From whom was your invitation? From Mr. Ralph Touchett, whom I supposed to be your cousin. I declined it because I had not your authorization to accept it. The suggestion that Mr. Touchett should invite me appeared to have come from Miss Stackpole. It certainly never did from me. Henrietta really goes very far, Isabel added. Don't be too hard on her. That touches me. No, if you declined, you did quite right, and I thank you for it. And she gave a little shudder of dismay at the thought that Lord Warburton and Mr. Goodwood might have met at Gardencourt. It would have been so awkward for Lord Warburton. When you leave your uncle, where do you go? Her companion asked. I go abroad with my aunt, to Florence and other places. The serenity of this announcement struck a chill to the young man's heart. He seemed to see her whirled away into circles from which he was inexorably excluded. Nevertheless, he went on quickly with his questions. And when shall you come back to America? Perhaps not for a long time. I'm very happy here. Do you mean to give up your country? Don't be an infant. Well, you will be out of my sight indeed, said Caspar Goodwood. I don't know, she answered rather grandly. The world, with all these places so arranged and so touching each other, comes to strike one as rather small. It is a sight too big for me, Caspar exclaimed with a simplicity our young lady might have found touching if her face had not been set against concessions. This attitude was part of a system, a theory that she had lately embraced, and to be thorough she said after a moment, Don't think me unkind if I say it is just that, being out of your sight, that I like. If you were in the same place, I should feel you were watching me, and I don't like that. I like my liberty too much. If there is a thing in the world I am fond of, she went on with a slight recurrence of grandeur, it is my personal independence. But whatever there might be of the too superior in this speech moved Caspar Goodwood's admiration. There was nothing he winced at in the large air of it. He had never supposed she hadn't wings and the need of beautiful free movements. He wasn't, with his own long arms and strides, afraid of any force in her. Isabel's words, if they had been meant to shock him, failed of the mark, and only made him smile with the sense that here was common ground. Who would wish less to curtail your liberty than I? What can give me greater pleasure than to see you perfectly independent, doing whatever you like? It is to make you independent that I want to marry you. That is a beautiful sophism, said the girl with a smile more beautiful still. An unmarried woman, a girl of your age, isn't independent. There are all sorts of things she can't do. She is hampered at every step. That is as she looks at the question, Isabel answered with much spirit. I am not in my first youth. I can do what I choose. I belong quite to the independent class. I have neither father nor mother. I am poor and of a serious disposition. I am not pretty. I therefore am not bound to be timid and conventional. Indeed, I can't afford such luxuries. Besides, I try to judge things for myself. To judge wrong, I think, is more honorable than not to judge at all. I don't wish to be a mere sheep in the flock. I wish to choose my fate and know something of human affairs beyond what other people think it compatible with propriety to tell me. She paused a moment, but not long enough for her companion to reply. He was apparently on the point of doing so when she went on. Let me say this to you, Mr. Goodwood. You are so kind as to speak of being afraid of my marrying. If you should hear a rumor that I am on the point of doing so, girls are liable to have such things said about them. Remember what I have told you about my love of liberty and venture to doubt it. There was something passionately positive in the tone in which she gave him this advice, and he saw a shining candor in her eyes that helped him to believe her. On the whole, he felt reassured, and you might have perceived it by the manner in which he said, quite eagerly, You want simply to travel for 2 years? I am quite willing to wait 2 years, and you may do what you like in the interval. If that is all you want, pray say so. I don't want you to be conventional. Do I strike you as conventional myself? Do you want to improve your mind? Your mind is quite good enough for me, but if it interests you to wander about a while and see different countries, I shall be delighted to help you in any way in my power. You are very generous. That is nothing new to me. The best way to help me will be to put as many 100 miles of sea between us as possible. One would think you were going to commit some atrocity, said Caspar Goodwood. Perhaps I am. I wish to be free even to do that if the fancy takes me. Well then, he said slowly, I will go home, and he put out his hand, trying to look contented and confident. Isabel's confidence in him, however, was greater than any he could feel in her. Not that he thought her capable of committing an atrocity, but, turn it over as he would, there was something ominous in the way she reserved her option. As she took his hand, she felt a great respect for him. She knew how much he cared for her, and she thought him magnanimous. They stood so for a moment, looking at each other, united by a hand-clasp which was not merely passive on her side. That is right, she said very kindly, almost tenderly. You will lose nothing by being a reasonable man. But I will come back, wherever you are, 2 years hence, he returned with characteristic grimness. We have seen that our young lady was inconsequent, and at this she suddenly changed her note. Ah, remember, I promise nothing, absolutely nothing. Then more softly, as if to help him to leave her. And remember, too, that I shall not be an easy victim. You will get very sick of your independence. Perhaps I shall, it is even very probable. When that day comes, I shall be very glad to see you. She had laid her hand on the knob of the door that led into her room, and she waited a moment to see whether her visitor would not take his departure. But he appeared unable to move. There was still an immense unwillingness in his attitude and a sore remonstrance in his eyes. I must leave you now, said Isabel, and she opened the door and passed into the other room. This apartment was dark, but the darkness was tempered by a vague radiance sent up through the window from the court of the hotel, and Isabel could make out the masses of the furniture, the dim shining of the mirror, and the looming of the big four-posted bed. She stood still a moment, listening, and at last she heard Caspar Goodwood walk out of the sitting-room and close the door behind him. She stood still a little longer, and then, by an irresistible impulse, dropped on her knees before her bed and hid her face in her arms. Chapter 33. Now we begin Chapter 33. Her fit of weeping was soon smothered, and the signs of it had vanished when, an hour later, she broke the news to her aunt. I use this expression because she had been sure Mrs. Touchette would not be pleased. Isabel had only waited to tell her till she had seen Mr. Goodwood. She had an odd impression that it would not be honorable to make the fact public before she should have heard what Mr. Goodwood would say about it. He had said rather less than she expected, and she now had a somewhat angry sense of having lost time. But she would lose no more. She waited till Mrs. Touchette came into the drawing-room before the midday breakfast, and then she began. Aunt Lydia, I have something to tell you. Mrs. Touchette gave a little jump and looked at her almost fiercely. You needn't tell me. I know what it is. I don't know how you know. The same way that I know when the window is open, by feeling a draught. You are going to marry that man. What man do you mean? Isabel inquired with great dignity. Madame Merle's friend, Mr. Osmond. I don't know why you call him Madame Merle's friend. Is that the principal thing he is known by? If he is not her friend, he ought to be, after what she has done for him, cried Mrs. Touchette. I shouldn't have expected it of her. I am disappointed. If you mean that Madame Merle has had anything to do with my engagement, you are greatly mistaken, Isabel declared with a sort of ardent coldness. You mean that your attractions were sufficient, without the gentleman's having had to be lashed up? You are quite right. They are immense, your attractions, and he would never have presumed to think of you if she hadn't put him up to it. He has a very good opinion of himself, but he was not a man to take trouble. Madame Merle took the trouble for him. He has taken a great deal for himself, cried Isabel with a voluntary laugh. Mrs. Touchette gave a sharp nod. I think he must, after all, to have made you like him so much. I thought he even pleased you. He did at one time, and that is why I am angry with him. Be angry with me, not with him, said the girl. Oh, I am always angry with you. That is no satisfaction. Was it for this that you refused Lord Warburton? Please don't go back to that. Why shouldn't I like Mr. Osmond since others have done so? Others, at their wildest moments, never wanted to marry him. There is nothing of him, Mrs. Touchette explained. Then he can't hurt me, said Isabel. Do you think you are going to be happy? No one is happy. In such doings you should know. I shall set the fashion then. What does one marry for? What you will marry for, heaven only knows. People usually marry as they go into partnership, to set up a house, but in your partnership you will bring everything. Is it that Mr. Osmond isn't rich? Is that what you were talking about? Isabel asked. He has no money, he has no name, he has no importance. I value such things and I have the courage to say it. I think they are very precious. Many other people think the same, and they show it, but they give some other reason. Isabel hesitated a little. I think I value everything that is valuable. I care very much for money, and that is why I wish Mr. Osmond to have a little. Give it to him then, but marry someone else. His name is good enough for me, the girl went on. It is a very pretty name. Have I such a fine one myself? All the more reason you should improve on it. There are only a dozen American names. Do you marry him out of charity? It was my duty to tell you, Aunt Lydia, but I don't think it is my duty to explain to you. Even if it were, I shouldn't be able. So please don't remonstrate. In talking about it, you have me at a disadvantage. I can't talk about it. I don't remonstrate, I simply answer you. I must give some sign of intelligence. I saw it coming, and I said nothing. I never meddle. You never do, and I am greatly obliged to you. You have been very considerate. It was not considerate, it was convenient, said Mrs. Touchette, but I shall talk to Madame Merle. I don't see why you keep bringing her in. She has been a very good friend to me. Possibly, but she has been a poor one to me. What has she done to you? She has deceived me. She had as good as promised me to prevent your engagement. She couldn't have prevented it. She can do anything. That is what I have always liked her for. I knew she could play any part, but I understood that she played them one by one. I didn't understand that she would play two at the same time. I don't know what part she may have played to you, Isabel said. That is between yourselves. To me, she has been honest and kind and devoted. Devoted, of course. She wished you to marry her candidate. She told me she was watching you only in order to interpose. She said that to please you, the girl answered, conscious, however, of the inadequacy of the explanation. To please me by deceiving me? She knows me better. Am I pleased today? I don't think you are ever much pleased, Isabel was obliged to reply. If Madame Merle knew you would learn the truth, what had she to gain by insincerity? She gained time, as you see. While I waited for her to interfere, you were marching away, and she was really beating the drum. That is very well, but by your own admission you saw I was marching, and even if she had given the alarm, you wouldn't have tried to stop me. No, but someone else would. Whom do you mean? Isabel asked, looking very hard at her aunt. Mrs. Touchette's little bright eyes sustained her gaze rather than returned it. Would you have listened to Ralph? Not if he had abused Mr. Osmond. Ralph doesn't abuse people, you know that perfectly. He cares very much for you. I know he does, said Isabel, and I shall feel the value of it now, for he knows that whatever I do with reason. He never believed you would do this. I told him you were capable of it, and he argued the other way. He did it for the sake of argument, the girl smiled. You don't accuse him of having deceived you. Why should you accuse Madame Merle? He never pretended he would prevent it. I am glad of that, cried Isabel gaily. I wish very much, she presently added, that when he comes you would tell him first of my engagement. Of course I will mention it, said Mrs. Touchette. I shall say nothing more to you about it, but I give you notice I shall talk to others. That is as you please. I only meant that it is rather better the announcement should come from you than from me. I quite agree with you. It is much more proper. And on this the aunt and the niece went to breakfast, where Mrs. Touchett, as good as her word, made no allusion to Gilbert Osmond. After an interval of silence, however, she asked her companion from whom she had received a visit an hour before. From an old friend, an American gentleman, Isabel said with a color in her cheek. An American gentleman, of course. It is only an American gentleman who calls at 10 o'clock in the morning. It was 10:30. He was in a great hurry. He goes away this evening. Couldn't he have come yesterday at the usual time? He only arrived last night. He spends but 24 hours in Florence, Mrs. Touchett cried. He is an American gentleman, truly. He is indeed, said Isabel, thinking with perverse admiration of what Caspar Goodwood had done for her. 2 days afterward, Ralph arrived. Though Isabel was sure that Mrs. Touchett had lost no time in imparting to him the great fact, he showed at first no open knowledge of it. Their prompted talk was naturally of his health. Isabel had many questions to ask about Corfu. She had been shocked by his appearance when he came into the room. She had forgotten how ill he looked. In spite of Corfu, he looked very ill today, and she wondered if he were really worse or if she were simply disaccustomed to living with an invalid. Poor Ralph made no nearer approach to conventional beauty as he advanced in life, and the now apparently complete loss of his health had done little to mitigate the natural oddity of his person. Blighted and battered, but still responsive and still ironic, his face was like a lighted lantern patched with paper and unsteadily held. Lean he was altogether, lean and long and loose-jointed. He drifted about the house like a rudderless vessel in a rocky stream, or sat in the garden of the palace on a great cane chair. He felt cold about the heart. He had never liked anything less. What could he do? What could he say? It cost him an equal effort to speak his thought and to dissemble. He could neither assent with sincerity nor protest with hope. Meanwhile, he knew that the affianced pair were daily renewing their mutual vows. Osmond at this moment showed himself little at Palazzo Crescentini, but Isabel met him every day elsewhere, as she was free to do after their engagement had been made public. Chapter 34. Now we begin Chapter 34. One morning, on her return from her drive, some half-hour before luncheon, she quitted her vehicle in the court of the palace and entered the garden. A sweeter spot at this moment could not have been imagined. The stillness of noontide hung over it, and the warm shade made bowers like spacious caves. Ralph was sitting there in the clear gloom, at the base of a statue of Terpsichore. The extreme relaxation of his attitude suggested at first to Isabel that he was asleep. Her light footstep on the grass had not roused him, and before turning away she stood for a moment looking at him. During this instant he opened his eyes, upon which she sat down on a rustic chair that matched with his own. Though in her irritation she had accused him of indifference, she was not blind to the fact that he had visibly had something to brood over. But she had explained his air of absence partly by the languor of his increased weakness, partly by worries connected with the property inherited from his father. "I am sorry I waked you," Isabel said. "You look too tired." "I feel too tired, but I was not asleep. I was thinking of you." "Are you tired of that?" "Very much so. It leads to nothing. The road is long, and I never arrive." "What do you wish to arrive at?" she put to him, closing her parasol. "At the point of expressing to myself properly what I think of your engagement." "Don't think too much of it," she lightly returned. "Do you mean that it is none of my business?" "Beyond a certain point, yes. That is the point I want to fix. I had an idea you may have found me wanting in good manners. I have never congratulated you." "Of course I have noticed that. I wondered why you were silent." "There have been a good many reasons. I will tell you now," Ralph said. He pulled off his hat and laid it on the ground. Then he sat looking at her. He leaned back under the protection of Bernini, his head against his marble pedestal. He looked awkward, uncomfortable. He hesitated long. Isabel said nothing. When people were embarrassed, she was usually sorry for them, but she was determined not to help Ralph to utter a word that should not be to the honor of her high decision. "I think I have hardly got over my surprise," he went on at last. "You were the last person I expected to see caught." "I don't know why you call it caught." "Because you are going to be put into a cage." "If I like my cage, that needn't trouble you," she answered. "That's what I wonder at. That is what I have been thinking of." "If you have been thinking, you may imagine how I have thought. I am satisfied that I am doing well." "You must have changed immensely. A year ago, you valued your liberty beyond everything. You wanted only to see life." "I have seen it," said Isabel. "It doesn't look to me now, I admit, such an inviting expanse. I don't pretend it is. Only I had an idea that you took a genial view of it and wanted to survey the whole field. I have seen that one can't do anything so general. One must choose a corner and cultivate that. That is what I think, and one must choose as good a corner as possible. I had an idea, all winter, while I read your delightful letters, that you were choosing. You said nothing about it, and your silence put me off my guard. It was not a matter I was likely to write to you about. Besides, I knew nothing of the future. It has all come lately. If you had been on your guard, however," Isabel asked, "what would you have done?" "I should have said, wait a little longer." "Wait for what?" "Well, for a little more light," said Ralph with rather an absurd smile. "Where should my light have come from? From you. I might have struck a spark or two." Isabel had drawn off her gloves. She smoothed them out as they lay upon her knee. The mildness of this movement was accidental, for her expression was not conciliatory. "You are beating about the bush, Ralph. You wish to say you don't like Mr. Osmond, and yet you are afraid." "I am willing to wound him, yes, but not to wound you. I am afraid of you, not of him. If you marry him, it won't be a fortunate way for me to have spoken." "If I marry him, have you had any expectation of dissuading me? Of course, that seems to you too fatuous." "No," said Isabel after a little. "It seems to me too touching." "That is the same thing. It makes me so ridiculous that you pity me." She stroked out her long gloves again. "I know you have a great affection for me. I can't get rid of that." "For heaven's sake, don't try. Keep that well in sight. It will convince you how intensely I want you to do well, and how little you trust me." There was a moment's silence. "I trust you, but I don't trust him," said Ralph. She raised her eyes and gave him a wide, deep look. "You have said it now, and I am glad you have made it so clear, but you will suffer by it." "Not if you are just." "I am very just," said Isabel. "What better proof of it can there be than that I am not angry with you? I don't know what is the matter with me, but I am not. I was when you began, but it has passed away. Perhaps I ought to be angry, but Mr. Osmond wouldn't think so. He wants me to know everything. That is what I like him for. You have nothing to gain, I know that. I have never been so nice to you as a girl that you should have much reason for wishing me to remain one. You give very good advice. You have often done so. No, I am very quiet. I have always believed in your wisdom," she went on, boasting of her quietness, yet speaking with a kind of contained exultation. It was her passionate desire to be just. It touched Ralph to the heart, affected him like a caress from a creature he had injured. He wished to interrupt, to reassure her. For a moment he was absurdly inconsistent. He would have retracted what he had said, but she gave him no chance. "I see you have some special idea. I should like very much to hear it. I am sure it is disinterested. I feel that. It seems a strange thing to argue about, and of course I ought to tell you definitely that if you expect to dissuade me, you may give it up. You will not move me an inch. It is too late. As you say, I am caught. Certainly it won't be pleasant for you to remember this, but your pain will be in your own thoughts. I shall never reproach you." "I don't think you ever will," said Ralph. "It is not in the least the sort of marriage I thought you would make." "What sort of marriage was that, pray?" "Well, I can hardly say. I hadn't exactly a positive view of it, but I had a negative. I didn't think you would decide for that type." "What is the matter with Mr. Osmond's type, if it be one? His being so independent, so individual, is what I most see in him," the girl declared. What do you know against him? You know him scarcely at all. Yes, Ralph said. I know him very little, and I confess I haven't facts and items to prove him a villain, but all the same I can't help feeling that you are running a grave risk. Marriage is always a grave risk, and his risk is as grave as mine. That is his affair. If he is afraid, let him back out. I wish to God he would. Isabel reclined in her chair, folding her arms and gazing a while at her cousin. I don't think I understand you, she said at last coldly. I don't know what you are talking about. I believed you would marry a man of more importance. Cold, I say, her tone had been, but at this a color like a flame leaped into her face. Of more importance to whom? It seems to me enough that one's husband should be of importance to one's self. Ralph blushed as well. His attitude embarrassed him. Physically speaking, he proceeded to change it. He straightened himself, then leaned forward, resting a hand on each knee. I will tell you in a moment what I mean, he presently said. He felt agitated, intensely eager. Now that he had opened the discussion, he wished to discharge his mind. But he wished also to be superlatively gentle. Isabel waited a little. Then she went on with majesty. In everything that makes one care for people, Mr. Osmond is preeminent. There may be nobler natures, but I have never had the pleasure of meeting one. Mr. Osmond's is the finest I know. He is good enough for me, and interesting enough, and clever enough. I am far more struck with what he has and what he represents than with what he may lack. I had treated myself to a charming vision of your future, Ralph observed without answering this. I had amused myself with planning out a high destiny for you. There was to be nothing of this sort in it. You were not to come down so easily or so soon. Come down, you say? Well, that renders my sense of what has happened to you. You seem to me to be soaring far up in the blue, to be sailing in the bright light over the heads of men. Suddenly someone tosses up a faded rosebud, a missile that should never have reached you, and straight you drop to the ground. It hurts me, said Ralph audaciously. Hurts me as if I had fallen myself. The look of pain and bewilderment deepened in his companion's face. I don't understand you in the least, she repeated. You say you amused yourself with a project for my career. I don't understand that. Don't amuse yourself too much, or I shall think you are doing it at my expense. Ralph shook his head. I am not afraid of your not believing that I have had great ideas for you. What do you mean by my soaring and sailing? She pursued. I have never moved on a higher plane than I am moving on now. There is nothing higher for a girl than to marry a person she likes, said poor Isabel, wandering into the didactic. It is your liking the person we speak of that I venture to criticize, my dear cousin. I should have said that the man for you would have been a more active, larger, freer sort of nature. Ralph hesitated, then added, I can't get over the sense that Osmond is somehow, well, small. He had uttered the last word with no great assurance. He was afraid she would flash out again. But to his surprise, she was quiet. She had the air of considering. Small? She made it sound immense. I think he is narrow, selfish. He takes himself so seriously. He has a great respect for himself. I don't blame him for that, said Isabel. It makes one more sure to respect others. Ralph for a moment felt almost reassured by her reasonable tone. Yes, but everything is relative. One ought to feel one's relation to things, to others. I don't think Mr. Osmond does that. I have chiefly to do with his relation to me. In that he is excellent. He is the incarnation of taste, Ralph went on, thinking hard how he could best express Gilbert Osmond's sinister attributes without putting himself in the wrong by seeming to describe him coarsely. He wished to describe him impersonally, scientifically. He judges and measures, approves and condemns, altogether by that. It is a happy thing, then, that his taste should be exquisite. It is exquisite indeed, since it has led him to select you as his bride. But have you ever seen such a taste, a really exquisite one, ruffled? I hope it may never be my fortune to fail to gratify my husband's. At these words a sudden passion leaped to Ralph's lips. Ah, that is willful, that is unworthy of you. You were not meant to be measured in that way. You were not meant for something better than to keep guard over the sensibilities of a sterile dilettante. Isabel rose quickly, and he did the same, so that they stood for a moment looking at each other as if he had flung down a defiance or an insult. "But you go too far," she simply breathed. "I have said what I had on my mind, and I have said it because I love you." Isabel turned pale. Was he too on that tiresome list? She had a sudden wish to strike him off. "Ah, then you are not disinterested." "I love you, but I love without hope," said Ralph quickly, forcing a smile and feeling that in that last declaration he had expressed more than he intended. Isabel moved away and stood looking into the sunny stillness of the garden, but after a little she turned back to him. "I am afraid your talk then is the wildness of despair. I don't understand it, but it doesn't matter. I am not arguing with you. It is impossible I should. I have only tried to listen to you. I am much obliged to you for attempting to explain," she said gently, as if the anger with which she had just sprung up had already subsided. "It is very good of you to try to warn me, if you are really alarmed, but I won't promise to think of what you have said. I shall forget it as soon as possible. Try and forget it yourself. You have done your duty, and no man can do more. I can't explain to you what I feel, what I believe, and I wouldn't if I could." She paused a moment, and then went on with an inconsequence that Ralph observed even in the midst of his eagerness to discover some symptom of concession. "I can't enter into your idea of Mr. Osmond. I can't do it justice because I see him in quite another way. He is not important. No, he is not important. He is a man to whom importance is supremely indifferent. If that is what you mean when you call him small, then he is as small as you please. I call that large. It is the largest thing I know. I won't pretend to argue with you about a person I'm going to marry," Isabel repeated. "I am not in the least concerned to defend Mr. Osmond. He is not so weak as to need my defense. I should think it would seem strange even to yourself that I should talk of him so quietly and coldly as if he were anyone else. I wouldn't talk of him at all to anyone but you, and you, after what you have said, I may just answer you once for all. Pray, would you wish me to make a mercenary marriage, what they call a marriage of ambition? I have only one ambition, to be free to follow out a good feeling. I had others once, but they have passed away. Do you complain of Mr. Osmond because he is not rich? That is just what I like him for. I have fortunately money enough. I have never felt so thankful for it as today. There have been moments when I should like to go and kneel down by your father's grave. He did perhaps a better thing than he knew when he put it into my power to marry a poor man, a man who has borne his poverty with such dignity, with such indifference. Mr. Osmond has never scrambled nor struggled. He has cared for no worldly praise. If that is to be narrow, if that is to be selfish, then it is very well. I am not frightened by such words. I am not even displeased. I am only sorry that you should make a mistake. Others might have done so, but I am surprised that you should. You might know a gentleman when you see one. You might know a fine mind. Mr. Osmond makes no mistakes. He knows everything. He understands everything. He has the kindest, gentlest, highest spirit. You have got hold of some false idea. It is a pity, but I can't help it. It regards you more than me." Isabel paused a moment, looking at her cousin with an eye illumined by a sentiment which contradicted the careful calmness of her manner. A mingled sentiment, to which the angry pain excited by his words and the wounded pride of having needed to justify a choice of which she felt only the nobleness and purity equally contributed. Though she paused, Ralph said nothing. He saw she had more to say. She was grand, but she was highly solicitous. She was indifferent, but she was all in a passion. "What sort of a person should you have liked me to marry?" she asked suddenly. "You talk about one's soaring and sailing, but if one marries at all, one touches the earth. One has human feelings and needs. One has a heart in one's bosom, and one must marry a particular individual. Your mother has never forgiven me for not having come to a better understanding with Lord Warburton, and she is horrified at my contenting myself with a person who has none of his great advantages. No property, no title, no honors, nor lands, nor position, nor reputation, nor brilliant belongings of any sort. It is the total absence of all these things that pleases me. Mr. Osmond is simply a very lonely, a very cultivated, and a very honest man. He is not a prodigious proprietor." Ralph had listened with great attention, as if everything she said merited deep consideration, but in truth he was only half thinking of the things she said. He was simply accommodating himself to the weight of his total impression, the impression of her ardent good faith. She was wrong, but she believed. She was deluded, but she was dismally consistent. It was wonderfully characteristic of her that, having invented a fine theory about Gilbert Osmond, she loved him not for what he really possessed, but for his very poverties dressed out as honors. Ralph remembered what he had said to his father about wishing to put it into her power to meet the requirements of her imagination. He had done so, and the girl had taken full advantage of luxury. Poor Ralph felt sick. He felt ashamed. Isabel had uttered her last words with a low solemnity of conviction, which virtually terminated the discussion, and she closed it formally by turning away and walking back to the house. Ralph walked beside her, and they passed into the court together and reached the big staircase. Here he stopped, and Isabel paused, turning on him a face of elation, absolutely and perversely of gratitude. His opposition had made her own conception of her conduct clearer to her. "Shall you not come up to breakfast?" she asked. "No, I want no breakfast. I am not hungry." "You ought to eat," said the girl. "You live on air." "I do, very much, and I shall go back into the garden and take another mouthful. I came thus far simply to say this. I told you last year that if you were to get into trouble, I should feel terribly sold. That is how I feel today." "Do you think I am in trouble?" "One is in trouble when one is in error." "Very well," said Isabel. "I shall never complain of my trouble to you," and she moved up the staircase. Ralph, standing there with his hands in his pockets, followed her with his eyes. Then the lurking chill of the high-walled court struck him and made him shiver, so that he returned to the garden to breakfast on the Florentine sunshine. Chapter 35. Now we begin Chapter 35. Isabel, when she strolled in the Cascine with her lover, felt no impulse to tell him how little he was approved at Palazzo Crescentini. The discreet opposition offered to her marriage by her aunt and her cousin made on the whole no great impression upon her. The moral of it was simply that they disliked Gilbert Osmond. This dislike was not alarming to Isabel. She scarcely even regretted it. It served mainly to throw into higher relief the fact, in every way so honorable, that she married to please herself. One did other things to please other people. One did this for a more personal satisfaction. Her satisfaction was confirmed by her lover's admirable good conduct. Gilbert Osmond was in love, and he had never deserved less than during these still, bright days, the harsh criticism passed upon him by Ralph Touchette. The chief impression produced on Isabel's spirit by this criticism was that the passion of love separated its victim terribly from everyone but the loved object. She felt herself disjoined from everyone she had ever known before. She felt disjoined from her two sisters, who wrote to express a dutiful hope that she would be happy, and a surprise at her not having chosen a consort who was the hero of a richer accumulation of anecdote. She felt disjoined from Henrietta, who she was sure would come out too late on purpose to remonstrate. She felt disjoined from Lord Warburton, who would certainly console himself, and from Caspar Goodwood, who perhaps would not. She felt disjoined from her aunt, who had cold, shallow ideas about marriage, and from Ralph, whose talk about having great views for her was surely but a whimsical cover for a personal disappointment. Ralph apparently wished her not to marry at all. That was what it really meant, because he was amused with the spectacle of her adventures as a single woman. His disappointment made him say angry things about the man she had preferred even to him. Isabel flattered herself that she believed Ralph had been angry. It was the more easy for her to believe this because she accepted, as an incident of her lot, the idea that to prefer Gilbert Osmond as she preferred him was perforce to break all other ties. She tasted of the sweets of this preference, and they made her conscious, almost with awe, of the invidious and remorseless tide of the charmed and possessed condition, great as was the traditional honor and imputed virtue of being in love. It was the tragic part of happiness. One's right was always made of the wrong of someone else. The elation of success, which surely now flamed high in Osmond, emitted meanwhile very little smoke for so brilliant a blaze. Contentment, on his part, took no vulgar form. Excitement, in the most self-conscious of men, was a kind of ecstasy of self-control. This disposition, however, made him an admirable lover. It gave him a constant view of the smitten and dedicated state. He never forgot himself, and so he never forgot to be graceful and tender, to wear the appearance of stirred senses and deep intentions. He was immensely pleased with his young lady. Madame Merle had made him a present of incalculable value. What could be a finer thing to live with than a high spirit attuned to softness? For would not the softness be all for one's self, and the strenuousness for society, which admired the air of superiority? What could be a happier gift in a companion than a quick, fanciful mind which saved one repetitions and reflected one's thought on a polished, elegant surface? Osmond hated to see his thought reproduced literally. That made it look stale and stupid. He preferred it to be freshened in the reproduction, even as words, by music. His egotism had never taken the crude form of desiring a dull wife. This lady's intelligence was to be a silver plate, not an earthen one, a plate that he might heap up with ripe fruits, to which it would give a decorative value, so that talk might become for him a sort of served dessert. He found the silver quality in this perfection in Isabel. He could tap her imagination with his knuckle and make it ring. He knew perfectly, though he had not been told, that their union enjoyed little favor with the girl's relations, but he had always treated her so completely as an independent person that it hardly seemed necessary to express regret for the attitude of her family. Nevertheless, one morning he made an abrupt allusion to it. "It is the difference in our fortune they don't like," he said. "They think I am in love with your money." "Are you speaking of my aunt, of my cousin?" Isabel asked. "How do you know what they think?" "You have not told me they are pleased, and when I wrote to Mrs. Touchett the other day, she never answered my note. If they had been delighted, I should have had some sign of it, and the fact of my being poor and you rich is the most obvious explanation of their reserve. But of course, when a poor man marries a rich girl, he must be prepared for imputations. I don't mind them. I only care for one thing, for your not having the shadow of a doubt. I don't care what people of whom I ask nothing think. I have never so concerned myself, God forgive me, and why should I begin today, when I have taken to myself a compensation for everything? I won't pretend I am sorry you are rich. I am delighted. I delight in everything that is yours, whether it be money or virtue. Money is a horrid thing to follow, but a charming thing to meet. It seems to me, however, that I have sufficiently proved the limits of my itch for it. I never in my life tried to earn a penny, and I ought to be less subject to suspicion than most of the people one sees grubbing and grabbing. I suppose it is their business to suspect, that of your family. It is proper on the whole they should. They will like me better some day, so will you, for that matter. Meanwhile, my business is not to make myself bad blood, but simply to be thankful for life and love. It has made me better, loving you, he said on another occasion. It has made me wiser and easier, and I won't pretend to deny, brighter and nicer and even stronger. I used to want a great many things before, and to be angry I didn't have them. Theoretically, I was satisfied, as I once told you. I flattered myself I had limited my wants, but I was subject to irritation. I used to have morbid, sterile, hateful fits of hunger, of desire. Now I am really satisfied, because I can't think of anything better. It is just as when one has been trying to spell out a book in the twilight and suddenly the lamp comes in. I had been putting out my eyes over the book of life and finding nothing to reward me for my pains. But now that I can read it properly, I see it is a delightful story. My dear girl, I can't tell you how life seems to stretch there before us. What a long summer afternoon awaits us. It is the latter half of an Italian day, with a golden haze and the shadows just lengthening, and that divine delicacy in the light, the air, the landscape, which I have loved all my life and which you love today. Upon my honor, I don't see why we shouldn't get on. We have got what we like, to say nothing of having each other. We have the faculty of admiration and several capital convictions. We are not stupid, we are not mean, We are not under bonds to any kind of ignorance or dreariness. You are remarkably fresh, and I am remarkably well seasoned. We have my poor child to amuse us. We will try and make up some little life for her. It is all soft and mellow. It has the Italian coloring. They made a good many plans, but they left themselves also a good deal of latitude. It was a matter of course, however, that they should live for the present in Italy. It was in Italy that they had met. Italy had been a party to their first impressions of each other, and Italy should be a party to their happiness. Osmond had the attachment of old acquaintance, and Isabel the stimulus of new, which seemed to assure her a future at a high level of consciousness of the beautiful. The desire for unlimited expansion had been succeeded in her soul by the sense that life was vacant, without some private duty that might gather one's energies to a point. She had told Ralph she had seen life in a year or two, and that she was already tired, not of the act of living, but of that of observing. What had become of all her ardors, her aspirations, her theories, her high estimate of her independence, and her incipient conviction that she should never marry? These things had been absorbed in a more primitive need, a need the answer to which brushed away numberless questions, yet gratified infinite desires. It simplified the situation at a stroke. It came down from above like the light of the stars, and it needed no explanation. There was explanation enough in the fact that he was her lover, her own, and that she should be able to be of use to him. She could surrender to him with a kind of humility. She could marry him with a kind of pride. She was not only taking, she was giving. He brought Pansy with him 2 or 3 times to the Cascine. Pansy, who was very little taller than a year before, and not much older. That she would always be a child was the conviction expressed by her father, who held her by the hand when she was in her 16th year and told her to go and play while he sat down a little with the pretty lady. Pansy found pleasure in walking off with quick, short steps to the end of the alley, and then in walking back with a smile that seemed an appeal for approbation. Isabel approved in abundance, and the abundance had the personal touch that the child's affectionate nature craved. She watched her indications as if for herself also much depended on them. Pansy already so represented part of the service she could render, part of the responsibility she could face. Her father took so the childish view of her that he had not yet explained to her the new relation in which he stood to the elegant Miss Archer. "She doesn't know," he said to Isabel. "She doesn't guess. She thinks it perfectly natural that you and I should come and walk here together simply as good friends. There seems to me something enchantingly innocent in that. It is the way I like her to be. No, I am not a failure, as I used to think. I have succeeded in 2 things. I am to marry the woman I adore, and I have brought up my child as I wished, in the old way." He was very fond in all things of the old way. That had struck Isabel as one of his fine, quiet, sincere notes. "It occurs to me that you will not know whether you have succeeded until you have told her," she said. "You must see how she takes your news. She may be horrified. She may be jealous." "I am not afraid of that. She is too fond of you on her own account. I should like to leave her in the dark a little longer, to see if it will come into her head that if we are not engaged, we ought to be." Isabel was impressed by Osmond's artistic, the plastic view of Pansy's innocence. She was perhaps not the less pleased when he told her a few days later that he had communicated the fact to his daughter, who had made such a pretty little speech. "Oh, then I shall have a beautiful sister!" She was neither surprised nor alarmed. She had not cried, as he expected. "Perhaps she had guessed it," said Isabel. "Don't say that. I should be disgusted if I believed that. I thought it would be just a little shock, but the way she took it proves that her good manners are paramount. That is also what I wished. You shall see for yourself. Tomorrow she shall make you her congratulations in person." The meeting on the morrow took place at the Countess Gemini's, whither Pansy had been conducted by her father, who knew that Isabel was to come in the afternoon to return a visit made her by the Countess. Calling at Casa Touchette, the visitor had not found Isabel at home, but after our young woman had been ushered into the Countess's drawing room, Pansy arrived to say that her aunt would presently appear. Pansy was spending the day with that lady, who thought her of an age to begin to learn how to carry herself in company. It was Isabel's view that the little girl might have given lessons in deportment to her relative, and nothing could have justified this conviction more than the manner in which Pansy acquitted herself while they waited together for the Countess. Her father's decision, the year before, had finally been to send her back to the convent to receive the last graces, and Madame Catherine had evidently carried out her theory that Pansy was to be fitted for the great world. "Papa has told me that you have kindly consented to marry him," said this excellent woman's pupil. "It is very delightful. I think you will suit very well." "You think I shall suit you?" "You will suit me beautifully, but what I mean is that you and Papa will suit each other. You are both so quiet and so serious. You are not so quiet as he, or even as Madame Merle, but you are more quiet than many others. He should not, for instance, have a wife like my aunt. She is always in motion, in agitation, today especially. You will see when she comes in. They told us at the convent it was wrong to judge our elders, but I suppose there is no harm if we judge them favorably. You will be a delightful companion for Papa." "For you too, I hope," Isabel said. "I speak first of him on purpose. I have told you already what I myself think of you. I liked you from the first. I admire you so much that I think it will be a good fortune to have you always before me. You will be my model. I shall try to imitate you, though I am afraid it will be very feeble. I am very glad for Papa. He needed something more than me. Without you, I don't see how he could have got it. You will be my stepmother, but we mustn't use that word. They are always said to be cruel, but I don't think you will ever so much as pinch or even push me. I am not afraid at all." "My good little Pansy," said Isabel gently, "I shall be ever so kind to you." A vague, inconsequent vision of her coming in some odd way to need it had intervened with the effect of a chill. "Very well, then, I have nothing to fear," the child returned with her note of prepared promptitude. Her description of her aunt had not been incorrect. The Countess Gemini was further than ever from having folded her wings. She entered the room with a flutter through the air and kissed Isabel first on the forehead and then on each cheek, as if according to some ancient prescribed rite. She drew the visitor to a sofa and began to talk very much as if she were applying a series of considered touches to a composition of figures already sketched in. "If you expect me to congratulate you, I must beg you to excuse me. I don't suppose you care if I do or not. I believe you are supposed not to care, through being so clever, for all sorts of ordinary things. But I care myself if I tell fibs. I never tell them unless there is something rather good to be gained. I don't see what is to be gained with you, especially as you wouldn't believe me. I don't make professions any more than I make paper flowers or flouncy lampshades. I don't know how. My lampshades would be sure to take fire, my roses and my fibs to be larger than life. I am very glad for my own sake that you are to marry Osmond, but I won't pretend I am glad for yours. You are very brilliant. You know that is the way you are always spoken of. You are an heiress and very good-looking and original, not banal, so it is a good thing to have you in the family. Our family is very good, you know. Osmond will have told you that. I have great confidence in you. There are ever so many things I want to talk to you about. I never congratulate any girl on marrying. I think they ought to make it somehow not quite so awful a steel trap. I suppose Pansy oughtn't to hear all this, but that is what she has come to me for, to acquire the tone of society. There is no harm in her knowing what horrors she may be in for. When first I got an idea that my brother had designs on you, I thought of writing to you, to recommend you, in the strongest terms, not to listen to him. Then I thought it would be disloyal, and I hate anything of that kind. Besides, as I say, I was enchanted for myself, and after all I am very selfish. By the way, you won't respect me, not one little mite, and we shall never be intimate. I should like it, but you won't. Some day, all the same, we shall be better friends than you will believe at first. My husband will come and see you, though, as you probably know. He is on no sort of terms with Osmond. He is very fond of going to see pretty women, but I am not afraid of you. In the first place, I don't care what he does. In the second, you won't care a straw for him. He won't be a bit at any time your affair, and, stupid as he is, he will see you are not his. Some day, if you can stand it, I will tell you all about him. Do you think my niece ought to go out of the room? Pansy, go and practice a little in my boudoir. Let her stay, please, said Isabel. I would rather hear nothing that Pansy may not. Chapter 36. One afternoon of the autumn of 1876, toward dusk, a young man of pleasing appearance rang at the door of a small apartment on the third floor of an old Roman house. On its being opened, he inquired for Madame Merle. The servant ushered him into a diminutive drawing-room and requested the favor of his name. Mr. Edward Rosier, said the young man, who sat down to wait till his hostess should appear. The listener will perhaps not have forgotten that Mr. Rosier was an ornament of the American circle in Paris. He had spent a portion of several winters at Pau, and he might have continued for years to pay his annual visit to this charming resort. In the summer of 1876, however, an incident befell him which changed the current not only of his thoughts, but of his customary sequences. He passed a month in the Upper Engadine and encountered at St. Moritz a charming young girl. To this little person he began to pay particular attention. She struck him as exactly the household angel he had long been looking for. He was never precipitate, so he forbore for the present to declare his passion, but it seemed to him when they parted, the young lady to go down into Italy and her admirer to proceed to Geneva, that he should be romantically wretched if he were not to see her again. The simplest way to do so was to go in the autumn to Rome, where Miss Osmond was domiciled with her family. Mr. Rosier started on his pilgrimage to the Italian capital and reached it on the 1st of November. It was a pleasant thing to do, but for the young man there was a strain of the heroic in the enterprise. He might expose himself, unseasoned, to the poison of the Roman air. Fortune, however, favors the brave, and this adventurer, who took 3 grains of quinine a day, had at the end of a month no cause to deplore his temerity. He had made to a certain extent good use of his time. He had devoted it in vain to finding a flaw in Pansy Osmond's composition. She was admirably finished. She had had the last touch. She was really a consummate piece. He thought of her in amorous meditation a good deal, as he might have thought of a Dresden china shepherdess. Miss Osmond, indeed, in the bloom of her juvenility, had a hint of the rococo which Rosier, whose taste was predominantly for that manner, could not fail to appreciate. That he esteemed the productions of comparatively frivolous periods would have been apparent from the attention he bestowed upon Madame Merle's drawing-room. He had immediately put a glass into one eye and looked round, and then, "By Jove, she has some jolly good things," he had yearningly murmured. The room was small and densely filled with furniture. It gave an impression of faded silk and little statuettes which might totter if one moved. Rosier got up and wandered about with his careful tread, bending over the tables charged with knickknacks and the cushions embossed with princely arms. When Madame Merle came in, she found him standing before the fireplace, with his nose very close to the great lace flounce attached to the damask cover of the mantel. He had lifted it delicately, as if he were smelling it. "It is old Venetian," she said. "It is rather good. It is too good for this. You ought to wear it. They tell me you have some better in Paris, in the same situation." "Ah, but I can't wear mine," smiled the visitor. "I don't see why you shouldn't. I have better lace than that to wear." His eyes wandered lingeringly round the room again. "You have some very good things." "Yes, but I hate them." "Do you want to get rid of them?" the young man quickly asked. "No, it is good to have something to hate. One works it off." "I love my things," said Mr. Rosier as he sat there flushed with all his recognitions. "But it is not about them nor about yours that I came to talk to you." He paused a moment and then, with greater softness, "I care more for Miss Osmond than for all the trinkets in Europe." Madame Merle opened wide eyes. "Did you come to tell me that?" "I came to ask your advice." She looked at him with a friendly frown, stroking her chin with her large white hand. "A man in love, you know, doesn't ask advice." "Why not, if he is in a difficult position? That is often the case with a man in love. I have been in love before, and I know but never so much as this time. Really never so much. I should like particularly to know what you think of my prospects. I am afraid that for Mr. Osmond I am not, well, a real collector's piece." "Do you wish me to intercede?" Madame Merle asked with her fine arms folded and her handsome mouth drawn up to the left. "If you could say a good word for me, I should be greatly obliged. There will be no use in my troubling Miss Osmond unless I have good reason to believe her father will consent." "You are very considerate, that is in your favor, but you assume in rather an off-hand way that I think you a prize." "You have been very kind to me," said the young man. "That is why I came. I am always kind to people who have good Louis Quatorze. It is very rare now, and there is no telling what one may get by it." With which the left-hand corner of Madame Merle's mouth gave expression to the joke. But he looked, in spite of it, literally apprehensive and consistently strenuous. "Ah, I thought you liked me for myself." "I like you very much, but if you please, we won't analyze. Pardon me if I seem patronizing, but I think you a perfect little gentleman. I must tell you, however, that I have not the marrying of Pansy Osmond." "I didn't suppose that, but you have seemed to me intimate with her family, and I thought you might have influence." Madame Merle considered. "Whom do you call her family?" "Why, her father, and how do you say it in English? Her stepmother." "Mr. Osmond is her father, certainly, but his wife can scarcely be termed a member of her family. Mrs. Osmond has nothing to do with marrying her." "I am sorry for that," said Rosier with an amiable sigh of good faith. "I think Mrs. Osmond would favor me." "Very likely if her husband doesn't." He raised his eyebrows. "Does she take the opposite line from him?" "In everything. They think quite differently." "Well," said Rosier, "I am sorry for that, but it is none of my business. She is very fond of Pansy." "Yes, she is very fond of Pansy. And Pansy has a great affection for her. She has told me how she loves her as if she were her own mother." "You must, after all, have had some very intimate talk with the poor child," said Madame Merle. "Have you declared your sentiments?" "Never!" cried Rosier, lifting his neatly gloved hand. "Never till I have assured myself of those of the parents." "You always wait for that? You have excellent principles. You observe the proprieties." "I think you are laughing at me," the young man murmured, dropping back in his chair and feeling his small mustache. "I didn't expect that of you, Madame Merle." She shook her head calmly, like a person who saw things as she saw them. "You don't do me justice. I think your conduct in excellent taste and the best you could adopt. Yes, that is what I think." "I wouldn't agitate her, only to agitate her. I love her too much for that," said Ned Rosier. "I am glad, after all, that you have told me," Madame Merle went on. "Leave it to me a little. I think I can help you." "I said you were the person to come to," her visitor cried with prompt elation. "You were very clever," Madame Merle returned more dryly. "When I say I can help you, I mean once assuming your cause to be good. Let us think a little if it is." "I am awfully decent, you know," said Rosier earnestly. "I won't say I have no faults, but I'll say I have no vices. All that is negative, and it always depends also on what people call vices. What is the positive side? What is the virtuous? What have you got besides your Spanish lace and your Dresden teacups?" "I have a comfortable little fortune, about 40,000 francs a year. With the talent I have for arranging, we can live beautifully on such an income." "Beautifully, no. Sufficiently, yes. Even that depends on where you live." "Well, in Paris, I would undertake it in Paris." Madame Merle's mouth rose to the left. "It wouldn't be famous. You would have to make use of the teacups, and they would get broken." "We don't want to be famous. If Miss Osmond should have everything pretty, it would be enough. When one is as pretty as she, one can afford, well, quite cheap pottery. She ought never to wear anything but muslin, without the sprig," said Rosier reflectively. "Wouldn't you even allow her the sprig? She would be much obliged to you at any rate for that theory." "It is the correct one, I assure you, and I am sure she would enter into it. She understands all that. That is why I love her. She is a very good little girl and most tidy, also extremely graceful, but her father, to the best of my belief, can give her nothing." Rosier scarce demurred. I don't in the least desire that he should, but I may remark all the same that he lives like a rich man. The money is his wife's. She brought him a large fortune. Mrs. Osmond then is very fond of her stepdaughter. She may do something. For a love-sick swain, you have your eyes about you, Madame Merle exclaimed with a laugh. I esteem a dowry very much. I can do without it, but I esteem it. Mrs. Osmond, Madame Merle went on, will probably prefer to keep her money for her own children. Her own children? Surely she has none. She may have yet. She had a poor little boy who died 2 years ago, 6 months after his birth. Others therefore may come. I hope they will if it will make her happy. She is a splendid woman. Madame Merle failed to burst into speech. Ah, about her there is much to be said. Splendid as you like. We have not exactly made out that you are a catch. The absence of vices is hardly a source of income. Pardon me, I think it may be, said Rosier quite lucidly. You will be a touching couple, living on your innocence. I think you underrate me. You are not so innocent as that. Seriously, said Madame Merle. Of course, 40,000 francs a year and a nice character are a combination to be considered. I don't say it is to be jumped at, but there might be a worse offer. Mr. Osmond, however, will probably incline to believe he can do better. He can do so, perhaps, but what can his daughter do? She can't do better than marry the man she loves. For she does, you know, Rosier added eagerly. She does, I know it. Ah, cried the young man, I said you were the person to come to. But I don't know how you know it, if you haven't asked her, Madame Merle went on. In such a case there is no need of asking and telling. As you say, we are an innocent couple. How did you know it? I who am not innocent, by being very crafty. Leave it to me, I'll find out for you. Rosier got up and stood smoothing his hat. You say that rather coldly. Don't simply find out how it is, but try to make it as it should be. I'll do my best. I'll try to make the most of your advantages. Thank you so very much. Meanwhile, then, I'll say a word to Mrs. Osmond. Take care you do not, and Madame Merle was on her feet. Don't set her going, or you will spoil everything. Rosier gazed into his hat. He wondered whether his hostess had been after all the right person to come to. I don't think I understand you. I am an old friend of Mrs. Osmond, and I think she would like me to succeed. Be an old friend as much as you like. The more old friends she has, the better, for she doesn't get on very well with some of her new. But don't for the present try to make her take up the cudgels for you. Her husband may have other views, and as a person who wishes her well, I advise you not to multiply points of difference between them. Poor Rosier's face assumed an expression of alarm. A suit for the hand of Pansy Osmond was even a more complicated business than his taste for proper transitions had allowed. But the extreme good sense which he concealed under a surface suggesting that of a careful owner's best set came to his assistance. I don't see that I am bound to consider Mr. Osmond so very much, he exclaimed. No, but you should consider her. You say you are an old friend. Would you make her suffer? Not for the world. Then be very careful, and let the matter alone till I have taken a few soundings. Let the matter alone, dear Madame Merle. Remember that I am in love. Oh, you won't burn up. Why did you come to me if you are not to heed what I say? You are very kind. I will be very good, the young man promised. But I am afraid Mr. Osmond is pretty hard, he added in his mild voice as he went to the door. Madame Merle gave a short laugh. It has been said before, but his wife isn't easy either. Ah, she is a splendid woman, Ned Rosier repeated for departure. He resolved that his conduct should be worthy of an aspirant who was already a model of discretion, but he saw nothing in any pledge he had given Madame Merle that made it improper he should keep himself in spirits by an occasional visit to Miss Osmond's home. He reflected constantly on what his adviser had said to him, and turned over in his mind the impression of her rather circumspect tone. It was possible he had been precipitate. He found difficulty in thinking of himself as rash. He had incurred this reproach so rarely. But it certainly was true that he had known Madame Merle only for the last month, and that his thinking her a delightful woman was not, when one came to look into it, a reason for assuming that she would be eager to push Pansy Osmond into his arms. She had indeed shown him benevolence, and she was a person of consideration among the girl's people. She had a rather striking appearance of being intimate without being familiar, but possibly he had exaggerated these advantages. There was no particular reason why she should take trouble for him. A charming woman was charming to everyone, and Rosier felt rather a fool when he thought of his having appealed to her on the ground that she had distinguished him. Very likely, though she had appeared to say it in joke, she was really only thinking of his trinkets. Had it come into her head that he might offer her 2 or 3 of the gems of his collection? If she would only help him to marry Miss Osmond, he would present her with his whole museum. He could hardly say so to her outright. It would seem too gross a bribe, but he should like her to believe it. It was with these thoughts that he went again to Mrs. Osmond's, Mrs. Osmond having an evening she had taken the Thursday of each week, when his presence could be accounted for on general principles of civility. The object of Mr. Rosier's well-regulated affection dwelt in a high house in the very heart of Rome. It was a dark and massive structure overlooking a sunny plaza in the neighborhood of the Farnese Palace. In a palace, too, little Pansy lived, a palace by Roman measure, but a dungeon to poor Rosier's apprehensive mind. It seemed to him of evil omen that the young lady he wished to marry, and whose fastidious father he doubted of his ability to conciliate, should be immured in a kind of domestic fortress. It was a pile which bore a stern old Roman name, which smelt of historic deeds, of crime and craft and violence. In a less preoccupied frame of mind, he could have done justice to the Palazzo Roccanera. He could have entered into the sentiment of Mrs. Osmond, who had once told him that on settling themselves in Rome, she and her husband had chosen this habitation for the love of local color. It had local color enough, and though he knew less about architecture than about Limoges enamels, he could see that the proportions of the windows and even the details of the cornice had quite the grand air. But Rosier was haunted by the conviction that at picturesque periods young girls had been shut up there to keep them from their true loves, and then, under the threat of being thrown into convents, had been forced into unholy marriages. There was one point, however, to which he always did justice when once he found himself in Mrs. Osmond's warm, rich-looking reception rooms, which were on the 2nd floor. He acknowledged that these people were very strong in good things. It was a taste of Osmond's own, not at all of hers. This she had told him the first time he came to the house. After asking himself for a quarter of an hour whether they had even better French than he in Paris, he was obliged on the spot to admit that they had, very much. He vanquished his envy, as a gentleman should, to the point of expressing to his hostess his pure admiration of her treasures. He learned from Mrs. Osmond that her husband had made a large collection before their marriage, and that, though he had annexed a number of fine pieces within the last 3 years, he had achieved his greatest finds at a time when he had not the advantage of her advice. Rosier interpreted this information according to principles of his own. For advice read cash, he said to himself. The fact that Gilbert Osmond had landed his highest prizes during his impecunious season confirmed his most cherished doctrine, the doctrine that a collector may freely be poor if he be only patient. In general, when Rosier presented himself on a Thursday evening, his first recognition was for the walls of the saloon. There were 3 or 4 objects his eyes really yearned for. But after his talk with Madame Merle, he felt the extreme seriousness of his position. And now, when he came in, he looked about for the daughter of the house with such eagerness as might be permitted a gentleman whose smile, as he crossed a threshold, always took everything comfortable for granted. Chapter 37. Now we begin Chapter 37. Pansy was not in the first of the rooms. It was a large apartment with a high ceiling and walls covered in old red damask. This was where Mrs. Osmond usually sat, though she was not in her customary place tonight. A circle of more intimate friends had gathered about the fire. The room was soft with subdued light and the scent of flowers. Pansy was presumably in the next room, where tea was served. Osmond stood before the fireplace, leaning back with his hands behind him. He had one foot up, warming the sole of his shoe. Half a dozen people were scattered near him, talking, but he was not part of the conversation. His eyes had an expression that seemed to say he was engaged with thoughts more worthy than the people around him. Edward Rosier entered unannounced. He failed to catch Osmond's attention. Rosier was very polite, and even though he knew he had come to see the wife, not the husband, he went up to shake hands with him. Osmond put out his left hand without changing his comfortable position. "How do you do?" Osmond said. "My wife is somewhere about." "Never fear, I shall find her," said Rosier cheerfully. Osmond looked at him keenly. He had never in his life felt himself so efficiently observed. Rosier thought to himself that Madame Merle must have told Osmond about his intentions, and that Osmond did not like it. He hoped Madame Merle was there, but she was not in sight. Rosier had never particularly delighted in Gilbert Osmond. He fancied the man gave himself airs, but Rosier was polite and needed to be in the right. He looked around the room and smiled. "I saw a jolly good piece of porcelain today," Rosier said. Osmond said nothing at first. Then, while he warmed his boot sole, he replied, "I don't care a fig for porcelain." "I hope you are not losing your interest," asked Rosier. "In old pots and plates, yes, I am losing my interest." Rosier momentarily forgot the delicacy of his position. "You are not thinking of parting with a piece or two?" "No, I am not thinking of parting with anything at all, Mr. Rosier," said Osmond, staring at his visitor. "Ah, you want to keep, but not to add," Rosier remarked brightly. "Exactly, I have nothing I wish to match." Poor Rosier realized he had blushed. He was distressed by his lack of confidence. "Ah, well, I have," was all he could murmur. He turned away and went to the adjoining room. There he met Mrs. Osmond coming out of a deep doorway. She was dressed in black velvet. She looked high and splendid, and yet radiantly gentle. Mrs. Osmond struck our young man as the picture of a gracious lady. "You see, I am very regular," Rosier said. "Yes, I have known you longer than anyone here," she replied, "but we must not indulge in tender memories. I want to introduce you to a young lady." "Ah, please, what young lady?" Rosier asked. He was immensely obliging, but this was not what he had come for. "She sits there by the fire in pink and has no one to speak to." Rosier hesitated. "Can't Mr. Osmond speak to her? He is within 6 feet of her." Mrs. Osmond hesitated too. "She is not very lively, and he doesn't like dull people." "But she is good enough for me." "Ah, now, that is hard." "I only mean that you have ideas for two, and then you are so obliging." "So is your husband." "No, he is not, to me," Mrs. Osmond said, vaguely smiling. "That is a sign he should be doubly so to other women." "So I tell him," she said, still smiling. "You see, I want some tea," Rosier went on, looking wistfully beyond her. "That is perfect. Go and give some to my young lady." "Very good," Rosier said. "But after that I will abandon her to her fate. The simple truth is I am dying to have a little talk with Miss Osmond." "Ah," said Isabel, turning away, "I can't help you there." 5 minutes later, Rosier handed a teacup to the girl in pink. He wondered if he had broken his promise to Madame Merle by telling Mrs. Osmond he wanted to talk to Pansy. The fate to which he had threatened to abandon the girl in pink proved not so terrible, for Pansy Osmond came and talked to her. Rosier sat moodily, watching his small sweetheart. If we look at Pansy now through his eyes, we see a young lady of 19. She was dressed with great freshness, but her smart attire looked as if it were lent to her for the occasion. Edward Rosier was just the man to note these details. "No, she is unique," he used to say to himself. He thought she was delightfully old-fashioned. Her anxious eyes, her charming lips, her slender figure were as touching as a childish prayer. He had an acute desire to know just how much she liked him. The mother of the girl in pink came to carry her daughter off to other triumphs. Now Rosier was virtually alone with Pansy. He had never been alone with her before. It was a great moment. Rosier felt nervous. There was another room beyond, a small room that had been thrown open and lighted but remained empty. It was upholstered in pale yellow. Through the open door it looked like a temple of love. Rosier asked Pansy if he might go and look at the yellow room. He asked her to show it to him. "Certainly you may go," said Pansy, "and if you like I will show you." She was not in the least frightened. "That is just what I hoped you would say. You are so very kind," Rosier murmured. They went in together. Rosier thought the room very ugly and cold. "It is not for winter evenings, it is more for summer," Pansy explained. "It is Papa's taste." Rosier looked about him. "Doesn't Mrs. Osmond care how her rooms are done? Has she no taste?" "Oh yes, a great deal," said Pansy. "But it is more for literature and conversation. But Papa cares also for those things. I think he knows everything." Rosier was silent a little. Then he broke out. "There is one thing I am sure he knows. He knows that when I come here it is really to see you." "To see me?" Pansy raised her vaguely troubled eyes. "To see you. That is what I come for," Rosier repeated. Pansy stood looking at him, simply and openly. A blush was not needed to make her face more modest. "I thought it was for that." "And it was not disagreeable to you?" "I couldn't tell, I didn't know. You never told me," said Pansy. "I was afraid of offending you." "You don't offend me," the young girl murmured, smiling as if an angel had kissed her. "You like me then, Pansy?" Rosier asked very gently. "Yes, I like you." They had walked to the chimney-piece where a big clock sat. They were well within the room and out of sight. The tone in which she spoke seemed to him the very breath of nature. His only answer could be to take her hand and hold it a moment. Then he raised it to his lips. She submitted with her pure, trusting smile. She liked him. She had liked him all the while. "You are very dear to me," he murmured. She looked a moment at her hand where he had kissed it. "Did you say Papa knows?" "You told me just now he knows everything." "I think you must make sure," said Pansy. "Ah, my dear, when once I am sure of you," Rosier murmured in her ear. She turned back to the other rooms with a little air of consistency. The other rooms had become conscious of the arrival of Madame Merle. Wherever she went, she produced an impression. On this occasion she was very quiet. After embracing Mrs. Osmond, she sat down on a small sofa to commune with the master of the house. "He came nearly an hour ago," Osmond said to her, "but he has disappeared." "And where is Pansy?" asked Madame Merle. "In the other room. There are several people there." "Do you wish to see him?" Osmond asked in a pointless tone. Madame Merle looked at him a moment. "Yes, I should like to say to him that I have told you what he wants, and that it interests you but feebly." "Don't tell him that. He will try to interest me more, which is exactly what I don't want. Tell him I hate his proposal." "But you don't hate it." "It doesn't signify. I don't love it. I let him see that myself this evening. I was rude to him on purpose. That sort of thing is a great bore. There is no hurry." "I will tell him that you will take time and think it over," said Madame Merle. "No, don't do that. He will hang on." Madame Merle dropped her eyes. "He is a gentleman. He has a charming temper, and after all, an income of 40,000 francs. "It is misery, genteel misery," Osmond broke in. "It is not what I have dreamed of for Pansy." "Very good, then. He has promised me not to speak to her." "Do you believe him?" Osmond asked absent-mindedly. "Perfectly. Pansy has thought a great deal about him, but I don't suppose you consider that that matters." "I don't consider it matters at all, but neither do I believe she has thought of him." "That opinion is more convenient," said Madame Merle quietly. "Has she told you she is in love with him?" "For what do you take her? And for what do you take me?" Osmond raised his foot and rested his slim ankle on the other knee. He gazed a while before him. "This kind of thing doesn't find me unprepared. It is what I educated her for. It was all for this, that when such a case should come up, she should do what I prefer. I am not afraid that she will not do it." "Well then, where is the hitch?" "I don't see any, but all the same, I recommend you not to get rid of Mr. Rosier. Keep him on hand, he may be useful." A long pause followed. Before it had ended, Madame Merle saw Pansy come out of the adjoining room, followed by Edward Rosier. The girl advanced a few steps and then stopped and stood looking at Madame Merle and at her father. "He has spoken to her," Madame Merle said to Osmond. Her companion never turned his head. So much for your belief in his promises. He ought to be horsewhipped. Osmond got up. He took a sharp look at his daughter. It doesn't matter, he murmured, turning away. Pansy came up to Madame Merle with her little manner of unfamiliar politeness. Madame Merle's reception was not intimate. She simply rose from the sofa and gave a friendly smile. You are very late, the young creature said gently. My dear child, I am never later than I intend to be. Madame Merle moved toward Edward Rosier. He came to meet her and whispered quickly, I have spoken to her. I know it, Mr. Rosier. Did she tell you? Yes, she told me. Behave properly for the rest of the evening and come and see me tomorrow at 5:15. She turned her back to him with a degree of contempt. Rosier had no intention of speaking to Osmond. He instinctively wandered toward Isabel, who sat talking with an old lady. You said just now you wouldn't help me, he began to Mrs. Osmond. Perhaps you will feel differently when you know. Isabel met his hesitation. When I know what? That she is all right. What do you mean by that? Well, that we have come to an understanding. She is all wrong, said Isabel. It won't do. Poor Rosier gazed at her half pleadingly, half angrily. I have never been treated so, he said. What is there against me, after all? That is not the way I am usually considered. I could have married 20 times. It is a pity you didn't. I don't mean 20 times, but once, comfortably, Isabel added, smiling kindly. You are not rich enough for Pansy. She doesn't care a straw for one's money. No, but her father does. Ah, yes, he has proved that, cried the young man. Isabel got up, turning away from him. He occupied himself for the next 10 minutes in pretending to look at Gilbert Osmond's collection of miniatures. He searched again for Pansy, but she had disappeared. Before leaving, he spoke once more to Isabel. I referred to Mr. Osmond as I shouldn't have done a while ago, he began, but you must remember my situation. I don't remember what you said, she answered coldly. Ah, you are offended, and now you will never help me. She was silent an instant, and then changed her tone. It is not that I won't, I simply can't. Her manner was almost passionate. If you could, just a little, I would never again speak of your husband save as an angel. The inducement is great, said Isabel gravely. She gave him a look straight in the eyes which was inscrutable. It made him remember somehow that he had known her as a child. It was keener than he liked, and he took himself off. Chapter 38. Now we begin chapter 38. He went to see Madame Merle on the morrow, and to his surprise, she let him off rather easily. But she made him promise that he would stop there until something should have been decided. Mr. Osmond had higher expectations. Madame Merle advised Mr. Rosier not to take a tone of criticism. If he would possess his soul in patience, he might arrive at his felicity. Mr. Osmond was not favorable to his suit, but it wouldn't be a miracle if he should gradually come round. Pansy would never defy her father, he might depend on that, so nothing was to be gained by haste. Mr. Osmond needed to accustom his mind to an offer of a sort that he had not hitherto entertained, and this result must come of itself. Rosier remarked that his own situation would be the most uncomfortable in the world, and Madame Merle assured him that she felt for him. She declared there would be no use in his writing to Gilbert Osmond. He wished the matter dropped for a few weeks, and would himself write when he should have anything to communicate. He doesn't like your having spoken to Pansy. Ah, he doesn't like it at all, said Madame Merle. I am perfectly willing to give him a chance to tell me so. If you do that, he will tell you more than you care to hear. Go to the house for the next month, as little as possible, and leave the rest to me. As little as possible, who is to measure the possibility? Let me measure it. Go on Thursday evenings with the rest of the world, but don't go at all at odd times, and don't fret about Pansy. I will see that she understands everything. She is a calm little nature. She will take it quietly. Edward Rosier fretted about Pansy a good deal, but he did as he was advised, and awaited another Thursday evening before returning to Palazzo Roccanera. There had been a party at dinner, so that though he went early, the company was already tolerably numerous. Osmond, as usual, was in the first room near the fire, staring straight at the door, so that, not to be distinctly uncivil, Rosier had to go and speak to him. "I am glad that you can take a hint," Pansy's father said, slightly closing his keen, conscious eyes. "I take no hints, but I took a message as I supposed it to be." "You took it? Where did you take it?" It seemed to poor Rosier he was being insulted. "Madame Merle gave me a message from you, to the effect that you declined to give me the opportunity I desire, the opportunity to explain my wishes to you." "I don't see what Madame Merle has to do with it. Why did you apply to Madame Merle?" "I asked her for an opinion. I did so because she had seemed to me to know you very well." "She doesn't know me so well as she thinks," said Osmond. "I am sorry for that, because she has given me some little ground for hope." Osmond stared into the fire a moment. "I set a great price on my daughter. You can't set a higher one than I do. Don't I prove it by wishing to marry her?" "I wish to marry her very well," Osmond went on with a dry impertinence. "Of course I pretend she would marry well in marrying me. She couldn't marry a man who loves her more." "I am not bound to accept your theories as to whom my daughter loves." Osmond looked up with a quick, cold smile. "I am not theorizing. Your daughter has spoken." "Not to me," Osmond continued, dropping his eyes to his boot toes. "I have her promise, sir," cried Rosier with the sharpness of exasperation. As their voices had been pitched very low before, such a note attracted some attention from the company. Osmond waited till this little movement had subsided. Then he said, all undisturbed, "I think she has no recollection of having given it." They had been standing with their faces to the fire, and after he had uttered these last words, the master of the house turned round again to the room. Before Rosier had time to reply, he perceived that a gentleman, a stranger, had just come in, unannounced, according to the Roman custom, and was about to present himself to his host. The visitor had a handsome face and a large, fair beard, and was evidently an Englishman. "You apparently don't recognize me," he said with a smile that expressed more than Osmond's. "Ah, yes, now I do. I expected so little to see you." Rosier departed and went in direct pursuit of Pansy. He sought her in the neighboring room, but he again encountered Mrs. Osmond in his path. He gave his hostess no greeting. He was too righteously indignant. "Your husband is awfully cold-blooded," he said. She gave the same mystical smile he had noticed before. "You can't expect everyone to be as hot as yourself." "I don't pretend to be cold, but I am cool. What has he been doing to his daughter?" "I have no idea." "Don't you take any interest?" Rosier demanded. For a moment she answered nothing. Then, "No," she said abruptly. "Pardon me if I don't believe that. Where's Miss Osmond?" "In the corner making tea. Please leave her there." Rosier instantly discovered his friend, who had been hidden by intervening groups. He watched her, but her own attention was entirely given to her occupation. "What on earth has he done to her?" he asked again imploringly. "He declares to me she has given me up." "She has not given you up," Isabel said in a low tone and without looking at him. "Ah, thank you for that. Now I will leave her alone as long as you think proper." He had hardly spoken when he became aware that Osmond was coming toward her, accompanied by the gentleman who had just entered. He judged the latter, in spite of the advantage of good looks and evident social experience, a little embarrassed. "Isabel," said her husband, "I bring you an old friend." Mrs. Osmond's face, though it wore a smile, was, like her old friend's, not perfectly confident. "I am very happy to see Lord Warburton," she said. Rosier turned away. He had a quick impression that Mrs. Osmond wouldn't notice what he did. Isabel, in fact, for some time quite ceased to observe him. She had been startled. Lord Warburton, however, was plainly quite sure of his own sense of the matter. He was heavier than of yore and looked older. "I suppose you didn't expect to see me," he said. "I have but just arrived. I have lost no time in coming to pay you my respects. I knew you were at home on Thursdays." "You see, the fame of your Thursdays has spread to England," Osmond remarked to his wife. "It is very kind of Lord Warburton to come so soon. We are greatly flattered," Isabel said. "Ah well, it is better than stopping in one of those horrible inns. Osmond went on. The hotel seems very good. I think it is the same at which I saw you 4 years since. You know it was here in Rome that we first met. It is a long time ago. Do you remember where I bade you goodbye? His lordship asked of his hostess. It was in the Capitol, in the first room. I remember that myself, said Osmond. I was there at the time. Yes, I remember you there. I was very sorry to leave Rome. So sorry that somehow or other it became almost a dismal memory, and I have never cared to come back till today. But I knew you were living here, her old friend went on to Isabel. It must be a charming place to live in. We should have been glad to see you at any time, Osmond observed with propriety. Thank you very much. I haven't been out of England since then. Till a month ago, I really supposed my travels over. I have heard of you from time to time, said Isabel. I hope you have heard no harm. My life has been a remarkably complete blank. Like the good rains in history, Osmond suggested. He appeared to think his duties as a host now terminated. I will leave you and Mrs. Osmond together, he added. You have reminiscences into which I don't enter. I am afraid you lose a good deal, Lord Warburton called after him. Then the visitor turned on Isabel a deeper look. I am really very glad to see you. It is very pleasant. You are very kind. Do you know that you are changed a little? She just hesitated. Yes, a good deal. I don't mean for the worse, of course, and yet how can I say for the better? I think I shall have no scruple in saying that to you, she bravely returned. Ah well, for me, it is a long time. It would be a pity there shouldn't be something to show for it. They sat down and she asked him about his sisters. He answered her questions as if they interested him, and in a few moments she saw, or believed she saw, that he would press with less of his whole weight than of yore. There is something I must tell you without more delay, he resumed. I have brought Ralph Touchett with me. Brought him with you? Isabel's surprise was great. He is at the hotel. He was too tired to come out and has gone to bed. I will go to see him, she immediately said. That is exactly what I hoped you would do. I had an idea you hadn't seen much of him since your marriage, that in fact your relations were a little more formal. That is why I hesitated, like an awkward Briton. I am as fond of Ralph as ever, Isabel answered. But why has he come to Rome? Because he is very far gone, Mrs. Osmond. Rome, then, is no place for him. I heard from him that he had determined to give up his custom of wintering abroad and to remain in England. Poor fellow, he doesn't succeed with the artificial climate. I went to see him 3 weeks ago at Gardencourt and found him thoroughly ill. He has been getting worse every year, and now he has no strength left. He suddenly took it into his head to start for Sicily. I didn't believe in it, neither did the doctors. His mother, as I suppose you know, is in America, so there was no one to prevent him. He stuck to his idea. I wanted him at least to go by sea to save fatigue, but he said he hated the sea and wished to stop at Rome. After that, though I thought it all rubbish, I made up my mind to come with him. I am acting as, what do you call it in America, as a kind of moderator. We left England a fortnight ago, and he has been very bad on the way. He can't keep warm. I wanted him to take with him some clever fellow, I mean some sharp young doctor, but he wouldn't hear of it. If you don't mind my saying so, I think it was a most extraordinary time for Mrs. Touchett to decide on going to America. Isabel had listened eagerly. Her face was full of pain and wonder. My aunt does that at fixed periods and lets nothing turn her aside. I think she would have started if Ralph had been dying. I sometimes think he is dying, Lord Warburton said. Isabel sprang up. I will go to him then now. He checked her. I don't mean I thought so tonight. On the contrary, today, in the train, he seemed particularly well. The idea of our reaching Rome gave him strength. An hour ago, when I bade him good night, he told me he was very tired but very happy. Go to him in the morning, that is all I mean. I didn't tell him I was coming here. It occurred to me to come in and tell you he is here. Let alone that I wanted to see you myself, her visitor gallantly added. I don't understand Ralph's plan. It seems to me very wild, she said. I was glad to think of him between those thick walls at Gardencourt. He was completely alone there. The thick walls were his only company. "You went to see him. You have been extremely kind." "Oh dear, I had nothing to do," said Lord Warburton. "We hear, on the contrary, that you are doing great things. Everyone speaks of you as a great statesman, and I am perpetually seeing your name in the Times. You are apparently as wild a radical as ever." "I don't feel nearly so wild. You know the world has come round to me. Touchek calls me the king of the Goths, says I have down to the details of my personal appearance every sign of the brute. So you see there is life in him yet." Isabel perceived that after a little Lord Warburton would tire of that subject. She was more and more able to say to herself that he had recovered. He had been for her, of old, such an image of urgency, of insistence, that his reappearance at first menaced her with a new trouble. But she was now reassured. He told her he had been immensely interested in hearing of her marriage and that it was a great pleasure for him to make Mr. Osmond's acquaintance. The only thing he implied was that they were old friends, intimate friends. "Well, now, I suppose you're very happy and all that sort of thing." Isabel answered with a quick laugh. "Do you suppose if I were not, I would tell you?" "Well, I don't know. I don't see why not." "I do then. Fortunately, however, I am very happy." "You've got an awfully good house." "Yes, it is very pleasant, but that is not my merit, it is my husband's." "You mean he has arranged it?" "Yes, it was nothing when we came." "He must be very clever." "He has a genius for upholstery," said Isabel. "There is a great rage for that sort of thing now, but you must have a taste of your own." "I enjoy things when they are done, but I have no ideas. I can never propose anything." "Do you mean you accept what others propose?" "Very willingly, for the most part." "That is a good thing to know. I shall propose to you something." "It will be very kind. I must say, however, that I have in a few small ways a certain initiative. I should like, for instance, to introduce you to some of these people." "Oh, please don't. I prefer sitting here, unless it be to that young lady in the blue dress. She has a charming face." "The one talking to the rosy young man, that is my husband's daughter." "Lucky man, your husband. What a dear little maid." "You must make her acquaintance." "In a moment, with pleasure. I like looking at her from here." He ceased to look at her, however, very soon. His eyes constantly reverted to Mrs. Osmond. "Do you know I was wrong just now in saying you had changed?" he presently went on. "You seem to me, after all, very much the same." "And yet I find it a great change to be married," said Isabel with mild gaiety. "It affects most people more than it has affected you. You see, I haven't gone in for that." "It rather surprises me." "You ought to understand it, Mrs. Osmond, but I do want to marry," he added more simply. "It ought to be very easy," Isabel said, rising. Edward Rosier had meanwhile seated himself on an ottoman beside Pansy's tea-table. He pretended at first to talk to her about trifles, and she asked him who was the new gentleman conversing with her stepmother. "He is an English lord," said Rosier. "I don't know more." "I wonder if he will have some tea. The English are so fond of tea." "Never mind that. I have something particular to say to you." "Don't speak so loud. Everyone will hear," said Pansy. "They won't hear if you continue to look that way, as if your only thought in life was the wish the kettle would boil." "It has just been filled. The servants never know." "Do you know what your father said to me just now? That you didn't mean what you said a week ago." "I don't mean everything I say. How can a young girl do that? But I mean what I say to you." "He told me you had forgotten me." "Ah, no, I don't forget," said Pansy, showing her pretty teeth in a fixed smile. "Then everything is just the very same." "Ah, no, not the very same. Papa has been terribly severe." "What has he done to you?" "He asked me what you had done to me, and I told him everything. Then he forbade me to marry you." "You needn't mind that." "Oh yes, I must indeed. I can't disobey Papa." "Not for one who loves you as I do, and whom you pretend to love." She raised the lid of the teapot, gazing into this vessel for a moment. Then she dropped 6 words into its aromatic depths. "I love you just as much." "What good will that do me?" Ah, said Pansy, raising her sweet, vague eyes. I don't know that. You disappoint me, groaned poor Rosier. She was silent a little. She handed a teacup to a servant. Please don't talk any more. Is this to be all my satisfaction? Papa said I was not to talk with you. Do you sacrifice me like that? Ah, it is too much. I wish you would wait a little, said the girl in a voice just distinct enough to betray a quaver. Of course I will wait if you will give me hope, but you take my life away. I will not give you up. Oh no, Pansy went on. He will try and make you marry someone else. I will never do that. What then are we to wait for? She hesitated again. I will speak to Mrs. Osmond and she will help us. She won't help us much, she is afraid. Afraid of what? Of your father, I suppose. Pansy shook her little head. She is not afraid of anyone. We must have patience. Ah, that is an awful word, Rosier groaned. He was deeply disconcerted. Oblivious of the customs of good society, he dropped his head into his hands. Presently he became aware of a good deal of movement about him, and as he looked up, saw Pansy making a curtsy to the English lord whom Mrs. Osmond had introduced. Chapter 41. Now we begin Chapter 41. Osmond touched on this matter that evening for the first time, coming very late into the drawing-room where she was sitting alone. They had spent the evening at home, and Pansy had gone to bed. He himself had been sitting since dinner in a small apartment, which he called his study. At 10 o'clock, Lord Warburton had come in, as he always did when he knew from Isabel that she was to be at home. He sat for half an hour. Isabel said very little to him, on purpose. She wished him to talk with her stepdaughter. She pretended to read. She had come little by little to think well of the idea of Pansy's becoming the wife of the master of beautiful Lachla. Madame Merle that afternoon had applied the match to an accumulation of inflammable material. When Isabel was unhappy, she always looked about her for some form of positive exertion. She could never rid herself of the sense that unhappiness was a state of disease. To do would therefore be an escape. She wished to convince herself that she had done everything possible to content her husband. It would please him greatly to see Pansy married to an English nobleman, and justly please him, since this nobleman was so sound a character. It seemed to Isabel that if she could make it her duty to bring about such an event, she should play the part of a good wife. Such an undertaking had other recommendations. It would occupy her, and she desired occupation. It would even amuse her, and if she could really amuse herself, she perhaps might be saved. Lastly, it would be a service to Lord Warburton, who evidently pleased himself greatly with the charming girl. It was a little weird he should, being what he was, but there was no accounting for such impressions. Pansy might captivate anyone at least but Lord Warburton. Isabel would have thought her too small, too slight, perhaps even too artificial for that. But if he had cared for her, it might seem odd he should care for Pansy, who was so different. Or, if he had cared for Isabel, he had completely got over it, and it was natural that he should think something of quite another sort might succeed. Enthusiasm, as I say, had not come at first to Isabel, but it came today and made her feel almost happy. It was astonishing what happiness she could still find in the idea of procuring a pleasure for her husband. It was a pity, however, that Edward Rosier had crossed their path. At this reflection, the light that had suddenly gleamed upon that path lost something of its brightness. Isabel was unfortunately as sure that Pansy thought Mr. Rosier the nicest of all the young men. It was very tiresome she should be so sure when she had carefully abstained from informing herself. He was certainly very inferior to Lord Warburton. The young American was really so light a weight. It may seem to the listener that Mrs. Osmond had grown of a sudden strangely cynical, for she ended by saying to herself that this difficulty could probably be arranged. Isabel was perfectly aware that she had not taken the measure of Pansy's tenacity, which might prove to be inconveniently great, but she inclined to see her as rather letting go, under suggestion, than as clutching under deprecation. She had certainly the faculty of assent developed in a very much higher degree than that of protest. Lord Warburton would do as well as Mr. Rosier. especially as she seemed quite to like him. She had expressed this sentiment to Isabel without a single reservation. He had told her all about India. His manner to Pansy had been of the rightest and easiest. He was careful only to be kind. A girl might well be touched by that. She remembered how she herself had been touched. Pansy, however, in spite of her simplicity, really did understand, and was glad that Lord Warburton should talk to her, not about her partners and bouquets, but about the state of Italy, the condition of the peasantry, and his impressions of Roman society. But Isabel contented herself at such moments with wondering where Mr. Rosier was. He came no more at all to Palazzo Roccanera. On the evening I speak of, while Lord Warburton sat there, she had been on the point of taking the great step of going out of the room and leaving her companions alone. I say the great step, because it was in this light that Gilbert Osmond would have regarded it, and Isabel was trying as much as possible to take her husband's view. She succeeded after a fashion, but she fell short of the point I mention. After all, she couldn't rise to it. Something held her and made this impossible. It was not exactly that it would be base or insidious, for women as a general thing practice such maneuvers with a perfectly good conscience. But there was a vague doubt that interposed. So she remained in the drawing-room, and after a while Lord Warburton went off to his party. After he had gone, she wondered if she had prevented something which would have happened if she had absented herself for a quarter of an hour. Pansy said nothing whatever about him after he had gone, and Isabel studiously said nothing. He was a little longer in coming to this than might seem to accord with the description he had given Isabel of his feelings. Pansy went to bed, and Isabel had to admit that she could not now guess what her stepdaughter was thinking of. She remained alone, looking at the fire, until, at the end of half an hour, her husband came in. He moved about a while in silence, and then sat down. But she now had transferred her eyes from the flickering flame in the chimney to Osmond's face, and she watched him while he kept his silence. Covert observation had become a habit with her. She wished as much as possible to know his thoughts, to know what he would say beforehand, so that she might prepare her answer. But she had learned caution, learned it in a measure from her husband's very countenance. "Has Lord Warburton been here?" he presently asked. "Yes, he stayed half an hour." "Did he see Pansy?" "Yes, he sat on the sofa beside her." "Did he talk with her much?" "He talked almost only to her." "It seems to me he is attentive. Isn't that what you call it?" "I don't call it anything," said Isabel. "I have waited for you to give it a name." "That is a consideration you don't always show," Osmond answered after a moment. "I have determined this time to try and act as you would like. I have so often failed of that." Osmond turned his head slowly, looking at her. "Are you trying to quarrel with me?" "No, I am trying to live at peace." "Nothing is more easy. You know I don't quarrel myself." "What do you call it when you try to make me angry?" Isabel asked. "I don't try. If I have done so, it has been the most natural thing in the world. Moreover, I am not in the least trying now." Isabel smiled. "It doesn't matter. I have determined never to be angry again." "That is an excellent resolve. Your temper isn't good." "No, it is not good." She pushed away the book she had been reading and took up the band of tapestry Pansy had left on the table. "That is partly why I have not spoken to you about this business of my daughter's," Osmond said. "I was afraid I should encounter opposition, that you too would have views on the subject. I have sent little Rosier about his business." "You were afraid I would plead for Mr. Rosier? Haven't you noticed that I have never spoken to you of him?" "I have never given you a chance. We have so little conversation in these days. I know he was an old friend of yours." "Yes, he is an old friend of mine." Isabel cared little more for him than for the tapestry that she held in her hand, but with her husband she felt a desire not to extenuate such ties. He had a way of expressing contempt for them which fortified her loyalty to them. "But as regards Pansy," she added in a moment, "I have given him no encouragement." "That is fortunate," Osmond observed. "Fortunate for me, I suppose you mean. For him it matters little." "There is no use talking of him," Osmond said. As I tell you, I have turned him out. Yes, but a lover outside is always a lover. He is sometimes even more of one. Mr. Rosier still has hope. He is welcome to the comfort of it. My daughter has only to sit perfectly quiet to become Lady Warburton. Should you like that? Isabel asked, with a simplicity which was not so affected as it may appear. She was resolved to assume nothing, for Osmond had a way of unexpectedly turning her assumptions against her. But that was for herself. She would recognize nothing until Osmond should have put it into words. It cost him a lapse from consistency to say explicitly that he yearned for Lord Warburton, and that if this nobleman should escape his equivalent might not be found. He would have liked his wife to glide over the point. But strangely enough, Isabel was not accommodating, would not glide, and yet she knew exactly the effect on his mind of her question. It would operate as an humiliation. Osmond at present acquitted himself very honorably. I should like it extremely. It would be a great marriage. And then Lord Warburton has another advantage. He is an old friend of yours. It would be pleasant for him to come into the family. It is very odd. Pansy's admirers should all be your old friends. It is natural that they should come to see me. In coming to see me, they see Pansy. Seeing her, it is natural they should fall in love with her. So I think, but you are not bound to do so. If she should marry Lord Warburton, I should be very glad, Isabel went on frankly. He is an excellent man. You say, however, that she has only to sit perfectly still. Perhaps she won't sit perfectly still. If she loses Mr. Rosier, she may jump up. Osmond appeared to give no heed to this. He sat gazing at the fire. Pansy would like to be a great lady, he remarked in a moment with a certain tenderness of tone. She wishes above all to please, he added. To please Mr. Rosier, perhaps. No, to please me. Me too, a little, I think, said Isabel. Yes, she has a great opinion of you, but she will do what I like. If you are sure of that, it is very well, she went on. Meantime, said Osmond, I should like our distinguished visitor to speak. He has spoken to me. He has told me it would be a great pleasure to him to believe she could care for him. Osmond turned his head quickly, but at first he said nothing. Then, why didn't you tell me that? He asked sharply. There was no opportunity. You know how we live. I have taken the first chance that has offered. Did you speak to him of Rosier? Oh yes, a little. That was hardly necessary. I thought it best he should know so that, and Isabel paused. So that what? So that he might act accordingly. So that he might back out, do you mean? No, so that he might advance while there is yet time. That is not the effect it seems to have had. You should have patience, said Isabel. You know Englishmen are shy. This one isn't. He was not when he made love to you. She had been afraid Osmond would speak of that. It was disagreeable to her. I beg your pardon, he was extremely so, she returned. He answered nothing for some time. He took up a book and fingered the pages while she sat silent and occupied herself with Pansy's tapestry. You must have a great deal of influence with him, Osmond went on at last. The moment you really wish it, you can bring him to the point. This was more offensive still, but she felt the great naturalness of his saying it. Why should I have influence? She asked. What have I ever done to put him under an obligation to me? You refused to marry him, said Osmond with his eyes on his book. I must not presume too much on that, she replied. He threw down the book presently and got up, standing before the fire with his hands behind him. Well, I hold that it lies in your hands. I shall leave it there. With a little goodwill you may manage it. Think that over and remember how much I count on you. He waited a little to give her time to answer, but she answered nothing, and he presently strolled out of the room. Chapter 42. Now we begin chapter 42. She had answered nothing because his words had put the situation before her, and she was absorbed in looking at it. There was something in them that suddenly made vibrations deep, so that she had been afraid to trust herself to speak. After he had gone, she leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes, and for a long time, far into the night and still further, she sat in the still drawing-room, given up to her meditation. Osmond had told her to think of what he had said, and she did so indeed, and of many other things. The suggestion from another that she had a definite influence on Lord Warburton, this had given her the start that accompanies unexpected recognition. Was it true that there was something still between them that might be a handle to make him declare himself to Pansy? Isabel had hitherto not asked herself the question, because she had not been forced, but now that it was directly presented to her, she saw the answer, and the answer frightened her. Yes, there was something on Lord Warburton's part. When he had first come to Rome, she believed the link that united them to be completely snapped, but little by little she had been reminded that it had yet a palpable existence. Was she to cultivate the advantage she possessed in order to make him commit himself to Pansy, knowing he would do so for her sake and not for the small creature's own? Was this the service her husband had asked of her? It was an agreeable task. It was in fact a repulsive one. She asked herself with dismay whether Lord Warburton were pretending to be in love with Pansy in order to cultivate another satisfaction. Of this refinement of duplicity she presently acquitted him. She preferred to believe him in perfect good faith. But if his admiration for Pansy were a delusion, this was scarcely better than its being an affectation. Then she broke out of the labyrinth, rubbing her eyes, and declared that her imagination surely did her little honor, and that her husband's did him even less. Lord Warburton was as disinterested as he need be, and she was no more to him than she need wish. Such a resolution, however, brought her this evening but little peace, for her soul was haunted with terrors which crowded to the foreground of thought as quickly as a place was made for them. Besides this, her short interview with Osmond half an hour ago was a striking example of his faculty for making everything wither that he touched. It was very well to undertake to give him a proof of loyalty. The real fact was that the knowledge of his expecting a thing raised a presumption against it. It was as if he had had the evil eye, as if his presence were a blight and his favor a misfortune. Was the fault in himself, or only in the deep mistrust she had conceived for him? This mistrust was now the clearest result of their short married life. A gulf had opened between them over which they looked at each other with eyes that were on either side a declaration of the deception suffered. It was a strange opposition, of the like of which she had never dreamed. She knew of no wrong he had done. He was not violent, he was not cruel, she simply believed he hated her. That was all she accused him of, and the miserable part of it was precisely that it was not a crime, for against a crime she might have found redress. He had discovered that she was so different, that she was not what he had believed she would prove to be. He had thought at first he could change her, and she had done her best to be what he would like. But she was, after all, herself. She couldn't help that, and now there was no use pretending, wearing a mask or a dress, for he knew her and had made up his mind. She was not afraid of him. She had no apprehension he would hurt her, for the ill will he bore her was not of that sort. There were times when she almost pitied him, for if she had not deceived him in intention, she understood how completely she must have done so in fact. She had effaced herself when he first knew her. She had made herself small, pretending there was less of her than there really was. It was because she had been under the extraordinary charm that he, on his side, had taken pains to put forth. He was not changed. He had not disguised himself during the year of his courtship, any more than she. But she had seen only half his nature then. She saw the whole man now. Ah, she had been immensely under the charm. He had succeeded because he had been sincere. It never occurred to her now to deny him that. He admired her. He had told her why, because she was the most imaginative woman he had known. It might very well have been true, for during those months she had imagined a world of things that had no substance. He was poor and lonely, and yet somehow he was noble. That was what had interested her and seemed to give her her opportunity. There had been an indefinable beauty about him. She had felt at the same time that he was helpless and ineffectual, but the feeling had taken the form of a tenderness which was the very flower of respect. But for her money, as she saw today, she would never have done it. And then her mind wandered off to poor Mr. Touchet, sleeping under English turf, the beneficent author of infinite woe. For this was the fantastic fact. At bottom, her money had been a burden, had been on her mind. Isabel's cheek burned when she asked herself if she had really married on a factitious theory in order to do something finely appreciable with her money. But she was able to answer quickly enough that this was only half the story. It was because a certain ardor took possession of her, a sense of the earnestness of his affection, and a delight in his personal qualities. A mind more ingenious, more pliant, more cultivated, more trained to admirable exercises she had not encountered, and it was this exquisite instrument she had now to reckon with. She lost herself in infinite dismay when she thought of the magnitude of his deception. It was a wonder, perhaps, in view of this, that he didn't hate her more. She remembered perfectly the first sign he had given of it. He said to her one day that she had too many ideas and that she must get rid of them. He had really meant it. He would have liked her to have nothing of her own but her pretty appearance. She had no opinions, none that she would not have been eager to sacrifice in the satisfaction of feeling herself loved for it. It had not been this, however, his objecting to her opinions. This had been nothing. What he had meant had been the whole thing, her character, the way she felt, the way she judged. This was what she had kept in reserve. This was what he had not known until he had found himself set down face to face with it. He had told her he loved the conventional, but there was a sense in which this seemed a noble declaration. In that sense, that of the love of harmony and order and decency, she went with him freely. But when, as the months had elapsed, she had followed him further, and he had led her into the mansion of his own habitation, then she had seen where she really was. She could live it over again, the incredulous terror with which she had taken the measure of her dwelling. Between those four walls she had lived ever since. They were to surround her for the rest of her life. It was the house of darkness, the house of dumbness, the house of suffocation. Osmond's beautiful mind gave it neither light nor air. Osmond's beautiful mind indeed seemed to peep down from a small high window and mock at her. He took himself so seriously, it was something appalling. Under all his culture, his cleverness, his amenity, his egotism lay hidden like a serpent in a bank of flowers. How could she, especially when she had known him better? She was to think of him as he thought of himself, as the first gentleman in Europe. So it was that she had thought of him at first, and that indeed was the reason she had married him. But when she began to see what it implied, she drew back. It implied a sovereign contempt for everyone, but some 3 or 4 very exalted people whom he envied, and for everything in the world but half a dozen ideas of his own. But this base, ignoble world, it appeared, was after all what one was to live for. One was to keep it forever in one's eye, in order not to enlighten or convert or redeem it, but to extract from it some recognition of one's own superiority. Osmond had talked to Isabel about his renunciation, his indifference, the ease with which he dispensed with the usual aids to success, and all this had seemed to her admirable. But indifference was really the last of his qualities. She had never seen anyone who thought so much of others. He was unable to live without society, and she saw that he had never really done so. He had looked at it out of his window even when he appeared to be most detached from it. He had his ideal, just as she had tried to have hers. Only it was strange that people should seek for justice in such different quarters. His ideal was a conception of high prosperity and propriety, of the aristocratic life. Her notion of the aristocratic life was simply the union of great knowledge with great liberty. The knowledge would give one a sense of duty and the liberty a sense of enjoyment. But for Osmond it was altogether a thing of forms, a conscious, calculated attitude. He was fond of the old, the consecrated, the transmitted. So was she, but she pretended to do what she chose with it. He had an immense esteem for tradition. Isabel had an undefined conviction that to serve for another person than their proprietor traditions must be of a thoroughly superior kind, but she nevertheless assented to this intimation that she too must march to the stately music that floated down from unknown periods in her husband's past. When she saw this rigid system close about her, draped though it was in pictured tapestries, That sense of darkness and suffocation of which I have spoken took possession of her. She had pleaded the cause of freedom, of doing as they chose, of not caring for the aspect and denomination of their life. Then it was that her husband's personality, touched as it never had been, stepped forth and stood erect. The things she had said were answered only by his scorn, and she could see he was ineffably ashamed of her. What did he think of her? That she was base, vulgar, ignoble? He at least knew now that she had no traditions. The real offense, as she ultimately perceived, was her having a mind of her own at all. Her mind was to be his, attached to his own like a small garden plot to a deer park. He didn't wish her to be stupid. On the contrary, it was because she was clever that she had pleased him, but he expected her intelligence to operate altogether in his favor. Isabel was obliged to confess that this was no great insolence on the part of a man so accomplished and a husband originally at least so tender. But there were certain things she could never take in. To begin with, they were hideously unclean. She was not a daughter of the Puritans, but for all that she believed in such a thing as chastity and even as decency, it would appear that Osmond was far from doing anything of the sort. When Isabel heard such things, she felt a greater scorn for them than for the gossip of a village parlor, a scorn that kept its freshness in a very tainted air. There was the taint of her sister-in-law. Did her husband judge only by the Countess Gemini? It was her scorn of his assumptions. It was this that made him draw himself up. He believed he should have regulated her emotions before she came to it, and Isabel could easily imagine how his ears had scorched on his discovering he had been too confident. When one had a wife who gave one that sensation, there was nothing left but to hate her. She was morally certain now that this feeling of hatred, which at first had been a refuge and a refreshment, had become the occupation and comfort of his life. The feeling was deep, because it was sincere. He had had the revelation that she could, after all, dispense with him. If to herself the idea was startling, if it presented itself at first as a kind of infidelity, what infinite effect might it not be expected to have had upon him? It was very simple. He despised her. What was coming, what was before them? That was her constant question. When a man hated his wife, what did it lead to? She didn't hate him, that she was sure of. For every little while she felt a passionate wish to give him a pleasant surprise. Very often, however, she felt afraid, and it used to come over her, as I have intimated, that she had deceived him at the very first. They were strangely married, at all events, and it was a horrible life. Until that morning he had scarcely spoken to her for a week. His manner was as dry as a burned-out fire. She knew there was a special reason. He was displeased at Ralph Touchette's staying on in Rome. He thought she saw too much of her cousin. Isabel read all this as she would have read the hour on the clock face. She was as perfectly aware that the sight of her interest in her cousin stirred her husband's rage as if Osmond had locked her into her room, which she was sure was what he wanted to do. It was her honest belief that on the whole she was not defiant, but she certainly couldn't pretend to be indifferent to Ralph. She believed he was dying at last and that she should never see him again, and this gave her a tenderness for him that she had never known before. Nothing was a pleasure to her now. How could anything be a pleasure to a woman who knew that she had thrown away her life? But Ralph's little visit was a lamp in the darkness. It was not that they talked of him. It was not that she complained. His name was never uttered between them. It was simply that Ralph was generous and that her husband was not. There was something in Ralph's talk, in his smile, in the mere fact of his being in Rome, that made the blasted circle round which she walked more spacious. He made her feel the good of the world. And thus it seemed to her an act of devotion to conceal her misery from him. She concealed it elaborately. She was perpetually in their talk, hanging out curtains and arranging screens. She had told him then that from her at least he should never know if he was right, and this was what she was taking care of now. Women find their religion sometimes in strange exercises, and Isabel at present, in playing a part before her cousin, had an idea that she was doing him a kindness. For herself, she lingered in the soundless saloon long after the fire had gone out. There was no danger of her feeling the cold. She was in a fever. She heard the small hours strike and then the great ones, but her vigil took no heed of time. Her mind, assailed by visions, was in a state of extraordinary activity, and her visions might as well come to her there, where she sat up to meet them, as on her pillow, to make a mockery of rest. As I have said, she believed she was not defiant, and what could be a better proof of it than that she should linger there half the night, trying to persuade herself that there was no reason why Pansy shouldn't be married as you would put a letter in the post office. When the clock struck 4, she got up. She was going to bed at last, for the lamp had long since gone out and the candles burned down to their sockets. But even then she stopped again in the middle of the room and stood there gazing at a remembered vision, that of her husband and Madame Merle, unconsciously and familiarly associated. Chapter 43. Now we begin Chapter 43. 3 nights after this, she took Pansy to a great party, to which Osmond, who never went to dances, did not accompany them. Pansy was as ready for a dance as ever. She was not of a generalizing turn and had not extended to other pleasures the interdict she had seen placed on those of love. If she was biding her time or hoping to circumvent her father, she must have had a prevision of success. Isabel thought this unlikely. It was much more likely that Pansy had simply determined to be a good girl. She carried herself no less attentively than usual, and kept no less anxious an eye upon her vaporous skirts. She held her bouquet very tight and counted over the flowers for the 20th time. She made Isabel feel old. It seemed so long since she had been in a flutter about a ball. Pansy, who was greatly admired, was never in want of partners, and very soon after their arrival, she gave Isabel, who was not dancing, her bouquet to hold. Isabel had rendered her this service for some minutes when she became aware of the near presence of Edward Rosier. He stood before her. He had lost his affable smile and wore a look of almost military resolution. The change in his appearance would have made Isabel smile if she had not felt his case to be at bottom a hard one. He had always smelt so much more of heliotrope than of gunpowder. He looked at her a moment somewhat fiercely, as if to notify her he was dangerous, and then dropped his eyes on her bouquet. After he had inspected it, his glance softened, and he said quickly, "It is all pansies. It must be hers." Isabel smiled kindly. "Yes, it is hers. She gave it to me to hold." "May I hold it a little, Mrs. Osmond?" the poor young man asked. "No, I can't trust you. I'm afraid you wouldn't give it back." "I am not sure that I should. I should leave the house with it instantly. But may I not at least have a single flower?" Isabel hesitated a moment, and then, smiling still, held out the bouquet. "Choose one yourself. It is frightful what I am doing for you." "Ah, if you do no more than this, Mrs. Osmond!" Rosier exclaimed with his glass in one eye, carefully choosing his flower. "Don't put it into your buttonhole," she said. "Don't for the world. I should like her to see it. She has refused to dance with me, but I wish to show her that I believe in her still." "It is very well to show it to her, but it is out of place to show it to others. Her father has told her not to dance with you." "And is that all you can do for me?" "I expected more from you, Mrs. Osmond," said the young man in a tone of fine general reference. "You know our acquaintance goes back very far, quite into the days of our innocent childhood." "Don't make me out too old," Isabel patiently answered. "You come back to that very often, and I have never denied it. But I must tell you that, old friends as we are, if you had done me the honor to ask me to marry you, I should have refused you on the spot." "Ah, you don't esteem me then. Say at once that you think me a mere Parisian trifler." "I esteem you very much, but I am not in love with you. What I mean by that, of course, is that I am not in love with you for Pansy." "Very good, I see. You pity me, that is all." And Edward Rosier looked all round inconsequently with his single glass. It was a revelation to him that people shouldn't be more pleased, but he was at least too proud to show that the deficiency struck him as general. Isabel for a moment said nothing. His manner and appearance had not the dignity of the deepest tragedy. His little glass, among other things, was against that. But she suddenly felt touched. Her own unhappiness, after all, had something in common with his, and it came over her more than before that here, in recognizable, if not in romantic form, was the most affecting thing in the world. Young love struggling with adversity. "Would you really be very kind to her?" she finally asked in a low tone. He dropped his eyes devoutly and raised the little flower that he held in his fingers to his lips. Then he looked at her. "You pity me, but don't you pity her a little?" "I don't know, I am not sure. She will always enjoy life." "It will depend on what you call life," Mr. Rosier effectively said. "She won't enjoy being tortured." "There will be nothing of that." "I am glad to hear it. She knows what she is about. You will see." "I think she does, and she will never disobey her father. But she is coming back to me," Isabel added, "and I must beg you to go away." Rosier lingered a moment till Pansy came in sight on the arm of her cavalier. He stood just long enough to look her in the face. Then he walked away, holding up his head, and the manner in which he achieved this sacrifice to expediency convinced Isabel he was very much in love. Pansy waited a moment and then took back her bouquet. Isabel watched her and saw she was counting the flowers, whereupon she said to herself that decidedly there were deeper forces at play than she had recognized. Pansy had seen Rosier turn away, but she said nothing to Isabel about him. She talked only of her partner, of the music, the floor, the rare misfortune of having already torn her dress. Isabel was sure, however, she had discovered her lover to have abstracted a flower, though this knowledge was not needed to account for the dutiful grace with which she responded to the appeal of her next partner. She was again led forth by a flushed young man, this time carrying her bouquet, and she had not been absent many minutes when Isabel saw Lord Warburton advancing through the crowd. He presently drew near and bade her good evening. She had not seen him since the day before. He looked about him, and then, "Where is the little maid?" he asked. It was in this manner that he had formed the harmless habit of alluding to Miss Osmond. "She is dancing," said Isabel. "You will see her somewhere." He looked among the dancers and at last caught Pansy's eye. "She sees me, but she won't notice me," he then remarked. "Are you not dancing?" "As you see, I am a wallflower." "Won't you dance with me?" "Thank you. I would rather you should dance with the little maid." "One needn't prevent the other, especially as she is engaged." "She is not engaged for everything, and you can reserve yourself. She dances very hard, and you will be the fresher." "She dances beautifully," said Lord Warburton, following her with his eyes. "Ah, at last," he added, "she has given me a smile." He stood there with his handsome, easy, important face, and as Isabel observed him it came over her, as it had done before, that it was strange a man of his mettle should take an interest in a little maid. It struck her as a great incongruity. Neither Pansy's small fascinations, nor his own kindness, his good nature, not even his need for amusement, which was extreme and constant, were sufficient to account for it. "I should like to dance with you," he went on in a moment, turning back to Isabel, "but I think I like even better to talk with you." "Yes, it is better, and it is more worthy of your dignity. Great statesmen oughtn't to waltz." "Don't be cruel. Why did you recommend me then to dance with Miss Osmond?" "Ah, that is different. If you danced with her, it would look simply like a piece of kindness, as if you were doing it for her amusement. If you dance with me, you will look as if you were doing it for your own." "And pray, haven't I a right to amuse myself?" "No, not with the affairs of the British Empire on your hands." "The British Empire be hanged. You are always laughing at it." "Amuse yourself with talking to me," said Isabel. "I am not sure it is really a recreation. You are too pointed. I have always to be defending myself, and you strike me as more than usually dangerous tonight. Will you absolutely not dance?" "I can't leave my place. Pansy must find me here." He was silent a little. "You are wonderfully good to her," he said suddenly. Isabel stared a little and smiled. "Can you imagine one's not being?" "No, indeed. I know how one is charmed with her, but you must have done a great deal for her." "I have taken her out with me," said Isabel, smiling still, "and I have seen that she has proper clothes." "Your society must have been a great benefit to her." You have talked to her, advised her, helped her to develop. Ah, yes, if she isn't the rose, she has lived near it. She laughed, and her companion did as much, but there was a certain visible preoccupation in his face which interfered with complete hilarity. We all try to live as near it as we can, he said after a moment's hesitation. Isabel turned away. Pansy was about to be restored to her, and she welcomed the diversion. We know how much she liked Lord Warburton. There was something in his friendship that appeared a kind of resource in case of indefinite need. It was like having a large balance at the bank. She felt happier when he was in the room. Yet for all that, it didn't suit her that he should be too near her, that he should take too much of her goodwill for granted. She was afraid of that. She averted herself from it. She felt that if he should come too near, as it were, it might be in her to flash out and bid him keep his distance. Pansy came back to Isabel with another rent in her skirt, which was the inevitable consequence of the first, and which she displayed to Isabel with serious eyes. There were too many gentlemen in uniform. They wore those dreadful spurs which were fatal to the dresses of little maids. Isabel devoted herself to Pansy's desecrated drapery. She fumbled for a pin and repaired the injury. Her attention, her sympathy were immediate and active, and they were in direct proportion to a sentiment with which they were in no way connected, a lively conjecture as to whether Lord Warburton might be trying to make love to her. It was not simply his words just then, it was others as well. It was the reference and the continuity. This was what she thought about while she pinned up Pansy's dress. If it were so, as she feared, he was of course unwitting. He himself had not taken account of his intention. But this made it none the more auspicious, made the situation none the less impossible. The sooner he should get back into right relations with things, the better. He immediately began to talk to Pansy, on whom it was certainly mystifying to see that he dropped a smile of chastened devotion. Pansy replied, as usual, with a little air of conscientious aspiration. She always seemed a little frightened, yet her fright was not of the painful character that suggests dislike. Isabel left them together a little, and wandered toward a friend whom she saw near, and with whom she talked till the music of the following dance began, for which she knew Pansy to be also engaged. The girl joined her presently, with a little fluttered flush, and Isabel consigned her, as a precious and momentary loan, to her appointed partner. About all this matter she had her own imaginations, her own reserves. But Osmond had given her a sort of tableau of her position as his daughter's chaperone, which consisted of gracious alternations of concession and contraction. After Pansy had been led away, she found Lord Warburton drawing near her again. She rested her eyes on him steadily. She wished she could sound his thoughts, but he had no appearance of confusion. "She has promised to dance with me later," he said. "I am glad of that. I suppose you have engaged her for the cotillion." At this he looked a little awkward. "No, I didn't ask her for that. It is a quadrille." "Ah, you are not clever," said Isabel almost angrily. "I told her to keep the cotillion in case you should ask for it." "Poor little maid, fancy that!" And Lord Warburton laughed frankly. "Of course I will if you like." "If I like? Oh, if you dance with her only because I like it." "I am afraid I bore her. She seems to have a lot of young fellows on her book." Isabel dropped her eyes, reflecting rapidly. Lord Warburton stood there looking at her, and she felt his eyes on her face. She felt much inclined to ask him to remove them. She didn't do so, however. She only said to him after a minute, with her own raised, "Please let me understand." "Understand what?" "You told me 10 days ago that you would like to marry my stepdaughter. You have not forgotten it." "Forgotten it? I wrote to Mr. Osmond about it this morning." "Ah," said Isabel, "he didn't mention to me that he had heard from you." Lord Warburton stammered a little. "I didn't send my letter." "Perhaps you forgot that." "No, I wasn't satisfied with it. It is an awkward sort of letter to write, you know, but I shall send it tonight." "At 3 o'clock in the morning?" "I mean later, in the course of the day." "Very good. You still wish then to marry her?" "Very much indeed." "Aren't you afraid that you will bore her?" And as her companion stared at this inquiry, Isabel added, If she can't dance with you for half an hour, how will she be able to dance with you for life? Ah, said Lord Warburton readily, I will let her dance with other people. About the cotillion, the fact is, I thought that I would do it with you. I told you I would do nothing. Exactly, so that while it is going on, I might find some quiet corner where we may sit down and talk. Oh, said Isabel gravely, you are much too considerate of me. When the cotillion came, Pansy was found to have engaged herself, thinking in perfect humility that Lord Warburton had no intentions. Isabel recommended him to seek another partner, but he assured her that he would dance with no one but herself. As, however, she had declined other invitations on the ground that she was not dancing at all, it was not possible for her to make an exception in Lord Warburton's favor. After all, I don't care to dance, he said. It is a barbarous amusement. I would much rather talk. Isabel had decided to let him carry out his idea. She wished to be satisfied. She wandered away from the ballroom with him, though she knew her husband desired she should not lose sight of his daughter. It was with his daughter's suitor, however, that would make it right for Osmond. On her way out of the ballroom, she came upon Edward Rosier, who was standing in a doorway, with folded arms, looking at the dance in the attitude of a young man without illusions. She stopped a moment and asked him if he were not dancing. Certainly not, if I can't dance with her, he answered. You had better go away then, said Isabel with the manner of good counsel. I shall not go till she does, and he let Lord Warburton pass without giving him a look. This nobleman, however, had noticed the melancholy youth, and he asked Isabel who her dismal friend was. It is the young man I have told you about, who is in love with Pansy. Ah, yes, I remember. He looks rather bad. He has reason. My husband won't listen to him. What is the matter with him? Lord Warburton inquired. He seems very harmless. He hasn't money enough, and he isn't very clever. Lord Warburton listened with interest. He seemed struck with this account of Edward Rosier. Dear me, he looked a well-set-up young fellow. So he is, but my husband is very particular. Oh, I see, and Lord Warburton paused a moment. How much money has he got? He then ventured to ask. Some 40,000 francs a year. 1,600 pounds? Ah, but that is very good, you know. So I think my husband, however, has larger ideas. Yes, I have noticed that your husband has very large ideas. Is he really an idiot, the young man? An idiot? Not in the least. He is charming. When he was 12 years old, I myself was in love with him. He doesn't look much more than 12 today, Lord Warburton rejoined vaguely, looking about him. Then, with more point, Don't you think we might sit here? He asked. Wherever you please. The room was a sort of boudoir, pervaded by a subdued rose-colored light. It is very kind of you to take such an interest in Mr. Rosie, Isabel said. He seems to me rather ill-treated. He had a face a yard long. I wondered what ailed him. You are a just man, said Isabel. You have a kind thought even for a rival. Lord Warburton suddenly turned with a stare. A rival? Do you call him my rival? Surely, if you both wish to marry the same person. Yes, but since he has no chance. I like you, however that may be, for putting yourself in his place. It shows imagination. You like me for it? And Lord Warburton looked at her with an uncertain eye. I think you mean you are laughing at me for it. Yes, I am laughing at you a little, but I like you as somebody to laugh at. Ah, well then, let me enter into his situation a little more. What do you suppose one could do for him? Since I have been praising your imagination, I will leave you to imagine that yourself, Isabel said. Pansy, too, would like you for that. Miss Osmond? Ah, she, I flatter myself, likes me already. Very much, I think. He waited a little. He was still questioning her face. Well then, I don't understand you. You don't mean that she cares for him? Surely I have told you I thought she did. A quick blush sprang to his brow. You told me she would have no wish apart from her father's, and as I have gathered that he would favor me. He paused a little, and then suggested, Don't you see? Through his blush. Yes, I told you she has an immense wish to please her father, and that it would probably take her very far. That seems to me a very proper feeling, said Lord Warburton. Certainly, it is a very proper feeling. Isabel remained silent for some moments. Then at last she said, "But it hardly strikes me as the sort of feeling to which a man would wish to be indebted for a wife. I don't know, if the wife is a good one and he thinks she does well." "Yes, of course you must think that." "I do, I can't help it. You call that very British, of course." "No, I don't. I think Pansy would do wonderfully well to marry you, and I don't know who should know it better than you. But you are not in love." "Ah, yes, I am, Mrs. Osmond." Isabel shook her head. "You like to think you are while you sit here with me, but that is not how you strike me. I am not like the young man in the doorway. I admit that, but what makes it so unnatural? Could anyone in the world be more lovable than Miss Osmond?" "No one, possibly, but love has nothing to do with good reasons." "I don't agree with you. I am delighted to have good reasons." "Of course you are. If you were really in love, you wouldn't care a straw for them." "Ah, really in love, Lord Warburton exclaimed, folding his arms. "You must remember that I am 42 years old. I won't pretend I am as I once was." "Well, if you are sure," said Isabel, "it is all right." He answered nothing. Abruptly, however, he changed his position. He turned quickly to his friend. "Why are you so unwilling, so skeptical?" She met his eyes, and for a moment they looked straight at each other. If she wished to be satisfied, she saw something that satisfied her. She saw in his expression the gleam of an idea that she was uneasy on her own account. It showed a suspicion, not a hope, but such as it was, it told her what she wanted to know. Not for an instant should he suspect her of detecting in his proposal of marrying her stepdaughter an implication of increased nearness to herself. In that brief, extremely personal gaze, however, deeper meanings passed between them than they were conscious of at the moment. "My dear Lord Warburton," she said, smiling, "you may do, as far as I am concerned, whatever comes into your head." And with this, she got up and wandered into the adjoining room. She found herself regretting she had moved. It looked a little like running away. When, in passing back into the ballroom, she found Edward Rosier still planted in the doorway, she stopped and spoke to him again. "You did right not to go away. I have some comfort for you." "I need it," the young man softly wailed, "when I see you so awfully thick with him." "Don't speak of him. I will do what I can for you. I'm afraid it won't be much, but what I can I will do." "What has suddenly brought you round?" "The sense that you are an inconvenience in doorways," she answered, smiling as she passed him. Half an hour later she took leave, with Pansy, and at the foot of the staircase the two ladies waited a while for their carriage. Just as it approached, Lord Warburton came out of the house and assisted them to reach their vehicle. He stood a moment at the door, asking Pansy if she had amused herself. Then Isabel, at the window, detaining him by a movement of her finger, murmured gently, "Don't forget to send your letter to her father." Chapter 44. Now we begin chapter 44. The Countess Gemini was often extremely bored. She had not been extinguished, however, and she struggled bravely enough with her destiny. This destiny had been to marry an unaccommodating Florentine who insisted upon living in his native town. The Count Gemini was not liked even by those who won from him. In Rome, he was simply a very dull Florentine. The Countess lived with her eyes upon Rome, and it was the constant grievance of her life that she had not a habitation there. She went whenever she could. The Countess apparently needed to connect the idea of eternity with her amusements. She was convinced that society was infinitely more interesting in Rome, where you met celebrities all winter at evening parties. At Florence, there were no celebrities, none at least that one had heard of. Since her brother's marriage, her impatience had greatly increased. She was so sure his wife had a more brilliant life than herself. She heard a great deal about her sister-in-law and knew perfectly that Isabel was having a beautiful time. She had indeed seen it for herself on the only occasion on which she had enjoyed the hospitality of Palazzo Roccanera. She had spent a week there during the first winter of her brother's marriage, but she had not been encouraged to renew this satisfaction. Osmond didn't want her, that she was perfectly aware of, but she would have gone all the same, for after all, she didn't care two straws about Osmond. It was her husband who wouldn't let her, and the money question was always a trouble. Isabel had been very nice. The Countess, who had liked her sister-in-law from the first, had not been blinded by envy to Isabel's personal merits. She had always observed that she got on better with clever women than with silly ones like herself. It appeared to her that, different as they were in appearance and general style, Isabel and she had somewhere a patch of common ground that they would set their feet upon at last. It was not very large, but it was firm, and they should both know it when once they had really touched it. And then she lived with Mrs. Osmond under the influence of a pleasant surprise. She was constantly expecting that Isabel would look down on her, and she as constantly saw this operation postponed. Her sister-in-law regarded her with none but level glances, and expressed for the poor Countess as little contempt as admiration. In reality, Isabel would as soon have thought of despising her as of passing a moral judgment on a grasshopper. She was not indifferent to her husband's sister, however. She was rather a little afraid of her. The Countess seemed to her to have no soul. She was like a bright, rare shell with a polished surface and a remarkably pink lip, in which something would rattle when you shook it. This rattle was apparently the Countess's spiritual principle. Isabel would have invited her again. But Osmond, after his marriage, had not scrupled to say frankly that Amy was a fool of the worst species. He said at another time that she had no heart, and he added in a moment that she had given it all away, in small pieces like a frosted wedding cake. The fact of not having been asked was of course another obstacle to the Countess's going again to Rome, but at the period with which this history has now to deal, she was in receipt of an invitation to spend several weeks at Palazzo Roccanera. The proposal had come from Osmond himself, who wrote to his sister that she must be prepared to be very quiet. She accepted the invitation on any terms. She was curious, moreover, for one of the impressions of her former visit had been that her brother had found his match. Before the marriage, she had been sorry for Isabel, so sorry as to have had serious thoughts of putting her on her guard. But she had let that pass, and after a little she was reassured. Osmond was as lofty as ever, but his wife would not be an easy victim. The Countess was not very exact at measurements, but it seemed to her that if Isabel should draw herself up, she would be the taller spirit of the two. What she wanted to learn now was whether Isabel had drawn herself up. It would give her immense pleasure to see Osmond overtopped. Several days before she was to start for Rome, a servant brought her the card of a visitor, a card with the simple superscription, Henrietta C. Stackpole. The Countess pressed her fingertips to her forehead. She didn't remember to have known any such Henrietta as that. The servant then remarked that the lady had requested him to say that if the Countess should not recognize her name, she would know her well enough on seeing her. By the time she appeared before her visitor, she had in fact reminded herself that there was once a literary lady at Mrs. Touchette's. She recognized Miss Stackpole immediately, the more so that Miss Stackpole seemed perfectly unchanged. She wondered if Miss Stackpole had come on account of her mother, whether she had heard of the American Corinne. Her mother was not at all like Isabel's friend. The Countess could see at a glance that this lady was much more contemporary. Henrietta, the Countess could see, was always closely buttoned and compactly braided. There was something brisk and businesslike in her appearance. Her manner was almost conscientiously familiar. The Countess could not but feel that the correspondent of the Interviewer was much more in the movement than the American Corinne. She explained that she had called on the Countess because she was the only person she knew in Florence, and that when she visited a foreign city, she liked to see something more than superficial travelers. She knew Mrs. Touchette, but Mrs. Touchette was in America, and even if she had been in Florence, Henrietta would not have put herself out for her, since Mrs. Touchette was not one of her admirations. "Do you mean by that I am?" the Countess graciously asked. "Well, I like you better than I do her," said Miss Stackpole. "I seem to remember that when I saw you before you were very interesting, I don't know whether it was an accident or whether it is your usual style. At any rate, I was a good deal struck with what you said. I made use of it afterwards in print." "Dear me," cried the Countess, staring and half alarmed. "I had no idea I ever said anything remarkable. I wish I had known it at the time." "It was about the position of woman in this city," Miss Stackpole remarked. "You threw a good deal of light upon it." "The position of woman is very uncomfortable. Is that what you mean? And you wrote it down and published it?" the Countess went on. "Ah, do let me see it." "I will write to them to send you the paper if you like," Henrietta said. "I didn't mention your name. I only said a lady of high rank, and then I quoted your views." The Countess threw herself hastily backward, tossing up her clasped hands. "Do you know, I am rather sorry you didn't mention my name? I should have rather liked to see my name in the papers. I forget what my views were. I have so many. But I am not ashamed of them. I am not at all like my brother. I suppose you know my brother? He thinks it a kind of scandal to be put in the papers. If you were to quote him, he would never forgive you." "He needn't be afraid. I shall never refer to him," said Miss Stackpole with bland dryness. "That is another reason," she added, "why I wanted to come to see you. You know Mr. Osmond married my dearest friend." "Ah, yes, you were a friend of Isabel's. I was trying to think what I knew about you." "I am quite willing to be known by that," Henrietta declared. "But that isn't what your brother likes to know me by. He has tried to break up my relations with Isabel." "Don't permit it," said the Countess. "That's what I want to talk about. I am going to Rome." "So am I," the Countess cried. "We will go together." "With great pleasure. And when I write about my journey, I will mention you by name as my companion." The Countess sprang from her chair and came and sat on the sofa beside her visitor. "Ah, you must send me the paper. My husband won't like it, but he need never see it. Besides, he doesn't know how to read." Henrietta's large eyes became immense. "Doesn't know how to read? May I put that into my letter?" "Into your letter?" "In the Interviewer. That is my paper." "Oh yes, if you like, with his name. Are you going to stay with Isabel?" Henrietta held up her head, gazing a little in silence at her hostess. "She has not asked me. I wrote to her I was coming, and she answered that she would engage a room for me at a pension. She gave no reason." The Countess listened with extreme interest. "The reason is Osmond," she pregnantly remarked. "Isabel ought to make a stand," said Miss Stackpole. "I am afraid she has changed a great deal. I told her she would." "I am sorry to hear it. I hoped she would have her own way. Why doesn't my brother like you?" the Countess ingenuously added. "I don't know, and I don't care. He is perfectly welcome not to like me. I don't want everyone to like me. I should think less of myself if some people did. A journalist can't hope to do much good unless he gets a good deal hated. That is the way he knows how his work goes on, and it is just the same for a lady. But I didn't expect it of Isabel." "Do you mean that she hates you?" the Countess inquired. "I don't know. I want to see. That's what I'm going to Rome for." "Dear me, what a tiresome errand!" the Countess exclaimed. "She doesn't write to me in the same way. It is easy to see there is a difference. If you know anything," Miss Stackpole went on, "I should like to hear it beforehand, so as to decide on the line I shall take." The Countess thrust out her under lip and gave a gradual shrug. "I know very little. I see and hear very little of Osmond. He doesn't like me any better than he appears to like you." "Yet you are not a lady correspondent," said Henrietta pensively. "Oh, he has plenty of reasons. Nevertheless, they have invited me. I am to stay in the house." And the Countess smiled almost fiercely. Her exultation for the moment took little account of Miss Stackpole's disappointment. This lady, however, regarded it very placidly. "I shouldn't have gone if she had asked me. That is, I think I shouldn't, and I am glad I hadn't to make up my mind. It would have been a very difficult question. I shouldn't have liked to turn away from her, and yet I shouldn't have been happy under her roof. A pension will suit me very well, but that is not all." "Rome is very good just now," said the Countess. "There are all sorts of brilliant people. Did you ever hear of Lord Warburton?" "Hear of him? I know him very well. Do you consider him very brilliant?" Henrietta inquired. I don't know him, but I am told he is extremely grand, seigneur. He is making love to Isabel. Making love to her. So I am told. I don't know the details, said the Countess lightly. But Isabel is pretty safe. Henrietta gazed earnestly at her companion. For a moment she said nothing. When do you go to Rome? She inquired abruptly. Not for a week, I am afraid. I shall go tomorrow, Henrietta said. I think I had better not wait. Dear me, I am sorry. I am having some dresses made. But I shall see you there. I shall call on you at your pension. Henrietta sat still. She was lost in thought, and suddenly the Countess cried, Ah, but if you don't go with me, you can't describe our journey. Miss Stackpole seemed unmoved by this consideration. She was thinking of something else, and presently expressed it. I am not sure that I understand you about Lord Warburton. Understand me? I mean, he is very nice, that's all. Do you consider it nice to make love to married women? Henrietta inquired with unprecedented distinctness. The Countess stared, and then with a little violent laugh, It is certain all the nice men do it. Get married and you will see, she added. That idea would be enough to prevent me, said Miss Stackpole. I should want my own husband. I shouldn't want anyone else's. Do you mean that Isabel is guilty? Guilty? And she paused a little, choosing her expression. Do I mean she is guilty? Oh dear, no, not yet, I hope. I only mean that Osmond is very tiresome and that Lord Warburton, as I hear, is a great deal at the house. I am afraid you are scandalized. No, I am just anxious, Henrietta said. Ah, you are not very complimentary to Isabel. You should have more confidence. I will tell you, the Countess added quickly. If it will be a comfort to you, I engage to draw him off. Miss Stackpole answered at first only with the deeper solemnity of her gaze. You don't understand me, she said after a while. I haven't the idea you seem to suppose. I am not afraid for Isabel, in that way. I am only afraid she is unhappy. That is what I want to get at. The Countess gave a dozen turns of the head. She looked impatient and sarcastic. That may very well be. For my part, I should like to know whether Osmond is. Miss Stackpole had begun a little to bore her. If she is really changed, that must be at the bottom of it, Henrietta went on. You will see. She will tell you, said the Countess. Ah, she may not tell me. That is what I am afraid of. Well, if Osmond isn't amusing himself in his own old way, I flatter myself I shall discover it, the Countess rejoined. I don't care for that, said Henrietta. I do immensely. If Isabel is unhappy, I am very sorry for her, but I can't help it. I might tell her something that would make her worse, but I can't tell her anything that would console her. What did she go and marry him for? If she had listened to me, she would have got rid of him. I will forgive her, however, if I find she has made things hot for him. If she has simply allowed him to trample upon her, I don't know that I shall even pity her. But I don't think that is very likely. I count upon finding that if she is miserable, she has at least made him so. Henrietta got up. These seemed to her naturally very dreadful expectations. She honestly believed she had no desire to see Mr. Osmond unhappy, and indeed he could not be for her the subject of a flight of fancy. She was on the whole rather disappointed in the Countess, whose mind moved in a narrower circle than she had imagined, though with a capacity for coarseness even there. It will be better if they love each other, she said for edification. They can't. He can't love anyone. I presumed that was the case, but it only aggravates my fear for Isabel. I shall positively start tomorrow. Isabel certainly has devotees, said the Countess, smiling very vividly. I declare I don't pity her. It may be I can't assist her, Miss Stackpole pursued, as if it were well not to have illusions. You can have wanted to, at any rate. That is something. I believe that is what you came from America for, the Countess suddenly added. Yes, I wanted to look after her, Henrietta said serenely. Her hostess stood there smiling at her with small bright eyes and an eager-looking nose, with cheeks into each of which a flush had come. Ah, that is very pretty. Isn't it what they call friendship? I don't know what they call it. I thought I had better come. She is very happy. She is very fortunate, the Countess went on. She has others besides. And then she broke out passionately. She is more fortunate than I. I am as unhappy as she. I have a very bad husband. He is a great deal worse than Osmond. And I have no friends. I thought I had, but they are gone. No one, man or woman, would do for me what you have done for her." Henrietta was touched. There was nature in this bitter effusion. She gazed at her companion a moment, and then, "Look here, Countess, I will do anything for you that you like. I will wait over and travel with you." "Never mind," the Countess answered with a quick change of tone. "Only describe me in the newspaper." Henrietta, before leaving her, however, was obliged to make her understand that she could give no fictitious representation of her journey to Rome. Miss Stackpole was a strictly veracious reporter. On quitting her, she took the way to the sunny quay beside the Yellow River, where the bright-faced inns familiar to tourists stand all in a row. She proceeded to the left and stopped in front of one of the hotels. Here she drew forth a small pocketbook, took from it a card and a pencil, and after meditating a moment, wrote a few words. "Could I see you this evening for a few moments on a very important matter?" Henrietta added that she should start on the morrow for Rome. Armed with this little document, she approached the porter and asked if Mr. Goodwood were at home. The porter replied that he had gone out about 20 minutes before, whereupon Henrietta presented her card and begged it might be handed him on his return. She left the inn and pursued her course along the quay to the entrance of the famous gallery of paintings. Making her way in, she ascended the high staircase which leads to the upper chambers. The gallery is very cold and during the midwinter weeks, but scantily visited. Miss Stackpole may appear more ardent in her quest of artistic beauty than she has hitherto struck us as being, but she had after all her preferences and admirations. One of the latter was the little Correggio of the Tribune, the Virgin kneeling down before the sacred infant, who lies in a litter of straw and clapping her hands to him while he delightedly laughs and crows. Henrietta had a special devotion to this intimate scene. She thought it the most beautiful picture in the world. She was about to turn into the Tribune when a gentleman came out of it, whereupon she gave a little exclamation and stood before Caspar Goodwood. "I have just been at your hotel," she said. "I left a card for you." "I am very much honored," Caspar Goodwood answered as if he really meant it. "It was not to honor you I did it. I have called on you before, and I know you don't like it. It was to talk to you a little about something." He looked for a moment at the buckle in her hat. "I shall be very glad to hear what you wish to say." "You don't like to talk with me," said Henrietta, "but I don't care for that. I don't talk for your amusement. I wrote a word to ask you to come and see me, but since I have met you here, this will do as well." "I was just going away," Goodwood stated, "but of course I will stop." He was civil, but not enthusiastic. Henrietta, however, never looked for great professions, and she was so much in earnest that she was thankful he would listen to her on any terms. She asked him first, nonetheless, if he had seen all the pictures. "All I want to. I have been here an hour." "I wonder if you have seen my Correggio," said Henrietta. "I came up on purpose to have a look at it." She went into the Tribune, and he slowly accompanied her. "I suppose I have seen it, but I didn't know it was yours. I don't remember pictures, especially that sort." She had pointed out her favorite work, and he asked her if it was about Correggio she wished to talk with him. "No," said Henrietta, "it is about something less harmonious." They had the small, brilliant room, a splendid cabinet of treasures, to themselves. "I want you to do me a favor," Miss Stackpole went on. Caspar Goodwood frowned a little, but he expressed no embarrassment at the sense of not looking eager. His face was that of a much older man than our earlier friend. "I am sure it is something I shan't like," he said rather loudly. "No, I don't think you will like it. If you did, it would be no favor." "Well, let's hear it," he went on in the tone of a man quite conscious of his patience. "You may say there is no particular reason why you should do me a favor. Indeed, I only know of one, the fact that if you would let me, I would gladly do you one." Her soft, exact tone, in which there was no attempt at effect, had an extreme sincerity. Her companion couldn't help being touched by it. When he was touched, he rarely showed it, however, by the usual signs. He neither blushed, nor looked away, nor looked conscious. He only fixed his attention more directly. He seemed to consider with added firmness. Henrietta continued, therefore, disinterestedly, without the sense of an advantage. I may say now, indeed, it seems a good time, that if I have ever annoyed you, it is because I knew I was willing to suffer annoyance for you. I have troubled you, doubtless, but I would take trouble for you. Goodwood hesitated. You are taking trouble now. Yes, I am, some. I want you to consider whether it is better on the whole that you should go to Rome. I thought you were going to say that, he answered rather artlessly. You have considered it, then? Of course I have, very carefully. I have looked all round it. Otherwise I shouldn't have come so far as this. That is what I stayed in Paris 2 months for. I was thinking it over. I am afraid you decided as you liked. You decided it was best because you were so much attracted. Best for whom, do you mean? Goodwood demanded. Well, for yourself first, for Mrs. Osmond next. Oh, it won't do her any good. I don't flatter myself that. Won't it do her some harm? That is the question. I don't see what it will matter to her. I am nothing to Mrs. Osmond, but if you want to know, I do want to see her myself. Yes, and that is why you go. Of course it is. Could there be a better reason? How will it help you? That is what I want to know, said Miss Stackpole. That is just what I can't tell you. It is just what I was thinking about in Paris. It will make you more discontented. Why do you say more so? Goodwood asked rather sternly. How do you know I am discontented? Well, said Henrietta, hesitating a little, you seem never to have cared for another. How do you know what I care for? He cried with a big blush. Just now I care to go to Rome. Henrietta looked at him in silence, with a sad yet luminous expression. Well, she observed at last, I only wanted to tell you what I think. I had it on my mind. Of course you think it is none of my business, but nothing is anyone's business on that principle. It is very kind of you. I am greatly obliged to you for your interest, said Caspar Goodwood. I shall go to Rome, and I shan't hurt Mrs. Osmond. You won't hurt her, perhaps, but will you help her? That is the real issue. Is she in need of help? He asked slowly, with a penetrating look. Most women always are, said Henrietta with conscientious evasiveness, and generalizing less hopefully than usual. If you go to Rome, she added, I hope you will be a true friend, not a selfish one. And she turned off and began to look at the pictures. Caspar Goodwood let her go and stood watching her while she wandered round the room, but after a moment he rejoined her. You have heard something about her here, he then resumed. I should like to know what you have heard. Henrietta had never prevaricated in her life, and though on this occasion there might have been a fitness in doing so, she decided to make no superficial exception. Yes, I have heard, she answered, but as I don't want you to go to Rome, I won't tell you. Just as you please, I shall see for myself, he said. Then inconsistently for him, you have heard she is unhappy, he added. Oh, you won't see that, Henrietta exclaimed. I hope not. When do you start? Tomorrow by the evening train, and you? Goodwood hung back. He had no desire to make his journey to Rome in Miss Stackpole's company. His indifference to this advantage was not of the same character as Gilbert Osmond's, but it had at this moment an equal distinctness. It was rather a tribute to Miss Stackpole's virtues than a reference to her faults. He thought her very remarkable, very brilliant, and he had, in theory, no objection to the class to which she belonged. But it was this very eminence of their position that made him wish Miss Stackpole didn't take so much for granted. She took for granted that he was always ready for some allusion to Mrs. Osmond. He had no wish whatever to allude to Mrs. Osmond. He was not always thinking of her. He was perfectly sure of that. He was the most reserved, the least colloquial of men, and this inquiring authoress was constantly flashing her lantern into the quiet darkness of his soul. He wished she didn't care so much. He even wished, though it might seem rather brutal of him, that she would leave him alone. In spite of this, however, he just now made other reflections, which show how widely different, in effect, his ill humor was from Gilbert Osmond's. He desired to go immediately to Rome. He would have liked to go alone in the night train. But he couldn't take a night train when Miss Stackpole was starting in the morning. It struck him that this would be an insult to an unprotected woman. Nor could he wait until after she had gone unless he should wait longer than he had patience for. It wouldn't do to start the next day. Still, she was a lady traveling alone. It was his duty to put himself out for her. There could be no two questions about that. It was a perfectly clear necessity. He looked extremely grave for some moments and then said, wholly without the flourish of gallantry, but in a tone of extreme distinctness, "Of course, if you are going tomorrow, I will go too, as I may be of assistance to you." "Well, Mr. Goodwood, I should hope so," Henrietta returned imperturbably. Chapter 51. Now we begin Chapter 51. The Countess was not banished, but she felt the insecurity of her tenure of her brother's hospitality. A week after this incident, Isabel received a telegram from England, dated from Gardencourt, and bearing the stamp of Mrs. Touchette's authorship. "Ralph cannot last many days," it ran, "and if convenient would like to see you. Wishes me to say that you must come only if you have not other duties. Say, for myself, that you used to talk a good deal about your duty and to wonder what it was. Shall be curious to see whether you have found it out. Ralph is really dying, and there is no other company." Isabel was prepared for this news, having received from Henrietta Stackpole a detailed account of her journey to England with her appreciative patient. Ralph had arrived more dead than alive, but she had managed to convey him to Gardencourt, where he had taken to his bed, which he evidently would never leave again. She added that she had really had 2 patients on her hands instead of 1, inasmuch as Mr. Goodwood, who had been of no earthly use, was quite as ailing, in a different way, as Mr. Touchett. Isabel had written to her aunt shortly after Ralph came to Rome, letting her know of his critical condition and suggesting that she should lose no time in returning to Europe. Mrs. Touchett had telegraphed an acknowledgment of this admonition, and the only further news Isabel received from her was the second telegram I have just quoted. Isabel stood a moment looking at the latter missive. Then, thrusting it into her pocket, she went straight to the door of her husband's study. Here she again paused an instant, after which she opened the door and went in. Osmond was seated at the table near the window with a folio volume before him, propped against a pile of books. This volume was open at a page of small colored plates, and Isabel presently saw that he had been copying from it the drawing of an antique coin. A box of watercolors and fine brushes lay before him, and he had already transferred to a sheet of immaculate paper the delicate, finely tinted disc. His back was turned toward the door, but he recognized his wife without looking round. "Excuse me for disturbing you," she said. "When I come to your room I always knock," he answered, going on with his work. "I forgot, I had something else to think of. My cousin is dying." "Ah, I don't believe that," said Osmond, looking at his drawing through a magnifying glass. "He was dying when we married. He will outlive us all." Isabel gave herself no time, no thought, to appreciate the careful cynicism of this declaration. She simply went on quickly, full of her own intention. "My aunt has telegraphed for me. I must go to Gardencourt." "Why must you go to Gardencourt?" Osmond asked in the tone of impartial curiosity. "To see Ralph before he dies." To this, for some time, he made no rejoinder. He continued to give his chief attention to his work, which was of a sort that would brook no negligence. "I don't see the need of it," he said at last. "He came to see you here. I didn't like that. I thought his being in Rome a great mistake, but I tolerated it because it was to be the last time you should see him. Now you tell me it is not to have been the last. Ah, you are not grateful." "What am I to be grateful for?" Gilbert Osmond laid down his little implements, blew a speck of dust from his drawing, slowly got up, and for the first time looked at his wife. "For my not having interfered while he was here." "Oh, yes, I am. I remember perfectly how distinctly you let me know you didn't like it. I was very glad when he went away." "Leave him alone then, don't run after him." Isabel turned her eyes away from him. They rested upon his little drawing. "I must go to England," she said, with a full consciousness that her tone might strike an irritable man of taste as stupidly obstinate. I shall not like it if you do, Osmond remarked. Why should I mind that? You won't like it if I don't. You like nothing I do or don't do. You pretend to think I lie. Osmond turned slightly pale. He gave a cold smile. That is why you must go, then? Not to see your cousin, but to take a revenge on me. I know nothing about revenge. I do, said Osmond. Don't give me an occasion. You are only too eager to take one. You wish immensely that I would commit some folly. I should be gratified in that case if you disobeyed me. If I disobeyed you, said Isabel in a low tone which had the effect of mildness, let it be clear. If you leave Rome today, it will be a piece of the most deliberate, the most calculated opposition. How can you call it calculated? I received my aunt's telegram but 3 minutes ago. You calculate rapidly. It is a great accomplishment. I don't see why we should prolong our discussion. You know my wish. And he stood there as if he expected to see her withdraw. But she never moved. She couldn't move. Strange as it may seem, she still wished to justify herself. He had the power in an extraordinary degree of making her feel this need. There was something in her imagination he could always appeal to against her judgment. You have no reason for such a wish, said Isabel, and I have every reason for going. I can't tell you how unjust you seem to me, but I think you know. It is your own opposition that is calculated. It is malignant. She had never uttered her worst thought to her husband before, and the sensation of hearing it was evidently new to Osmond. But he showed no surprise, and his coolness was apparently a proof that he had believed his wife would in fact be unable to resist forever his ingenious endeavor to draw her out. It is all the more intense, then, he answered, and he added almost as if he were giving her a friendly counsel. This is a very important matter. She recognized that. She was fully conscious of the weight of the occasion. She knew that between them they had arrived at a crisis. Its gravity made her careful. She said nothing, and he went on. You say I have no reason? I have the very best. I dislike, from the bottom of my soul, what you intend to do. It is dishonorable, it is indelicate, it is indecent. Your cousin is nothing whatever to me, and I am under no obligation to make concessions to him. I have already made the very handsomest. Your relations with him, while he was here, kept me on pins and needles, but I let that pass because from week to week I expected him to go. I have never liked him, and he has never liked me. That is why you like him, because he hates me, said Osmond with a quick, barely audible tremor in his voice. I have an ideal of what my wife should do and should not do. She should not travel across Europe alone in defiance of my deepest desire to sit at the bedside of other men. Your cousin is nothing to you. He is nothing to us. You smile most expressively when I talk about us, but I assure you that we, Mrs. Osmond, is all I know. I take our marriage seriously. You appear to have found a way of not doing so. I am not aware that we are divorced or separated. For me, we are indissolubly united. You are nearer to me than any human creature, and I am nearer to you. It may be a disagreeable proximity. It is one, at any rate, of our own deliberate making. You don't like to be reminded of that, I know, but I am perfectly willing because. And he paused a moment, looking as if he had something to say which would be very much to the point. Because I think we should accept the consequences of our actions, and what I value most in life is the honor of a thing. He spoke gravely and almost gently. The accent of sarcasm had dropped out of his tone. It had a gravity which checked his wife's quick emotion. His last words were not a command. They constituted a kind of appeal, and though she felt that any expression of respect on his part could only be a refinement of egotism, they represented something transcendent and absolute. He spoke in the name of something sacred and precious, the observance of a magnificent form. Isabel had not changed. Her old passion for justice still abode within her, and now, in the very thick of her sense of her husband's blasphemous sophistry, it began to throb to a tune which for a moment promised him the victory. It came over her that in his wish to preserve appearances he was after all sincere, and that this, as far as it went, was a merit. 10 minutes before she had felt all the joy of irreflective action, a joy to which she had so long been a stranger, but action had been suddenly changed to slow renunciation, transformed by the blight of Osmond's touch. If she must renounce, however, she would let him know she was a victim rather than a dupe. "I know you are a master of the art of mockery," she said. "How can you speak of an indissoluble union? How can you speak of your being contented? Where is our union when you accuse me of falsity? Where is your contentment when you have nothing but hideous suspicion in your heart? It is in our living decently together, in spite of such drawbacks." "We don't live decently together," cried Isabel. "Indeed we don't if you go to England." "That is very little, that is nothing. I might do much more." He raised his eyebrows and even his shoulders a little. He had lived long enough in Italy to catch this trick. "Ah, if you have come to threaten me, I prefer my drawing." And he walked back to his table, where he took up the sheet of paper on which he had been working and stood studying it. "I suppose that if I go you will not expect me to come back," said Isabel. He turned quickly around, and she could see this movement at least was not designed. He looked at her a little, and then, "Are you out of your mind?" he inquired. "How can it be anything but a rupture?" she went on, "especially if all you say is true?" She was unable to see how it could be anything but a rupture. She sincerely wished to know what else it might be. He sat down before his table. "I really can't argue with you on the hypothesis of your defying me," he said, and he took up one of his little brushes again. She lingered but a moment longer, long enough to embrace with her eye his whole deliberately indifferent yet most expressive figure, after which she quickly left the room. Her faculties, her energy, her passion were all dispersed again. She felt as if a cold, dark mist had suddenly encompassed her. Osmond possessed in a supreme degree the art of eliciting any weakness. On her way back to her room, she found the Countess Gemini standing in the open doorway of a little parlor in which a small collection of heterogeneous books had been arranged. The Countess had an open volume in her hand. She appeared to have been glancing down a page which failed to strike her as interesting. At the sound of Isabel's step, she raised her head. "Ah, my dear," she said, "you who are so literary, do tell me some amusing book to read. Everything here is of a dreariness. Do you think this would do me any good?" Isabel glanced at the title of the volume she held out, but without reading or understanding it. "I am afraid I can't advise you. I have had bad news. My cousin, Ralph Touchette, is dying." The Countess threw down her book. "Ah, he was so simpatico. I am awfully sorry for you." "You would be sorrier still if you knew." "What is there to know? You look very badly," the Countess added. "You must have been with Osmond." Half an hour before Isabel would have listened very coldly to an intimation that she should ever feel a desire for the sympathy of her sister-in-law, and there can be no better proof of her present embarrassment than the fact that she almost clutched at this lady's fluttering attention. "I have been with Osmond," she said, while the Countess's bright eyes glittered at her. "I am sure then he has been odious," the Countess cried. "Did he say he was glad poor Mr. Touchette is dying?" "He said it is impossible I should go to England." The Countess's mind, when her interests were concerned, was agile. She already foresaw the extinction of any further brightness in her visit to Rome. Ralph Touchette would die, Isabel would go into mourning, and then there would be no more dinner parties. Such a prospect produced for a moment in her countenance an expressive grimace, but this rapid, picturesque play of feature was her only tribute to disappointment. After all, she reflected, the game was almost played out. She had already overstayed her invitation. And then she cared enough for Isabel's trouble to forget her own. And she saw that Isabel's trouble was deep. It seemed deeper than the mere death of a cousin, and the Countess had no hesitation in connecting her exasperating brother with the expression of her sister-in-law's eyes. Her heart beat with an almost joyous expectation, for if she had wished to see Osmond overtopped, the conditions looked favorable now. Of course, if Isabel should go to England, she herself would immediately leave Palazzo Roccanera. Nothing would induce her to remain there with Osmond. Nevertheless, she felt an immense desire to hear that Isabel would go to England. "Nothing is impossible for you, my dear," she said caressingly. "Why else are you rich and clever and good? Why indeed I feel stupidly weak? Why does Osmond say it is impossible? The Countess asked in a tone which sufficiently declared that she couldn't imagine. From the moment she thus began to question her, however, Isabel drew back. She disengaged her hand, which the Countess had affectionately taken. But she answered this inquiry with frank bitterness, because we are so happy together that we can't separate even for a fortnight. Ah! Cried the Countess while Isabel turned away. When I want to make a journey, my husband simply tells me I can have no money. Isabel went to her room, where she walked up and down for an hour. It seemed to her that only now she fully measured the great undertaking of matrimony. Marriage meant that in such a case as this, when one had to choose, one chose as a matter of course for one's husband. I am afraid, yes, I am afraid, she said to herself more than once, stopping short in her walk. But what she was afraid of was not her husband, his displeasure, his hatred, his revenge. It was not even her own later judgment of her conduct, a consideration which had often held her in check. It was simply the violence there would be in going when Osmond wished her to remain. A gulf of difference had opened between them, but nevertheless it was his desire that she should stay. It was a horror to him that she should go. She knew the nervous fineness with which he could feel an objection. What he thought of her she knew. What he was capable of saying to her she had felt. Yet they were married, for all that, and marriage meant that a woman should cleave to the man with whom, uttering tremendous vows, she had stood at the altar. She sank down on her sofa at last and buried her head in a pile of cushions. When she raised her head again, the Countess Gemini hovered before her. She had come in all unperceived. I knocked, she began, but you didn't answer me, so I ventured in. I have been looking at you for the last 5 minutes. You are very unhappy. Yes, but I don't think you can comfort me. Will you give me leave to try? And the Countess sat down on the sofa beside her. She continued to smile, and there was something communicative and exultant in her expression. She appeared to have a deal to say, and it occurred to Isabel for the first time that her sister-in-law might say something really human. After all, she soon resumed, I must tell you, to begin with, that I don't understand your state of mind. You seem to have so many scruples, so many reasons, so many ties. When I discovered 10 years ago that my husband's dearest wish was to make me miserable, of late he has simply let me alone. Ah, it was a wonderful simplification. My poor Isabel, you are not simple enough. No, I am not simple enough, said Isabel. There is something I want you to know, the Countess declared, because I think you ought to know it. Perhaps you do, perhaps you have guessed it. But if you have, all I can say is that I understand still less why you shouldn't do as you like. What do you wish me to know? Isabel felt a foreboding that made her heart beat faster. The Countess was about to justify herself, and this alone was portentous. But she was nevertheless disposed to play a little with her subject. In your place I should have guessed it ages ago. Have you never really suspected? I have guessed nothing. What should I have suspected? I don't know what you mean. That is because you have such a beastly pure mind. I never saw a woman with such a pure mind, cried the Countess. Isabel slowly got up. You are going to tell me something horrible. You can call it by whatever name you will. And the Countess rose also, while her gathered perversity grew vivid and dreadful. My first sister-in-law had no children. Isabel stared back at her. The announcement was an anticlimax. Your first sister-in-law? I suppose you know at least, if one may mention it, that Osmond has been married before. I have never spoken to you of his wife. I thought it mightn't be decent or respectful. But others, less particular, must have done so. The poor little woman lived hardly 3 years and died childless. It wasn't till after her death that Pansy arrived. Isabel's brow had contracted to a frown. Her lips were parted in pale, vague wonder. She was trying to follow. There seemed so much more to follow than she could see. Pansy is not my husband's child, then? Your husband's imperfection, but no one else's husband's, someone else's wife's. Ah, my good Isabel, cried the Countess, with you one must dot one's I's. I don't understand. Whose wife's? Isabel asked. The wife of a horrid little Swiss who died. How long? A dozen, more than 15 years ago. He never recognized Miss Pansy, nor, knowing what he was about, would have anything to say to her, and there was no reason why he should. Osmond did, and that was better, though he had to fit on afterwards the whole rigmarole of his own wife's having died in childbirth, and of his having, in grief and horror, banished the little girl from his sight for as long as possible before taking her home from nurse. His wife had really died, of quite another matter, and in quite another place, in the Piedmontese mountains, where they had gone one August, because her health appeared to require the air, but where she was suddenly taken worse, fatally ill. The story passed sufficiently. It was covered by the appearances so long as nobody heeded, as nobody cared to look into it. But of course I knew. I said nothing, right or left, never a word to a creature, if you can believe that of me. On my honor, my dear, I speak of the thing to you now, after all this time, as I have never spoken. It was to be enough for me from the first that the child was my niece, from the moment she was my brother's daughter. As for her veritable mother, she had spoken no name, yet Isabel could but check on her own lips an echo of the unspoken. She sank to her seat again, hanging her head. "Why have you told me this?" she asked in a voice the Countess hardly recognized. "Because I have been so bored with your not knowing. It is a sort of assistance, aid to innocent ignorance, that I have always been a bad hand at rendering, and in this connection that of keeping quiet for my brother, my virtue has at any rate finally found itself exhausted. It is not a black lie, moreover, the Countess inimitably added. The facts are exactly what I tell you." "I had no idea," said Isabel presently. "So I believed, though it was hard to believe. Had it never occurred to you that he was for 6 or 7 years her lover?" "I don't know. Things have occurred to me, and perhaps that was what they all meant. She has been wonderfully clever, she has been magnificent. About Pansy," the Countess, before all this view of it, cried. "Oh, no idea for me," Isabel went on, "ever definitely took that form. She appeared to be making out to herself what had been and what hadn't, and as it is, I don't understand." She spoke as one troubled and puzzled, yet the poor Countess seemed to have seen her revelation fall below its possibilities of effect. She had expected to kindle some responsive blaze, but had barely extracted a spark. "Don't you recognize how the child could never pass for her husband's? That is with M. Earl himself," her companion resumed. "They had been separated too long for that, and he had gone to some far country, I think to South America. If she had ever had children, which I am not sure of, she had lost them. The conditions happened to make it workable, under stress, that Osmond should acknowledge the little girl. His wife was dead, very true, but she had not been dead too long, to put a certain accommodation of dates out of the question. From the moment, that suspicion wasn't started, which was what they had to take care of. What was more natural than that poor Mrs. Osmond, at a distance and for a world not troubling about trifles, should have left behind her the pledge of her brief happiness that had cost her her life? With the aid of a change of residence, Osmond had been living with her at Naples at the time of their stay in the Alps, and he in due course left it forever. The whole history was successfully set going. My poor sister-in-law in her grave couldn't help herself, and the real mother, to save her skin, renounced all visible property in the child. "Ah, poor woman!" cried Isabel, who herewith burst into tears. It was a long time since she had shed any. She had suffered a high reaction from weeping. But now they flowed with an abundance in which the Countess Gemini found only another discomfiture. "It is very kind of you to pity her," she discordantly laughed. "Yes, indeed, you have a way of your own." "He must have been false to his wife, and so very soon," said Isabel with a sudden check. "That is all that is wanting, that you should take up her cause," the Countess went on. "I quite agree with you, however, that it was much too soon." "But to me?" And Isabel hesitated as if she had not heard, as if her question, though it was sufficiently there in her eyes, were all for herself. "To you he has been faithful?" "Well, it depends, my dear, on what you call faithful. When he married you, he was no longer the lover of another woman, such a lover as he had been between their risks and their precautions, while the thing lasted. That state of affairs had passed away. The lady had repented, or at all events, for reasons of her own, drawn back. She had always had, too, a worship of appearances so intense that even Osmond himself had got bored with it. You may therefore imagine what it was, when he couldn't patch it on conveniently to any of those he goes in for, but the whole past was between them. Yes, Isabel mechanically echoed, the whole past is between them. Ah, this later past is nothing, but for 6 or 7 years, as I say, they had kept it up. She was silent a little. Why then did she want him to marry me? Ah, my dear, that is her superiority, because you had money, and because she believed you would be good to Pansy. Poor woman, and Pansy who doesn't like her, cried Isabel. That is the reason she wanted someone whom Pansy would like. She knows it. She knows everything. Will she know that you have told me this? That will depend upon whether you tell her. She is prepared for it, and do you know what she counts upon for her defense? On your believing that I lie. Perhaps you do. Don't make yourself uncomfortable to hide it. Only, as it happens this time, I don't. I have told plenty of little idiotic fibs, but they have never hurt anyone but myself. Isabel sat staring at her companion's story as at a bale of fantastic wares some strolling gypsy might have unpacked on the carpet at her feet. Why did Osmond never marry her? She finally asked. Because she had no money. The Countess had an answer for everything, and if she lied well. No one knows, no one has ever known what she lives on or how she has got all those beautiful things. I don't believe Osmond himself knows. Besides, she wouldn't have married him. How can she have loved him then? She doesn't love him in that way. She did at first, and then I suppose she would have married him, but at that time her husband was living. By the time M. Merle had rejoined his ancestors, her relations with Osmond had changed, and she had grown more ambitious. Besides, she has never had about him, the Countess went on. She has never had what you might call any illusions of intelligence. She hoped she might marry a great man. That has always been her idea. She has waited and watched and plotted and prayed, but she has never succeeded. I don't call Madame Merle a success, you know. I don't know what she may accomplish yet, but at present she has very little to show. The only tangible result she has ever achieved, except, of course, getting to know everyone and staying with them free of expense, has been her bringing you and Osmond together. Oh, she did that, my dear. You needn't look as if you doubted it. I have watched them for years. I know everything. Everything. I am thought a great scatterbrain, but I have had enough application of mind to follow up those two. She hates me, and her way of showing it is to pretend to be forever defending me. When people say I have had 15 lovers, she looks horrified and declares that quite half of them were never proved. She has been afraid of me for years, and she has taken great comfort in the vile, false things people have said about me. She has been afraid I would expose her, and she threatened me one day when Osmond began to pay his court to you. It was at his house in Florence. Do you remember that afternoon when she brought you there and we had tea in the garden? She let me know then that if I should tell tales, two could play at that game. She pretends there is a good deal more to tell about me than about her. It would be an interesting comparison. I don't care a fig about what she may say, simply because I know you don't care a fig. You can't trouble your head about me less than you do already, so she may take her revenge as she chooses. I don't think she'll frighten you very much. Her great idea has been to be tremendously irreproachable, a kind of full-blown lily, the incarnation of propriety. She has always worshipped that god. There should be no scandal about Caesar's wife, you know, and as I say, she has always hoped to marry Caesar. That was one reason she wouldn't marry Osmond, the fear that on seeing her with Pansy people would put things together, would even see a resemblance. She has had a terror lest the mother should betray herself. She has been awfully careful. The mother has never done so. Yes, the mother has done so, said Isabel, who had listened to all this with a face more and more wan. She betrayed herself to me the other day, though I didn't recognize her. There appeared to have been a chance of Pansy's making a great marriage, and in her disappointment at its not coming off, she almost dropped the mask. Ah, that is where she would dish herself, cried the Countess. She has failed so dreadfully that she is determined her daughter shall make it up. Isabel started at the words, her daughter, which her guest threw off so familiarly. It seems very wonderful, she murmured, and in this bewildering impression she had almost lost her sense of being personally touched by the story. Now don't go and turn against the poor innocent child, the Countess went on. She is very nice, in spite of her deplorable origin. I myself have liked Pansy, not naturally because she was hers, but because she had become yours. Yes, she has become mine, and how the poor woman must have suffered at seeing me, Isabel exclaimed while she flushed at the thought. I don't believe she has suffered. On the contrary, she has enjoyed. Osmond's marriage has given his daughter a great little lift. Before that, she lived in a hole. And do you know what the mother thought? That you might take such a fancy to the child that you would do something for her. Osmond, of course, could never give her a portion. Osmond was really extremely poor, but of course you know all about that. Ah, my dear, cried the Countess, why did you ever inherit money? She stopped a moment as if she saw something singular in Isabel's face. Don't tell me now that you will give her a dowry. You are capable of that, but I would refuse to believe it. Don't try to be too good. Be a little easy and natural and nasty. Feel a little wicked for the comfort of it, once in your life. It is very strange. I suppose I ought to know, but I am sorry, Isabel said. I am much obliged to you. Yes, you seem to be, cried the Countess with a mocking laugh. Perhaps you are. Perhaps you are not. You don't take it as I should have thought. How should I take it? Isabel asked. Well, I should say as a woman who has been made use of. Isabel made no answer to this. She only listened, and the Countess went on. They have always been bound to each other. They remained so even after she broke off, or he did. But he has always been more for her than she has been for him. When their little carnival was over, they made a bargain that each should give the other complete liberty, but that each should also do everything possible to help the other on. You may ask me how I know such a thing as that. I know it by the way they have behaved. Now see how much better women are than men. She has found a wife for Osmond, but Osmond has never lifted a little finger for her. She has worked for him, plotted for him, suffered for him. She has even more than once found money for him, and the end of it is that he is tired of her. She is an old habit. There are moments when he needs her, but on the whole he wouldn't miss her if she were removed. And what is more, today she knows it. So you needn't be jealous, the Countess added humorously. Isabel rose from her sofa again. She felt bruised and scant of breath. Her head was humming with new knowledge. I am much obliged to you, she repeated. And then she added abruptly, in quite a different tone, How do you know all this? This inquiry appeared to ruffle the Countess more than Isabel's expression of gratitude pleased her. She gave her companion a bold stare with which, Let us assume that I have invented it, she cried. She too, however, suddenly changed her tone and, laying her hand on Isabel's arm, said with the penetration of her sharp, bright smile, Now will you give up your journey? Isabel started a little. She turned away, but she felt weak and in a moment had to lay her arm upon the mantel-shelf for support. She stood a minute so, and then upon her arm she dropped her dizzy head with closed eyes and pale lips. I have done wrong to speak. I have made you ill, the Countess cried. Ah, I must see Ralph, Isabel wailed, not in resentment, not in the quick passion her companion had looked for, but in a tone of far-reaching, infinite sadness. Chapter 52. Now we begin Chapter 52. There was a train for Turin and Paris that evening. After the Countess had left her, Isabel had a rapid and decisive conference with her maid, who was discreet, devoted, and active. After this she thought only of one thing. She must go and see Pansy. From her she couldn't turn away. She had not seen her yet, as Osmond had given her to understand that it was too soon to begin. She drove at 5 o'clock to a high door in a narrow street in the quarter of the Piazza Navona, and was admitted by the portress of the convent. Isabel had been at this institution before. She had come with Pansy to see the sisters. She knew they were good women, but she disliked the place, which affronted and almost frightened her. Not for the world would she have spent a night there. It produced today more than before the impression of a well-appointed prison, for it was not possible to pretend Pansy was free to leave it. This innocent creature had been presented to her in a new and violent light, but the secondary effect of the relation was to make her reach out a hand. The portress left her to wait in the parlor of the convent, while she went to make it known that there was a visitor for the dear young lady. The parlor was a vast, cold apartment with new-looking furniture. On the other occasion, Isabel had thought it less like Rome than like Philadelphia, but today she made no reflections. The apartment only seemed to her very empty and very soundless. The portress returned at the end of some 5 minutes, ushering in another person. Isabel got up, expecting to see one of the ladies of the sisterhood, but to her extreme surprise found herself confronted with Madame Merle. The effect was strange, for Madame Merle was already so present to her vision that her appearance in the flesh was like suddenly, and rather awfully, seeing a painted picture move. Isabel had been thinking all day of her falsity, her audacity, her ability, her probable suffering, and these dark things seemed to flash with a sudden light as she entered the room. Her being there at all had the character of ugly evidence. It made Isabel feel faint. If it had been necessary to speak on the spot, she would have been quite unable. But no such necessity was distinct to her. It seemed to her indeed that she had absolutely nothing to say to Madame Merle. In one's relations with this lady, however, there were never any absolute necessities. She had a manner which carried off not only her own deficiencies, but those of other people. But she was different from usual. She came in slowly, behind the portress, and Isabel instantly perceived that she was not likely to depend upon her habitual resources. For her, too, the occasion was exceptional, and she had undertaken to treat it by the light of the moment. This gave her a peculiar gravity. She pretended not even to smile. Though Isabel saw that she was more than ever playing a part, it seemed to her that on the whole the wonderful woman had never been so natural. She looked at her young friend from head to foot, but not harshly nor defiantly, with a cold gentleness rather, and an absence of any air of allusion to their last meeting. It was as if she had wished to mark a distinction. She had been irritated then. She was reconciled now. "You can leave us alone," she said to the portress. "In 5 minutes this lady will ring for you." And then she turned to Isabel, who had ceased to notice and had let her eyes wander as far as the limits of the room would allow. She wished never to look at Madame Merle again. "You are surprised to find me here, and I am afraid you are not pleased," this lady went on. "You don't see why I should have come. It is as if I had anticipated you. I confess I have been rather indiscreet. I ought to have asked your permission." There was none of the oblique movement of irony in this. It was said simply and mildly, but Isabel could not have told herself with what intention it was uttered. "But I have not been sitting long," Madame Merle continued. "That is, I have not been long with Pansy. I came to see her because it occurred to me this afternoon that she must be rather lonely and perhaps even a little miserable. It may be good for a small girl. I know so little about small girls. I can't tell. At any rate, it is a little dismal. Therefore I came, on the chance. I knew, of course, that you would come, and her father as well. Still, I had not been told other visitors were forbidden. The good woman, Madame Catherine, made no objection whatever. I stayed 20 minutes with Pansy. She has a charming little room, not in the least conventual, with a piano and flowers. She has arranged it delightfully. She has so much taste. Of course, it is all none of my business, but I feel happier since I have seen her. She wears a little black frock. She looks so charming. I went afterwards to see Mother Catherine, who has a very good room too. She speaks delightfully of Pansy, says it is a great happiness for them to have her. Just as I was leaving Madame Catherine, the portress came to say to her that there was a lady for the signorina. Of course, I knew it must be you, and I asked her to let me go and receive you in her place. She demurred greatly, I must tell you that, and said it was her duty to notify the Mother Superior. I requested her to let the Mother Superior alone, and asked her how she supposed I would treat you. So Madame Merle went on, with much of the brilliancy of a woman who had long been a mistress of the art of conversation. but there were phases and gradations in her speech, not one of which was lost upon Isabel's ear. She had not proceeded far before Isabel noted a sudden break in her voice, a lapse in her continuity, which was in itself a complete drama. This subtle modulation marked a momentous discovery, the perception of an entirely new attitude on the part of her listener. Madame Merle had guessed in the space of an instant that everything was at an end between them, and in the space of another instant she had guessed the reason why. The person who stood there was not the same one she had seen hitherto, but was a very different person, a person who knew her secret. This discovery was tremendous, and from the moment she made it, the most accomplished of women faltered and lost her courage, but only for that moment. Then the conscious stream of her perfect manner gathered itself again and flowed on as smoothly as might be to the end. But it was only because she had the end in view that she was able to proceed. She had been touched with a point that made her quiver, and she needed all the alertness of her will to repress her agitation. Her only safety was in her not betraying herself. She resisted this, but the startled quality of her voice refused to improve. She couldn't help it, while she heard herself say she hardly knew what. The tide of her confidence ebbed, and she was able only just to glide into port, faintly grazing the bottom. Isabel saw it all as distinctly as if it had been reflected in a large, clear glass. It might have been a great moment for her, for it might have been a moment of triumph. That Madame Merle had lost her pluck and saw before her the phantom of exposure, this in itself was a revenge. And for a moment, during which she stood apparently looking out of the window with her back half turned, Isabel enjoyed that knowledge. On the other side of the window lay the garden of the convent. But this is not what she saw. She saw the dry, staring fact that she had been an applied-handled hung-up tool, as senseless and convenient as mere shaped wood and iron. All the bitterness of this knowledge surged into her soul again. It was as if she felt on her lips the taste of dishonor. There was a moment during which, if she had turned and spoken, she would have said something that would hiss like a lash. But she closed her eyes, and then the hideous vision dropped. What remained was the cleverest woman in the world standing there within a few feet of her and knowing as little what to think as the meanest. Isabel's only revenge was to be silent still, to leave Madame Merle in this unprecedented situation. She left her there for a period that must have seemed long to this lady, who at last seated herself with a movement which was in itself a confession of helplessness. Then Isabel turned slow eyes, looking down at her. Madame Merle was very pale. Her own eyes covered Isabel's face. She might see what she would, but her danger was over. Isabel would never accuse her, never reproach her, perhaps because she never would give her the opportunity to defend herself. "I am come to bid Pansy goodbye," our young woman said at last. "I go to England tonight." "Go to England tonight," Madame Merle repeated, sitting there and looking up at her. "I am going to Gardencourt. Ralph Touchet is dying." "Ah, you will feel that." Madame Merle recovered herself. She had a chance to express sympathy. "Do you go alone?" "Yes, without my husband." Madame Merle gave a low, vague murmur. "Mr. Touchet never liked me, but I am sorry he is dying. Shall you see his mother?" "Yes, she has returned from America. She used to be very kind to me, but she has changed. Others too have changed," said Madame Merle with a quiet, noble pathos. She paused a moment, then added, "And you will see dear old Gardencourt again." "I shall not enjoy it much," Isabel answered. "Naturally, in your grief. But it is on the whole of all the houses I know, and I know many, the one I should have liked best to live in. I don't venture to send a message to the people," Madame Merle added, "but I should like to give my love to the place." Isabel turned away. "I had better go to Pansy. I have not much time. No." While she looked about her for the proper egress, the door opened and admitted one of the ladies of the house, who advanced with a discreet smile. Isabel recognized Madame Catherine, whose acquaintance she had already made, and begged that she would immediately let her see Miss Osmond. Madame Catherine looked doubly discreet, but smiled very blandly and said, "It will be good for her to see you. I will take you to her myself." Then she directed her pleased, guarded vision to Madame Merle. "Will you let me remain a little?" this lady asked. "It is so good to be here." "You may remain always if you like," and the good sister gave a knowing laugh. She led Isabel out of the room, through several corridors, and up a long staircase. Madame Catherine gently pushed open the door of Pansy's room and ushered in the visitor, then stood smiling with folded hands while the two others met and embraced. "She is glad to see you," she repeated. "It will do her good." And she placed the best chair carefully for Isabel, but she made no movement to seat herself. She seemed ready to retire. "How does this dear child look?" she asked of Isabel, lingering a moment. "She looks pale," Isabel answered. "That is the pleasure of seeing you. She is very happy. She lights up the house," said the good sister. Pansy wore, as Madame Merle had said, a little black dress. It was perhaps this that made her look pale. "They are very good to me. They think of everything," she exclaimed with all her customary eagerness to accommodate. "We think of you always. You are a precious charge," Madame Catherine remarked in the tone of a woman with whom benevolence was a habit and whose conception of duty was the acceptance of every care. It fell with a leaden weight on Isabel's ears. It seemed to represent the surrender of a personality, the authority of the church. When Madame Catherine had left them together, Pansy kneeled down and hid her head in her stepmother's lap. So she remained some moments, while Isabel gently stroked her hair. Then she got up, averting her face and looking about the room. "Don't you think I have arranged it well? I have everything I have at home." "It is very pretty. You are very comfortable." Isabel scarcely knew what she could say to her. On the one hand, she couldn't let her think she had come to pity her, and on the other it would be a dull mockery to pretend to rejoice with her. So she simply added after a moment, "I have come to bid you goodbye. I am going to England." Pansy's white little face turned red. "To England, not to come back?" "I don't know when I shall come back." "Ah, I am sorry," Pansy breathed with faintness. She spoke as if she had no right to criticize, but her tone expressed a depth of disappointment. "My cousin Mr. Touchet is very ill. He will probably die. I wish to see him," Isabel said. "Ah, yes, you told me he would die. Of course you must go. And will Papa go?" "No, I shall go alone." For a moment, the girl said nothing. Isabel had often wondered what she thought of the apparent relations of her father with his wife, but never by a glance, by an intimation, had she let it be seen that she deemed them deficient in an air of intimacy. But Pansy was not indiscreet even in thought. She would as little have ventured to judge her gentle stepmother as to criticize her magnificent father. "You will be very far away," she presently went on. "Yes, I shall be far away, but it will scarcely matter," Isabel explained, "since so long as you are here I can't be called near you." "Yes, but you can come and see me, though you have not come very often." "I have not come because your father forbade it. Today I bring nothing with me. I can't amuse you." "I am not to be amused. That is not what Papa wishes." "Then it hardly matters whether I am in Rome or in England." "You are not happy, Mrs. Osmond," said Pansy. "Not very, but it doesn't matter." That is what I say to myself. What does it matter? But I should like to come out. "I wish indeed you might." "Don't leave me here," Pansy went on gently. Isabel said nothing for a minute. Her heart beat fast. "Will you come away with me now?" she asked. Pansy looked at her pleadingly. "Did Papa tell you to bring me?" "No, it is my own proposal." "I think I had better wait then. Did Papa send me no message?" "I don't think he knew I was coming." "He thinks I have not had enough," said Pansy. "But I have. The ladies are very kind to me and the little girls come to see me. Then my room, you can see for yourself. All that is very delightful. But I have had enough. Papa wished me to think a little, and I have thought a great deal." "What have you thought?" "Well, that I must never displease Papa." "You knew that before." "Yes, but I know it better. I will do anything. I will do anything," said Pansy. Then, as she heard her own words, a deep, pure blush came into her face. Isabel read the meaning of it. She saw the poor girl had been vanquished. It was well that Mr. Edward Rosier had kept his enamels. Isabel looked into her eyes and saw there mainly a prayer to be treated easily. She laid her hand on Pansy's as if to let her know that her look conveyed no diminution of esteem, for the collapse of the girl's momentary resistance seemed only her tribute to the truth of things. She bowed her pretty head to authority and only asked of authority to be merciful. Yes, it was very well that Edward Rosier had reserved a few articles. Isabel got up. Her time was rapidly shortening. "Goodbye, then. I leave Rome tonight." Pansy took hold of her dress. There was a sudden change in the child's face. "You look strange. You frighten me." "Oh, I am very harmless," said Isabel. "Perhaps you won't come back." "Perhaps not. I can't tell." "Ah, Mrs. Osmond, you won't leave me." Isabel now saw she had guessed everything. "My dear child, what can I do for you?" she asked. "I don't know, but I am happier when I think of you." "You can always think of me." "Not when you are so far. I am a little afraid," said Pansy. "What are you afraid of?" "Of Papa, a little, and of Madame Merle. She has just been to see me." "You must not say that," Isabel observed. "Oh, I will do everything they want. Only if you are here I shall do it more easily." Isabel considered. "I won't desert you," she said at last. "Goodbye, my child." Then they held each other a moment in a silent embrace, like two sisters, and afterwards Pansy walked along the corridor with her visitor to the top of the staircase. "Madame Merle has been here," she remarked as they went, and as Isabel answered nothing, she added abruptly, "I don't like Madame Merle." Isabel hesitated, then stopped. "You must never say that you don't like Madame Merle." Pansy looked at her in wonder, but wonder with Pansy had never been a reason for non-compliance. "I never will again," she said with exquisite gentleness. At the top of the staircase they had to separate. Isabel descended, and when she reached the bottom, the girl was standing above. "You will come back?" she called out in a voice that Isabel remembered afterwards. "Yes, I will come back." Madame Catherine met Mrs. Osmond below and conducted her to the door of the parlor, outside of which the two stood talking a minute. "I won't go in," said the good sister. "Madame Merle is waiting for you." At this announcement Isabel stiffened. She was on the point of asking if there were no other egress from the convent, but a moment's reflection assured her that she would do well not to betray to the worthy nun her desire to avoid Pansy's other friend. Her companion grasped her arm very gently, and fixing her a moment with wise, benevolent eyes, said in French and almost familiarly, "Well, dear madam, what do you think?" "About my stepdaughter? Oh, it would take long to tell you." "We think it is enough," Madame Catherine distinctly observed, and she pushed open the door of the parlor. Madame Merle was sitting just as Isabel had left her, like a woman so absorbed in thought that she had not moved a little finger. As Madame Catherine closed the door, she got up, and Isabel saw that she had been thinking to some purpose. She had recovered her balance. She was in full possession of her resources. "I found I wished to wait for you," she said urbanely, "but it is not to talk about Pansy." Isabel wondered what it could be to talk about, and in spite of Madame Merle's declaration, she answered after a moment, "Madame Catherine says it is enough." "Yes, it also seems to me enough. I wanted to ask you another word about poor Mr. Touchette," Madame Merle added. "Have you reason to believe that he is really at his last?" "I have no information but a telegram. Unfortunately, it only confirms a probability." "I am going to ask you a strange question," said Madame Merle. "Are you very fond of your cousin?" And she gave a smile as strange as her utterance. "Yes, I am very fond of him, but I don't understand you." She just hung fire. "It is rather hard to explain. Something has occurred to me which may not have occurred to you, and I give you the benefit of my idea. Your cousin did you once a great service. Have you never guessed it?" "He has done me many services." "Yes, but one was much above the rest. He made you a rich woman." "He made me?" Madame Merle, appearing to see herself successful, she went on more triumphantly. "He imparted to you that extra luster which was required to make you a brilliant match. At bottom, it is him you have to thank." She stopped. There was something in Isabel's eyes. "I don't understand you. It was my uncle's money." "Yes, it was your uncle's money, but it was your cousin's idea. He brought his father over to it. Ah, my dear, the sum was large. Isabel stood staring. She seemed today to live in a world illumined by lurid flashes. I don't know why you say such things. I don't know what you know. I know nothing but what I have guessed, but I have guessed that. Isabel went to the door, and when she had opened it, stood a moment with her hand on the latch. Then she said, "It was her only revenge. I believed it was you I had to thank." Madame Merle dropped her eyes. She stood there in a kind of proud penance. "You are very unhappy, I know, but I am more so." "Yes, I can believe that. I think I should like never to see you again." Madame Merle raised her eyes. "I shall go to America," she quietly remarked while Isabel passed out. Chapter 53. Now we begin chapter 53. It was not with surprise. It was with a feeling which in other circumstances would have had much of the effect of joy, that as Isabel descended from the Paris mail at Charing Cross, she stepped into the arms, as it were, or at any rate into the hands, of Henrietta Stackpole. She had telegraphed to her friend from Turin, and though she had not definitely said to herself that Henrietta would meet her, she had felt her telegram would produce some helpful result. On her long journey from Rome, her mind had been given up to vagueness. She was unable to question the future. She performed this journey with sightless eyes, and took little pleasure in the countries she traversed, decked out though they were in the richest freshness of spring. Her thoughts followed their course through other countries, strange-looking, dimly lighted, pathless lands, in which there was no change of seasons, but only, as it seemed, a perpetual dreariness of winter. She had plenty to think about, but it was neither reflection nor conscious purpose that filled her mind. Disconnected visions passed through it, and sudden gleams of memory, of expectation. The past and the future came and went at their will, but she saw them only in fitful images. It was extraordinary, the things she remembered. Now that she was in the secret, now that she knew something that so much concerned her, and the eclipse of which had made life resemble an attempt to play whist with an imperfect pack of cards, the truth of things rose before her with a kind of architectural vastness. She remembered 1,000 trifles. They started to life with the spontaneity of a shiver. She had thought them trifles at the time. Now she saw that they had been weighted with lead. Yet even now they were trifles after all, for of what use was it to her to understand them? Nothing seemed of use to her today. All purpose, all intention was suspended, all desire too save the single desire to reach her much-embracing refuge. Garden Court had been her starting point, and to those muffled chambers it was at least a temporary solution to return. She had gone forth in her strength. She would come back in her weakness, and if the place had been a rest to her before, it would be a sanctuary now. She envied Ralph his dying, for if one were thinking of rest, that was the most perfect of all. To cease utterly, to give it all up and not know anything more, this idea was as sweet as the vision of a cool bath in a marble tank, in a darkened chamber, in a hot land. She had moments indeed in her journey from Rome which were almost as good as being dead. She sat in her corner, so motionless, so passive, simply with the sense of being carried, so detached from hope and regret, that she recalled to herself one of those Etruscan figures couched upon the receptacle of their ashes. There was nothing to regret now. That was all over. Not only the time of her folly, but the time of her repentance was far. The only thing to regret was that Madame Merle had been so unimaginable. Just here her intelligence dropped, from literal inability to say what it was that Madame Merle had been. Whatever it was for Madame Merle herself to regret it, and doubtless she would do so in America, where she had announced she was going. It concerned Isabel no more. She only had an impression that she should never again see Madame Merle. This impression carried her into the future, of which from time to time she had a mutilated glimpse. She saw herself, in the distant years, still in the attitude of a woman who had her life to live, and these intimations contradicted the spirit of the present hour. It might be desirable to get quite away, really away, further away than little gray-green England, but this privilege was evidently to be denied her. Deep in her soul, deeper than any appetite for renunciation, was the sense that life would be her business for a long time to come. And at moments there was something inspiring, almost enlivening, in the conviction. It was a proof of strength. It was a proof she should someday be happy again. It couldn't be she was to live only to suffer. She was still young, after all, and a great many things might happen to her yet. To live only to suffer, only to feel the injury of life repeated and enlarged, it seemed to her she was too valuable, too capable for that. Then she wondered if it were vain and stupid to think so well of herself. When had it even been a guarantee to be valuable? Wasn't all history full of the destruction of precious things? Wasn't it much more probable that if one were fine, one would suffer? It involved then perhaps an admission that one had a certain grossness, but Isabel recognized, as it passed before her eyes, the quick, vague shadow of a long future. She should never escape. She should last to the end. Then the middle years wrapped her about again, and the gray curtain of her indifference closed her in. Henrietta kissed her, as Henrietta usually kissed, as if she were afraid she should be caught doing it, and then Isabel stood there in the crowd, looking about her, looking for her servant. She asked nothing. She wished to wait. She had a sudden perception that she should be helped. She rejoiced Henrietta had come. There was something terrible in an arrival in London. The dusky, smoky, far-arching vault of the station, the strange, livid light, the dense, dark, pushing crowd, filled her with a nervous fear and made her put her arm into her friend's. She remembered she had once liked these things. They seemed part of a mighty spectacle in which there was something that touched her. She remembered how she walked away from Euston, in the winter dusk, in the crowded streets, 5 years before. She could not have done that today, and the incident came before her as the deed of another person. "It is too beautiful that you should have come," said Henrietta, looking at her as if she thought Isabel might be prepared to challenge the proposition. If you hadn't, well, I don't know," remarked Miss Stackpole, hinting ominously at her powers of disapproval. Isabel looked about without seeing her maid. Her eyes rested on another figure, however, which she felt she had seen before, and in a moment she recognized the genial countenance of Mr. Bantling. He stood a little apart, and it was not in the power of the multitude that pressed about him to make him yield an inch of the ground he had taken, that of abstracting himself discreetly while the two ladies performed their embraces. "There is Mr. Bantling," said Isabel gently, irrelevantly, scarcely caring much now whether she should find her maid or not. "Oh yes, he goes everywhere with me. Come here, Mr. Bantling," Henrietta exclaimed, whereupon the gallant bachelor advanced with a smile tempered, however, by the gravity of the occasion. "Isn't it lovely she has come?" Henrietta asked. "He knows all about it," she added. "We had quite a discussion. He said you wouldn't. I said you would." "I thought you always agreed." Isabel smiled in return. She felt she could smile now. She had seen in an instant, in Mr. Bantling's brave eyes, that he had good news for her. They seemed to say he wished her to remember he was an old friend of her cousin, that he understood that it was all right. Isabel gave him her hand. She thought of him, extravagantly, as a beautiful, blameless knight. "Oh, I always agree," said Mr. Bantling, "but she doesn't, you know." "Didn't I tell you that a maid was a nuisance?" Henrietta inquired. "Your young lady has probably remained at Calais." "I don't care," said Isabel, looking at Mr. Bantling, whom she had never found so interesting. "Stay with her while I go and see," Henrietta commanded, leaving the two for a moment together. They stood there at first in silence, and then Mr. Bantling asked Isabel how it had been on the Channel. "Very fine. No, I believe it was very rough," she said, to her companion's obvious surprise, after which she added, "You have been to Gardencourt, I know." "Now how do you know that?" "I can't tell you, except that you look like a person who has been to Gardencourt." "Do you think I look awfully sad? It is awfully sad there, you know." "I don't believe you ever look awfully sad. You look awfully kind," said Isabel, with a breadth that cost her no effort. It seemed to her she should never again feel a superficial embarrassment. Poor Mr. Bantling, however, was still in this inferior stage. He blushed a good deal and laughed. He assured her that he was often very blue, and that when he was blue he was awfully fierce. You can ask Miss Stackpole, you know. I was at Gardencourt 2 days ago. Did you see my cousin? Only for a little. But he had been seeing people. Warburton had been there the day before. Ralph was just the same as usual, except that he was in bed and that he looks tremendously ill and that he can't speak, Mr. Bantling pursued. He was awfully jolly and funny all the same. He was just as clever as ever. It is awfully wretched. Even in the crowded, noisy station, this simple picture was vivid. Was that late in the day? Yes, I went on purpose. We thought you would like to know. I am greatly obliged to you. Can I go down tonight? Ah, I don't think she will let you go, said Mr. Bantling. She wants you to stop with her. I made Touchette's man promise to telegraph me today, and I found the telegram an hour ago at my club. Quiet and easy, that is what it says, and it is dated 2 o'clock. So you see you can wait till tomorrow. You must be awfully tired. Yes, I am awfully tired, and I thank you again. Oh, said Mr. Bantling, we were certain you would like the last news, on which Isabel vaguely noted that he and Henrietta seemed after all to agree. Miss Stackpole came back with Isabel's maid, whom she had caught in the act of proving her utility. This excellent person, instead of losing herself in the crowd, had simply attended to her mistress's luggage, so that the latter was now at liberty to leave the station. You know you are not to think of going to the country tonight, Henrietta remarked to her. It doesn't matter whether there is a train or not. You are to come straight to me in Wimpole Street. There isn't a corner to be had in London, but I have got you one all the same. It isn't a Roman palace, but it will do for a night. I will do whatever you wish, Isabel said. You will come and answer a few questions. That is what I wish. She doesn't say anything about dinner, does she, Mrs. Osmond? Mr. Bantling inquired jocosely. Henrietta fixed him a moment with her speculative gaze. I see you are in a great hurry to get your own. You will be at the Paddington station tomorrow morning at 10. Don't come for my sake, Mr. Bantling, said Isabel. He will come for mine, Henrietta declared as she ushered her friend into a cab. And later, in a large dusky parlor in Wimpole Street, to do her justice, there had been dinner enough. She asked those questions to which she had alluded at the station. Did your husband make you a scene about your coming? That was Miss Stackpole's first inquiry. No, I can't say he made a scene. He didn't object then? Yes, he objected very much, but it was not what you would call a scene. What was it then? It was a very quiet conversation. Henrietta, for a moment, regarded her guest. It must have been hellish, she then remarked, and Isabel didn't deny that it had been hellish, but she confined herself to answering Henrietta's questions, which was easy, as they were tolerably definite. For the present, she offered her no new information. Well, said Miss Stackpole at last, I have only one criticism to make. I don't see why you promised little Miss Osmond to go back. I am not sure I myself see now, Isabel replied, but I did then. If you have forgotten your reason, perhaps you won't return. Isabel waited a moment. Perhaps I shall find another. You will certainly never find a good one. In default of a better, my having promised will do, Isabel suggested. Yes, that is why I hate it. Don't speak of it now. I have a little time. Coming away was a complication, but what will going back be? You must remember, after all, that he won't make you a scene, said Henrietta with much intention. He will, though, Isabel answered gravely. It won't be the scene of a moment. It will be a scene of the rest of my life. For some minutes the two women sat and considered this remainder, and then Miss Stackpole, to change the subject, as Isabel had requested, announced abruptly, I have been to stay with Lady Pencil. Ah, the invitation came at last. Yes, it took 5 years, but this time she wanted to see me. Naturally enough. It was more natural than I think you know, said Henrietta, who fixed her eyes on a distant point. And then she added, turning suddenly, Isabel Archer, I beg your pardon. You don't know why? Because I criticized you, and yet I have gone further than you. Mr. Osmond, at least, was born on the other side. It was a moment before Isabel grasped her meaning. This sense was so modestly, or at least so ingeniously, veiled. Isabel's mind was not possessed at present with the comicality of things, but she greeted with a quick laugh the image that her companion had raised. She immediately recovered herself, however, and with the right excess of intensity, "Henrietta Stackpole," she asked, "are you going to give up your country?" "Yes, my poor Isabel, I am. I won't pretend to deny it. I look the fact in the face. I'm going to marry Mr. Bantling and locate right here in London." "It seems very strange," said Isabel, smiling now. "Well, yes, I suppose it does. I have come to it little by little. I think I know what I am doing, but I don't know as I can explain." "One can't explain one's marriage," Isabel answered. "And yours doesn't need to be explained. Mr. Bantling isn't a riddle." "No, he isn't a bad pun, or even a high flight of American humor. He has a beautiful nature," Henrietta went on. "I have studied him for many years, and I see right through him. He is as clear as the style of a good prospectus. He is not intellectual, but he appreciates intellect. On the other hand, he doesn't exaggerate its claims. I sometimes think we do in the United States." "Ah," said Isabel, "you are changed indeed. It is the first time I have ever heard you say anything against your native land." "I only say that we are too infatuated with mere brain power. That, after all, isn't a vulgar fault. But I am changed. A woman has to change a good deal to marry. I hope you will be very happy. You will at last, over here, see something of the inner life." Henrietta gave a little significant sigh. "That is the key to the mystery, I believe. I couldn't endure to be kept off. Now I have as good a right as anyone," she added with artless elation. Isabel was duly diverted, but there was a certain melancholy in her view. Henrietta, after all, had confessed herself human and feminine. Henrietta, whom she had hitherto regarded as a light, keen flame, a disembodied voice. It was a disappointment to find she had personal susceptibilities, that she was subject to common passions, and that her intimacy with Mr. Bantling had not been completely original. There was a want of originality in her marrying him. There was even a kind of stupidity, and for a moment, to Isabel's sense, the dreariness of the world took on a deeper tinge. A little later, indeed, she reflected that Mr. Bantling himself, at least, was original. But she didn't see how Henrietta could give up her country. She herself had relaxed her hold of it, but it had never been her country as it had been Henrietta's. She presently asked her if she had enjoyed her visit to Lady Pencil. "Oh, yes," said Henrietta. "She didn't know what to make of me." "And was that very enjoyable?" "Very much so, because she is supposed to be a master mind. She thinks she knows everything, but she doesn't understand a woman of my modern type. It would be so much easier for her if I were only a little better or a little worse. She is so puzzled. I believe she thinks it is my duty to go and do something immoral. She thinks it is immoral that I should marry her brother, but after all, that isn't immoral enough, and she will never understand my mixture. Never." "She is not so intelligent as her brother, then," said Isabel. "He appears to have understood." "Oh, no, he hasn't," cried Miss Stackpole with decision. "I really believe that is what he wants to marry me for, just to find out the mystery and the proportions of it. That is a fixed idea, a kind of fascination." "It is very good in you to humor it." "Oh, well," said Henrietta, "I have something to find out too." And Isabel saw that she had not renounced an allegiance but planned an attack. She was at last about to grapple in earnest with England. Isabel also perceived, however, on the morrow, at the Paddington station, where she found herself, at 10 o'clock, in the company both of Miss Stackpole and Mr. Bantling, that the gentleman bore his perplexities lightly. If he had not found out everything he had found out, at least the great point, that Miss Stackpole would not be wanting in initiative. It was evident that in the selection of a wife he had been on his guard against this deficiency. "Henrietta has told me, and I am very glad," Isabel said as she gave him her hand. "I dare say you think it awfully odd," Mr. Bantling replied, resting on his neat umbrella. "Yes, I think it awfully odd. You can't think it so awfully odd as I do, but I have always rather liked striking out a line," said Mr. Bantling serenely. Chapter 54. Now we begin Chapter 54. Isabel's arrival at Gardencourt on this second occasion was even quieter than it had been on the first. Ralph Touchette kept but a small household, and to the new servants Mrs. Osmond was a stranger. Instead of being conducted to her own apartment, she was coldly shown into the drawing room and left to wait while her name was carried up to her aunt. She waited a long time. Mrs. Touchette appeared in no hurry to come to her. She grew impatient at last. She grew nervous and scared. The day was dark and cold. The dusk was thick in the corners of the wide brown rooms. The house was perfectly still, with a stillness that Isabel remembered. It had filled all the place for days before the death of her uncle. She left the drawing room and wandered about, strolled into the library and along the gallery of pictures, where, in the deep silence, her footstep made an echo. Nothing was changed. She recognized everything she had seen years before. It might have been only yesterday she had stood there. She became aware that she was walking about as her aunt had done on the day she had come to see her in Albany. She was changed enough since then. That had been the beginning. It suddenly struck her that if her Aunt Lydia had not come that day in just that way and found her alone, everything might have been different. She might have had another life, and she might have been a woman more blessed. She stopped in the gallery in front of a small picture, a charming and precious Bonington, upon which her eyes rested a long time. But she was not looking at the picture. She was wondering whether if her aunt had not come that day in Albany, she would have married Caspar Goodwood. Mrs. Touchette appeared at last, just after Isabel had returned to the big uninhabited drawing room. She looked a good deal older, but her eye was as bright as ever and her head as erect. She wore a little gray dress of the most undecorated fashion. "I have kept you waiting because I have been sitting with Ralph," Mrs. Touchette said. The nurse had gone to luncheon and I had taken her place. He has a man who is supposed to look after him, but the man is good for nothing. He is always looking out of the window, as if there were anything to see. I didn't wish to move, because Ralph seemed to be sleeping and I was afraid the sound would disturb him. I waited till the nurse came back. I remembered you knew the house. "I find I know it better even than I thought. I have been walking everywhere," Isabel answered. And then she asked if Ralph slept much. "He lies with his eyes closed. He doesn't move. But I am not sure that it is always sleep. Will he see me? Can he speak to me?" Mrs. Touchette declined the office of saying. "You can try him," was the limit of her extravagance. And then she offered to conduct Isabel to her room. "I thought they had taken you there, but it is not my house, it is Ralph's, and I don't know what they do. They must at least have taken your luggage. I don't suppose you have brought much. Not that I care, however. I believe they have given you the same room you had before. When Ralph heard you were coming, he said you must have that one." "Did he say anything else?" "Ah, my dear, he doesn't chatter as he used," cried Mrs. Touchette as she preceded her niece up the staircase. It was the same room, and something told Isabel it had not been slept in since she occupied it. Her luggage was there and was not voluminous. Mrs. Touchette sat down a moment, with her eyes upon it. "Is there really no hope?" our young woman asked as she stood before her. "None whatever. There never has been. It has not been a successful life." "No, it has only been a beautiful one." Isabel found herself already contradicting her aunt. She was irritated by her dryness. "I don't know what you mean by that. There is no beauty without health. That is a very odd dress to travel in." Isabel glanced at her garment. "I left Rome at an hour's notice. I took the first that came." "Your sisters, in America, wished to know how you dress. That seemed to be their principal interest. I wasn't able to tell them, but they seemed to have the right idea, that you never wear anything less than black brocade." "They think I am more brilliant than I am. I am afraid to tell them the truth," said Isabel. "Lily wrote me you had dined with her. She invited me 4 times and I went once. After the second time she should have let me alone. The dinner was very good. It must have been expensive. Her husband has a very bad manner. Did I enjoy my visit to America? Why should I have enjoyed it? I didn't go for my pleasure." These were interesting items, but Mrs. Touchette soon left her niece, whom she was to meet in half an hour at the midday meal. For this repast, the 2 ladies faced each other at an abbreviated table in the melancholy dining room. Here, after a little, Isabel saw her aunt not to be so dry as she appeared, and her old pity for the poor woman's inexpressiveness, her want of regret, of disappointment, came back to her. Unmistakably, she would have found it a blessing today to be able to feel a defeat, a mistake, even a shame or two. Isabel could perceive, however, how it had come over her dimly that she had failed of something, that she saw herself in the future as an old woman without memories. Her little sharp face looked tragical. She told her niece that Ralph had as yet not moved, but that he probably would be able to see her before dinner. And then in a moment she added that he had seen Lord Warburton the day before. Such an accident would not be happy. She had not come to England to struggle again with Lord Warburton. She nonetheless presently said to her aunt that he had been very kind to Ralph. She had seen something of that in Rome. "He has something else to think of now," Mrs. Touchette returned, and she paused with a gaze like a gimlet. Isabel saw she meant something, and instantly guessed what she meant. But her reply concealed her guess. Her heart beat faster, and she wished to gain a moment. "Ah, yes, the House of Lords and all that. He is not thinking of the lords, he is thinking of the ladies. At least he is thinking of one of them. He told Ralph he is engaged to be married." "Ah, to be married!" Isabel mildly exclaimed. "Unless he breaks it off. He seemed to think Ralph would like to know. Poor Ralph can't go to the wedding, though I believe it is to take place very soon." "And who is the young lady?" "A member of the aristocracy. Lady Flora, Lady Felicia, something of that sort." "I am very glad," Isabel said. "It must be a sudden decision." "Sudden enough, I believe. A courtship of 3 weeks. It has only just been made public." "I am very glad," Isabel repeated with a larger emphasis. She knew her aunt was watching her, and the desire to prevent her companion from seeing anything of this kind enabled her to speak in the tone of quick satisfaction, the tone almost of relief. Mrs. Touchette, of course, followed the tradition that ladies, even married ones, regard the marriage of their old lovers as an offense to themselves. Isabel's first care, therefore, was to show that however that might be in general, she was not offended now. But meanwhile, as I say, her heart beat faster, and if she sat for some moments thoughtful, she presently forgot Mrs. Touchette's observation. It was not because she had lost an admirer. Her imagination had traversed half Europe. It halted, panting, and even trembling a little, in the city of Rome. She figured herself announcing to her husband that Lord Warburton was to lead a bride to the altar. But at last she collected herself and said to her aunt, "He was sure to do it some time or other." Mrs. Touchette was silent. Then she gave a sharp little shake of the head. "Ah, my dear, you are beyond me," she cried suddenly. They went on with their luncheon in silence. Isabel felt as if she had heard of Lord Warburton's death. She had known him only as a suitor, and now that was all over. He was dead for poor Pansy. By Pansy he might have lived. A servant had been hovering about. At last, Mrs. Touchette requested him to leave them alone. She had finished her meal. She sat with her hands folded on the edge of the table. "I should like to ask you 3 questions," she observed when the servant had gone. "3 are a great many. I can't do with less. I have been thinking. They are all very good ones." "That is what I am afraid of. The best questions are the worst," Isabel answered. Mrs. Touchette had pushed back her chair, and as her niece left the table and walked, rather consciously, to one of the deep windows, she felt herself followed by her eyes. "Have you ever been sorry you didn't marry Lord Warburton?" Mrs. Touchette inquired. Isabel shook her head slowly, but not heavily. "No, dear aunt." "Good. I ought to tell you that I propose to believe what you say." "Your believing me is an immense temptation," she declared, smiling still. "A temptation to lie? I don't recommend you to do that, for when I am misinformed, I am as dangerous as a poisoned rat. I don't mean to crow over you." "It is my husband who doesn't get on with me," said Isabel. "I could have told him he wouldn't. I don't call that crowing over you," Mrs. Touchette added. "Do you still like Serena Merle?" she went on. "Not as I once did, but it doesn't matter, for she is going to America." "To America? She must have done something very bad." "Yes, very bad." "May I ask what it is?" "She made a convenience of me." "Ah," cried Mrs. Touchette, "so she did of me. She does of everyone." She will make a convenience of America, said Isabel, smiling again and glad that her aunt's questions were over. It was not till the evening that she was able to see Ralph. He had been dozing all day. Isabel came in and sat by his bed in the dim light. There was only a shaded candle in a corner of the room. She told the nurse she might go. She herself would sit with him for the rest of the evening. He had opened his eyes and recognized her, and had moved his hand, which lay helpless beside him, so that she might take it. But he was unable to speak. He closed his eyes again and remained perfectly still, only keeping her hand in his own. She sat with him a long time, till the nurse came back, but he gave no further sign. He might have passed away while she looked at him. He was already the figure and pattern of death. She had thought him far gone in Rome, and this was worse. There was but one change possible now. There was a strange tranquility in his face. It was as still as the lid of a box. With this, he was a mere lattice of bones. When he opened his eyes to greet her, it was as if she were looking into immeasurable space. It was not till midnight that the nurse came back, but the hours to Isabel had not seemed long. It was exactly what she had come for. If she had come simply to wait, she found ample occasion, for he lay 3 days in a kind of grateful silence. He recognized her and at moments seemed to wish to speak, but he found no voice. He was so absolutely quiet that it seemed to her what was coming had already arrived, and yet she never lost the sense that they were still together. But they were not always together. There were other hours that she passed in wandering through the empty house and listening for a voice that was not poor Ralph's. She had a constant fear. She thought it possible her husband would write to her, but he remained silent. Ralph, however, spoke at last, on the evening of the 3rd day. "I feel better tonight," he murmured abruptly in the soundless dimness of her vigil. "I think I can say something." She sank upon her knees beside his pillow, took his thin hand in her own, begged him not to make an effort, not to tire himself. "What does it matter if I am tired when I have all eternity to rest? There is no harm in making an effort when it is the very last of all. Don't people always feel better just before the end? I have often heard of that. It is what I was waiting for. Ever since you have been here, I thought it would come. I tried 2 or 3 times. I was afraid you would get tired of sitting there." He spoke slowly with painful breaks and long pauses. His voice seemed to come from a distance. When he ceased, he lay with his face turned to Isabel and his large, unwinking eyes open into her own. "It was very good of you to come," he went on. "I thought you would, but I wasn't sure." "I was not sure either till I came," said Isabel. "You have been like an angel beside my bed. You know they talk about the angel of death. It is the most beautiful of all. You have been like that, as if you were waiting for me." "I was not waiting for your death. I was waiting for this. This is not death, dear Ralph. Not for you, no. There is nothing makes us feel so much alive as to see others die. That is the sensation of life, the sense that we remain. I have had it, even I. But now I am of no use but to give it to others. With me, it is all over." And then he paused. Isabel bowed her head further, till it rested on the 2 hands that were clasped upon his own. She couldn't see him now, but his faraway voice was close to her ear. "Isabel," he went on suddenly, "I wish it were over for you." She answered nothing. She had burst into sobs. She remained so, with her buried face. He lay silent, listening to her sobs. At last he gave a long groan. "Ah, what is it you have done for me?" "What is it you did for me?" she cried, her now extreme agitation half smothered by her attitude. She had lost all her shame, all wish to hide things. Now he must know. She wished him to know, for it brought them supremely together, and he was beyond the reach of pain. "You did something once. You know it. Oh, Ralph, you have been everything. What have I done for you? What can I do today? I would die if you could live, but I don't wish you to live. I would die myself, not to lose you." Her voice was as broken as his own and full of tears and anguish. "You won't lose me. You will keep me. Keep me in your heart. I shall be nearer to you than I have ever been. Dear Isabel, life is better, for in life there is love. Death is good, but there is no love." "I never thanked you. I never spoke. I never was what I should be," Isabel went on. She felt a passionate need to cry out and accuse herself, to let her sorrow possess her. What must you have thought of me? Yet how could I know? I never knew, and I only know today because there are people less stupid than I. Don't mind people, said Ralph. I think I'm glad to leave people. She raised her head and her clasped hands. She seemed for a moment to pray to him. Is it true? Is it true? She asked. True that you have been stupid? Oh no, said Ralph with a sensible intention of wit. That you made me rich, that all I have is yours? He turned away his head and for some time said nothing. Then at last, don't speak of that, that was not happy. Slowly he moved his face toward her again, and they once more saw each other. But for that, and he paused. I believe I ruined you, he wailed. She was full of the sense that he was beyond the reach of pain. He seemed already so little of this world. But even if she had not had it, she would still have spoken. For nothing mattered now, but the only knowledge that was not pure anguish, the knowledge that they were looking at the truth together. He married me for the money, she said. She wished to say everything. She was afraid he might die before she had done so. He gazed at her a little, and for the first time his fixed eyes lowered their lids. But he raised them in a moment, and then, he was greatly in love with you, he answered. Yes, he was in love with me, but he wouldn't have married me if I had been poor. I don't hurt you in saying that. How can I? I only want you to understand. I always tried to keep you from understanding, but that is all over. I always understood, said Ralph. I thought you did, and I didn't like it, but now I like it. You don't hurt me, you make me very happy. And as Ralph said this, there was an extraordinary gladness in his voice. She bent her head again and pressed her lips to the back of his hand. I always understood, he continued, though it was so strange, so pitiful. You wanted to look at life for yourself, but you were not allowed. You were punished for your wish. You were ground in the very mill of the conventional. Oh yes, I have been punished, Isabel sobbed. He listened to her a little and then continued. Was he very bad about your coming? He made it very hard for me, but I don't care. It is all over then between you. Oh no, I don't think anything is over. Are you going back to him? Ralph gasped. I don't know. I can't tell. I shall stay here as long as I may. I don't want to think. I needn't think. I don't care for anything but you, and that is enough for the present. It will last a little yet. Here on my knees, with you dying in my arms, I am happier than I have been for a long time. And I want you to be happy, not to think of anything sad, only to feel that I am near you and I love you. Why should there be pain? In such hours as this, what have we to do with pain? That is not the deepest thing. There is something deeper. Ralph evidently found from moment to moment greater difficulty in speaking. He had to wait longer to collect himself. At first he appeared to make no response to these last words. He let a long time elapse. Then he murmured simply, You must stay here. I should like to stay, as long as seems right. As seems right, he repeated her words. Yes, you think a great deal about that. Of course one must. You are very tired, said Isabel. I am very tired. You said just now that pain is not the deepest thing. No, but it is very deep. If I could stay. For me, you will always be here, she softly interrupted. It was easy to interrupt him. But he went on after a moment. It passes after all. It is passing now. But love remains. I don't know why we should suffer so much. Perhaps I shall find out. There are many things in life. You are very young. I feel very old, said Isabel. You will grow young again. That is how I see you. I don't believe. But he stopped again. His strength failed him. She begged him to be quiet now. We needn't speak to understand each other, she said. I don't believe that such a generous mistake as yours can hurt you for more than a little. Oh, Ralph, I am very happy now, she cried through her tears. And remember this, he continued, that if you have been hated, you have also been loved. Ah, but Isabel, adored, he just audibly and lingeringly breathed. Oh, my brother, she cried with a movement of still deeper prostration. Chapter 55. He had told her, the first evening she ever spent at Garden Court, that if she should live to suffer enough, she might some day see the ghost with which the old house was duly provided. She apparently had fulfilled the necessary condition, for the next morning, in the cold, faint dawn, she knew that a spirit was standing by her bed. She had lain down without undressing, it being her belief that Ralph would not outlast the night. She had no inclination to sleep. She was waiting, and such waiting was wakeful. But she closed her eyes. She believed that as the night wore on, she should hear a knock at her door. She heard no knock, but at the time the darkness began vaguely to grow gray, she started up from her pillow as abruptly as if she had received a summons. It seemed to her for an instant that he was standing there, a vague, hovering figure in the vagueness of the room. She stared a moment. She saw his white face, his kind eyes. Then she saw there was nothing. She was not afraid. She was only sure. She quitted the place, and in her certainty passed through dark corridors and down a flight of oaken steps that shone in the vague light of a hall window. Outside Ralph's door, she stopped a moment, listening, but she seemed to hear only the hush that filled it. She opened the door with a hand as gentle as if she were lifting a veil from the face of the dead, and saw Mrs. Touchett sitting motionless and upright beside the couch of her son, with one of his hands in her own. The doctor was on the other side, with poor Ralph's further wrist resting in his professional fingers. The two nurses were at the foot between them. Mrs. Touchett took no notice of Isabel, but the doctor looked at her very hard. Then he gently placed Ralph's hand in a proper position, close beside him. The nurse looked at her very hard too, and no one said a word, but Isabel only looked at what she had come to see. It was fairer than Ralph had ever been in life, and there was a strange resemblance to the face of his father, which 6 years before she had seen lying on the same pillow. She went to her aunt and put her arm around her, and Mrs. Touchett, who as a general thing neither invited nor enjoyed caresses, submitted for a moment to this one, rising, as might be, to take it. But she was stiff and dry-eyed. Her acute white face was terrible. "Dear Aunt Lydia," Isabel murmured. "Go and thank God you have no child," said Mrs. Touchett, disengaging herself. 3 days after this, a considerable number of people found time, at the height of the London season, to take a morning train down to a quiet station in Berkshire, and spend half an hour in a small grey church which stood within an easy walk. It was in the green burial place of this edifice that Mrs. Touchett consigned her son to earth. She stood herself at the edge of the grave, and Isabel stood beside her. It was a solemn occasion, but neither a harsh nor a heavy one. There was a certain geniality in the appearance of things. The weather had changed to fair. The day, one of the last of the treacherous May time, was warm and windless, and the air had the brightness of the hawthorn and the blackbird. If it was sad to think of poor Touchett, it was not too sad, since death for him had had no violence. He had been dying so long. He was so ready. Everything had been so expected and prepared. There were tears in Isabel's eyes, but they were not tears that blinded. She looked through them at the beauty of the day, the splendor of nature, the sweetness of the old English churchyard, the bowed heads of good friends. Lord Warburton was there, and a group of gentlemen all unknown to her, several of whom were connected with the bank, and there were others whom she knew. Miss Stackpole was among the first, with honest Mr. Bantling beside her, and Caspar Goodwood, lifting his head higher than the rest, bowing it rather less. During much of the time Isabel was conscious of Mr. Goodwood's gaze. He looked at her somewhat harder than he usually looked in public. But she never let him see that she saw him. She thought of him only to wonder that he was still in England. He was there, however, very distinctly there, and something in his attitude seemed to say that he was there with a complex intention. She wouldn't meet his eyes, though there was doubtless sympathy in them. He made her rather uneasy. With the dispersal of the little group, he disappeared, and the only person who came to speak to her, though several spoke to Mrs. Touchett, was Henrietta Stackpole. Henrietta had been crying. Ralph had said to Isabel that he hoped she would remain at Gardencourt, and she made no immediate motion to leave the place. She said to herself that it was but common charity to stay a little with her aunt. It was fortunate she had so good a formula. Otherwise, she might have been greatly in want of one. Her errand was over. She had done what she had left her husband to do. She had a husband in a foreign city, counting the hours of her absence. In such a case, one needed an excellent motive. He was not one of the best husbands, but that didn't alter the case. Certain obligations were involved in the very fact of marriage. Isabel thought of her husband as little as might be, but now that she was at a distance, beyond its spell, she thought with a kind of spiritual shudder of Rome. There was a penetrating chill in the image, and she drew back into the deepest shade of garden court. She lived from day to day, postponing, closing her eyes, trying not to think. She knew she must decide, but she decided nothing. Her coming itself had not been a decision. Mrs. Touchette accepted Isabel's company, but offered her no assistance. She made known to Isabel very punctually it was the evening her son was buried, several of Ralph's testamentary arrangements. "Some of them are extremely peculiar," said Mrs. Touchette. "He has left considerable sums to persons I never heard of. He has left it to your friend Miss Stackpole, in recognition of her services to literature. Does he mean her following him up from Rome? Was that a service to literature?" This question Isabel forbore to answer, as it exceeded the little interrogatory to which she had deemed it necessary to submit on her arrival. Besides, she had never been less interested in literature than today. One afternoon, in the library, about a week after the ceremony in the churchyard, she was trying to fix it for an hour, but her eyes often wandered from the book in her hand to the open window, which looked down the long avenue. It was in this way that she saw a modest vehicle approach the door and perceived Lord Warburton sitting in a corner of it. He had come to see Mrs. Touchette and not Mrs. Osmond, and to prove to herself the validity of this thesis, Isabel presently stepped out of the house and wandered away into the park. This evening was fine, and at first it struck her as a happy thought to have come out. She was not pacified when at the end of a quarter of an hour, finding herself in view of the house, she saw Mrs. Touchette emerge from the portico, accompanied by her visitor. Her aunt had evidently proposed to Lord Warburton that they should come in search of her. She was in no humor for visitors, but she saw she had been seen, and that nothing was left her but to advance. "Lord Warburton has been so good as to come out to see me," said Mrs. Touchette. "He tells me he didn't know you were still here. I know he is an old friend of yours, and as I was told you were not in the house, I brought him out to see for himself." "Oh, I saw there was a good train at 6:40 that would get me back in time for dinner," Mrs. Touchette's companion rather irrelevantly explained. "I am so glad to find you have not gone." "I am not here for long, you know," Isabel said with a certain eagerness. "I suppose not, but I hope it is for some weeks. You came to England sooner than you thought?" "Yes, I came very suddenly." Mrs. Touchette turned away as if she was looking at the condition of the grounds, while Lord Warburton hesitated a little. Isabel fancied he had been on the point of asking about her husband, rather confusedly, and then had checked himself. He continued immitigably grave. "My sisters would have been so glad to come if they had known you were still here, if they had thought you would see them," Lord Warburton went on. "Do kindly let them see you before you leave England." "It would give me great pleasure. I have such a friendly recollection of them." "I don't know whether you would come to Lochley for a day or two. You know there is always that old promise." And his lordship colored a little as he made this suggestion. "Perhaps I am not right in saying that just now. Of course you are not thinking of visiting. But I meant what would hardly be a visit. My sisters are to be at Lochley at Whitsuntide for 5 days. And if you could come then, as you say you are not to be very long in England, I would see that there should be literally no one else." Isabel wondered if not even the young lady he was to marry would be there with her mamma, but she did not express this idea. "Thank you extremely," she contented herself with saying. "I am afraid I hardly know about Whitsuntide." "But I have your promise, haven't I, for some other time?" There was an interrogation in this, but Isabel let it pass. She looked at her interlocutor a moment, and the result of her observation was that, as had happened before, she felt sorry for him. Take care you don't miss your train, she said, and then she added, I wish you every happiness. He blushed again, more than before, and he looked at his watch. Ah yes, 6:40. I haven't much time, but I have a fly at the door. Thank you very much. He shook hands with her, without meeting her eyes, and then he turned to Mrs. Touchette, who had wandered back to them. With her his parting was equally brief, and in a moment the two ladies saw him move with long steps across the lawn. Are you very sure he is to be married? Isabel asked of her aunt. I can't be surer than he, but he seems sure. I congratulated him and he accepted it. Ah! Said Isabel, I give it up, while her aunt returned to the house. She gave it up, but she still thought of it, while she strolled again under the great oaks whose shadows were long upon the acres of turf. At the end of a few minutes, she found herself near a rustic bench, which, a moment after she had looked at it, struck her as an object recognized. It was on this spot something important had happened to her, that the place had an air of association. Then she remembered that she had been sitting there 6 years before, when a servant brought her from the house the letter in which Caspar Goodwood informed her that he had followed her to Europe, and that when she had read the letter, she looked up to hear Lord Warburton announcing that he should like to marry her. It was indeed an historical, an interesting bench. She stood and looked at it as if it might have something to say to her. She wouldn't sit down on it now. She felt rather afraid of it. She only stood before it, and while she stood, the past came back to her in one of those rushing waves of emotion by which persons of sensibility are visited at odd hours. The effect of this agitation was a sudden sense of being very tired, under the influence of which she overcame her scruples and sank into the rustic seat. How long she had sat in this position she could not have told you, but the twilight had grown thick when she became aware that she was not alone. She quickly straightened herself, glancing about, and then saw what had become of her solitude. She was sharing it with Caspar Goodwood, who stood looking at her a few yards off, and whose footfall on the unresonant turf, as he came near, she had not heard. It occurred to her in the midst of this that it was just so Lord Warburton had surprised her of old. She instantly rose, and as soon as Goodwood saw he was seen, he started forward. She had had time only to rise when, with a motion that looked like violence, he grasped her by the wrist and made her sink again into the seat. She closed her eyes. He had not hurt her. It was only a touch which she had obeyed. But there was something in his face that she wished not to see. He said nothing at first. She only felt him close to her, beside her on the bench, and pressingly turned to her. All this, however, took but an instant, at the end of which she had disengaged her wrist, turning her eyes upon her visitant. You have frightened me, she said. I didn't mean to, he answered, but if I did a little, no matter. I came from London a while ago by the train, but I couldn't come here directly. I don't know who he was, but I didn't want to come with him. I wanted to see you alone, so I have been waiting and walking about. I was just coming to the house when I saw you here. I want to speak to you. Goodwood spoke very fast. He was as excited as when they had parted in Rome. Isabel had hoped that condition would subside, and she shrank into herself as she perceived that, on the contrary, he had only let out sail. She had a new sensation. He had never produced it before. It was a feeling of danger. She gazed straight before her. He, with a hand on each knee, leaned forward, looking deeply into her face. The twilight seemed to darken round them. I want to speak to you, he repeated. I have something particular to say. I don't want to trouble you, as I did the other day in Rome. That was of no use. It only distressed you. I couldn't help it. I knew I was wrong. But I am not wrong now. Please don't think I am, he went on with his hard, deep voice melting a moment into entreaty. I came here today for a purpose. It is very different. It was vain for me to speak to you then, but now I can help you. She listened to him as she had never listened before. His words dropped deep into her soul. They produced a sort of stillness in all her being, and it was with an effort, in a moment, that she answered him. How can you help me? She asked in a low tone, as if she were taking what he had said seriously enough to make the inquiry in confidence. By inducing you to trust me. Now I know, Today I know. Do you remember what I asked you in Rome? Then I was quite in the dark, but today I know on good authority. Everything is clear to me today. It was a good thing when you made me come away with your cousin. He was a good man, a fine man, one of the best. He told me how the case stands for you. He explained everything. He guessed my sentiments. He was a member of your family, and he left you, so long as you should be in England, to my care, said Goodwood, as if he were making a great point. Do you know what he said to me the last time I saw him, as he lay there where he died? He said, "Do everything you can for her. Do everything she will let you." Isabel suddenly got up. You had no business to talk about me. Why not? Why not, when we talked in that way? He demanded, following her fast. And he was dying. When a man is dying, it is different. She checked the movement she had made to leave him. She was listening more than ever. But it doesn't matter, he exclaimed, pressing her still harder. If Touchette had never opened his mouth, I should have known all the same. I had only to look at you at your cousin's funeral to see what is the matter with you. You can't deceive me any more. For God's sake, be honest with a man who is so honest with you. You are the most unhappy of women, and your husband is the deadliest of fiends. She turned on him as if he had struck her. Are you mad? She cried. I have never been so sane. I see the whole thing. Don't think it is necessary to defend him, but I won't say another word against him. I will speak only of you, Goodwood added quickly. How can you pretend you are not heartbroken? You don't know what to do. You don't know where to turn. It is too late to play a part. Didn't you leave all that behind you in Rome? Touchette knew all about it, and I knew it too. What it would cost you to come here. It will have cost you your life? Say it will. And he flared almost into anger. Give me one word of truth. When I know such a horror as that, how can I keep myself from wishing to save you? What would you think of me if I should stand still and see you go back to your reward? It is awful, what she will have to pay for it. That is what Touchette said to me. I may tell you that, mayn't I? He was such a near relation. I understand all about it. You are afraid to go back. You are perfectly alone. You don't know where to turn. You can't turn anywhere. You know that perfectly. Now it is therefore that I want you to think of me. To think of you? Isabel said, standing before him in the dusk. The idea of which she had caught a glimpse a few moments before now loomed large. You don't know where to turn. Turn straight to me. I want to persuade you to trust me, Goodwood repeated, and then he paused with his shining eyes. Why should you go back? Why should you go through that ghastly form? To get away from you, she answered, but this expressed only a little of what she felt. The rest was that she had never been loved before. She had believed it, but this was different. This was the hot wind of the desert, at the approach of which the others dropped dead, like mere sweet airs of the garden. It wrapped her about. It lifted her off her feet. At first, in rejoinder to what she had said, it seemed to her that he would break out into greater violence. But after an instant, he was perfectly quiet. He wished to prove he was sane, that he had reasoned it all out. I want to prevent that, and I think I may, if you will only for once listen to me. It is too monstrous of you to think of sinking back into that misery. It is you that are out of your mind. Trust me as if I had the care of you. Why shouldn't we be happy, when it is here before us, when it is so easy? I am yours forever and ever. Here I stand, I am as firm as a rock. What have you to care about? You have no children. That perhaps would be an obstacle. As it is, you have nothing to consider. You must save what you can of your life. You mustn't lose it all simply because you have lost a part. It would be an insult to you to assume that you care for the look of the thing, for what people will say, for the bottomless idiocy of the world. We have nothing to do with all that. We are quite out of it. We look at things as they are. You took the great step in coming away. The next is nothing. It is the natural one. I swear, as I stand here, that a woman deliberately made to suffer is justified in anything in life, in going down into the streets if that will help her. I know how you suffer, and that is why I am here. We can do absolutely as we please. To whom under the sun do we owe anything? What is it that holds us? What is it that has the smallest right to interfere in such a question as this? Such a question is between ourselves. and to say that is to settle it. Were we born to rot in our misery? Were we born to be afraid? I never knew you afraid. If you will only trust me, how little you will be disappointed. The world is all before us, and the world is very big. I know something about that. Isabel gave a long murmur, like a creature in pain. It was as if he were pressing something that hurt her. The world is very small, she said at random. She had an immense desire to appear to resist. She said it at random, to hear herself say something, but it was not what she meant. The world, in truth, had never seemed so large. It seemed to open out, all round her, to take the form of a mighty sea, where she floated in fathomless waters. She had wanted help, and here was help. It had come in a rushing torrent. I know not whether she believed everything he said, but she believed just then that to let him take her in his arms would be the next best thing to her dying. This belief for a moment was a kind of rapture, in which she felt herself sink and sink. "Ah, be mine as I am yours," she heard her companion cry. The noise of waters, all the rest of it, were in her own swimming head. In an instant she became aware of this. "Do me the greatest kindness of all," she panted. "I beseech you to go away." "Ah, don't say that! Don't kill me!" he cried. She clasped her hands, her eyes were streaming with tears. "As you love me, as you pity me, leave me alone." He glared at her a moment through the dusk, and the next instant she felt his arms about her and his lips on her own lips. His kiss was like white lightning, a flash that spread and spread again and stayed. But when darkness returned, she was free. She never looked about her. She only darted from the spot. There were lights in the windows of the house. They shone far across the lawn. In an extraordinarily short time, she had moved through the darkness and reached the door. Here only she paused. She looked all about her. She listened a little. Then she put her hand on the latch. She had not known where to turn, but she knew now. There was a very straight path. 2 days afterwards, Caspar Goodwood knocked at the door of the house in Wimpole Street in which Henrietta Stackpole occupied furnished lodgings. He had hardly removed his hand from the knocker when the door was opened, and Miss Stackpole herself stood before him. She had on her hat and jacket. She was on the point of going out. "Oh, good morning," he said. "I was in hopes I should find Mrs. Osmond." Henrietta kept him waiting a moment for her reply, but there was a good deal of expression about Miss Stackpole even when she was silent. "Pray, what led you to suppose she was here?" "I went down to Gardencourt this morning, and the servant told me she had come to London. He believed she was to come to you." Again Miss Stackpole held him, with an intention of perfect kindness, in suspense. "She came here yesterday and spent the night, but this morning she started for Rome." Caspar Goodwood was not looking at her. His eyes were fastened on the doorstep. "Oh, she started," he stammered, and without finishing his phrase or looking up, he stiffly averted himself. But he couldn't otherwise move. Henrietta had come out, closing the door behind her, and now she put out her hand and grasped his arm. "Look here, Mr. Goodwood," she said, "just you wait." On which he looked up at her, but only to guess, from her face, with a revulsion, that she simply meant he was young. She stood shining at him with that cheap comfort, and it added, on the spot, 30 years to his life. She walked him away with her, however, as if she had given him now the key to patience.